How did your crazy ex become your crazy ex? I tried to end things several times and always got guilt tripped into taking him back. When I finally told him I was ending it for good, he asked if we could still be friends. I said of course we could. I was 17 years old, naive, and did not yet understand how complicated staying friends is. A few days later he invited me to his house to play Guitar Hero as friends. Of course, I thought it would be fine because his other friend was going to be there too. Like I said, naive, or stupid, or both. When I got to his house he had a drink in his hand. Red flag number 1, in the year I had dated him, he had never had a drink. As he drank more, he began asking me to stay over one last time and begging him to give him one last kiss. For obvious reasons, I became incredibly uncomfortable and told him I was leaving. He followed me up the stairs and cornered me in the entranceway, grabbing at my wrists, trying to force them to my sides and kiss me, refusing to let me leave. He was crying, I was screaming and crying, his friend was yelling at him to let me go. I managed to take out my cell phone and call my mom, but he yanked it out of my hands before I could say anything to her. Luckily, she heard me screaming before he hung up, got in her car, and hauled us to his place. With the help of his friend, I managed to get out of the house and into my mom's car. He stood in front of it, in bare feet, in the snow. But I think he realized my mom probably would have run him down. Not really, but she was definitely in defense mode because he got out of the way. That was just the beginning of months of bullshit, including a suicide attempt and various incidents of harassment. I was really messed up about it for a really long time. TLDR, he tried to forcibly keep me at his house after I broke up with him and made my life. Cat disappeared. Strange. Was a friendly cat. Upstairs neighbor with big dogs came down screaming that my ex had somehow convinced both dogs to jump out the window to their deaths. She attacked me with scissors and a knife. Different days. Blew some guy in his car outside of our apartment. Finally turned on her head rear and threw it in the shower with me. Takes a lot to piss me off. Edit. This has gotten more attention than I expected, so I should probably elaborate a bit. 2 disclaimers. I was young and stupid, and she was sexy as fuck. This doesn't excuse my not bugging out much sooner, but it might give you some insight into my frame of mind. The above is pretty much all in chronological order regarding the cat. Not really that unusual. He was an indoor-outdoor cat, so any number of things may have happened to him. A neighbor may have thought he was a stray and taken him in. He may have been hit by a car while he was out on a prowl. I have no idea. It's more of a in retrospect. I wouldn't be at all surprised if that crazy beach killed him thing. The dogs. Now that's much stranger. My ex hated those dogs. They were big and noisy and ran around the upstairs apartment playing all the time. As such, she started a bit of a war with upstairs neighbor who was herself pretty nuts. I stayed the fuck out of it. My ex had said several times that she was going to kill those faking dogs, but I passed it off as just being annoyed with the constant noise. Hell, I didn't like it either. But otherwise the apartment was great, so we weren't really too excited to find a new one. The incident, whatever it was, happened while I was at work. I came home to the crazy neighbor screaming at my crazy ex about how my ex somehow had coaxed the dogs to jump from the window. Now, my ex was very petite, and these were big dogs, so there was no way she could have broken into the neighbor's apartment and physically thrown the dogs from the window. I've owned a few dogs in my life, and no matter how stupid they are, they were never so dumb as to just fling themselves out a window. Now, I have no idea what the fuck actually happened, and to this day, all this happened like 20 years ago. I can't explain it at all. But, at this point I did start looking at my ex from the corner of my eye, wondering. Attacking me with scissors, and later with a knife. Well, these incidents proved beyond a doubt that she was dangerous. But, both happened in the heat of moment, during arguments. As I mentioned earlier, she was quite petite, and I was much faster than her, so I had little trouble disarming her without really being in harm's way myself. I mean, it wasn't like she was going to just try to kill me in my sleep in cold blood, right? Yeah, I forgot to mention, there was another attack where she tried to mace me in our apartment. Inside. Windows closed. I just backed up and raised one eyebrow, like what the fuck are you even doing? The mace just settled in a big cloud in the middle of the room, missing me entirely. This really made her mad. She charged in for another go with her can of mace point straight into the cloud she just created point she dropped like a rock. I rolled my eyes. Okay, come on, let's get you to the bathroom and wash this out. The makeup set was great. But at this point the relationship was pretty much over. It was just a matter of officially ending it. Which, neither of us really seemed to want to do. All of these things, of course, happened over a few years, and of course in the time between these instances, it was all normal boyfriend/girlfriend stuff, shopping, vacations, laughter, dinners and talking about the future, and of course arguments and fights, some her fault, some mine, most we were both to blame. It wasn't like it was 2 or 3 years of nothing but crazy 100% of the time. Relationships aren't that simple anyway. Near the end we had both sort of stopped caring. That's when I caught her having sex with a guy in a car outside the apartment. That was the whelp. This is 100% done moment. It was failing before, but I had hopes we could still work though it or something. Like I said, I was young and stupid, and she was hot. But nah, done. So I set my mind and attention to finding a new place. I didn't even want to bother with fighting over the apartment. It wasn't that nice. I just wanted out. Oddly, we were getting along fine now. We had both accepted it, or so I thought. One day I come home before her and hop in the shower. The past several days had actually been great. Laughs, sex, cooking, like a normal couple. She comes home while I'm still in the shower, walks in the bathroom, turns on her hairdryer, and without a word, without emotion, just throws it in the shower with me. Just a dead-eyed stare. I pulled a faking Matrix slow motion action jump, arms out, water droplets slowly flying out in some sort of hyper reality, as if, well, someone had just thrown a hairdryer in your shower. Probably yelled what the fuck. Then I got dressed and walked the fuck out. Came to get my things later with an army of friends. This thread is a few hours old, so I'm afraid this will get buried, but I've been meaning to get this off my chest for a while. As soon as I ended up with my current girlfriend I quickly realized how I had been manipulated by my previous girlfriend. My ex-girlfriend. We dated for about 3 years in the end of high school, had horrible anger issues, self-diagnosed BPD, attachment problems, validation issues, motivation issues, and other delusions. The worst part about it was that I wasn't the one who had pulled the trigger on the breakup in the first place. And that's not to say I was perfect either. I lied and had become mentally disconnected from that relationship months prior to our relationship. She changed my personality so much that I still see flashes of her anger and malcontent in myself, and it scares me quite a bit. We found ourselves so engrossed in the idea of having a serious relationship that we beat each other to hell to keep it alive in any way we possibly could. She had attachment problems and had to have a boyfriend or she was unhappy. I thought throughout the entire relationship that she was far out of my league and I would never get anyone better, so I stayed. We both hung on to our horrible high school drama for so long that I feel there is a permanent mark on both of us because of it. What haunts me the most is the sweet bliss that came with the good times. When we weren't fighting, when we were getting along. Things felt just perfect. When things were good, the stresses of life seemed to melt away. But when it was bad, it was nasty. We both were catty, we both were insulting, we both said horrible, intentionally hurtful things to each other. I hope that she's happier now. I know that I'm edit. I'm here to PM anyone that wants to. I didn't know that other people had such similar experiences. I'd love to talk. I have decided to meander out of the shadows for my first post. Apologies if my internet etiquette is lacking. I was 17. He was 20. We had broken up several times for various reasons. Mostly we just weren't right for one another. October, we finally break up for the last time. We live less than 10 minutes away from each other, so he drives by my house all the time, cause creep. December, he convinces me to meet him down the street from my house at a drugstore, just to talk. He starts crying about how he cheated on me, how sorry he is, and how he will never do it again. I wasn't 100% sure prior to his confession, only like 99.9999999%. Whatever, confirmation that I wasn't crazy feels nice. Me, well duh, of course you're never going to do it again. We're done. You're never going to get the opportunity to do that again. So I saunter over to my car like the bad as I am, feeling pretty good about myself. So what does he do? He chases after me and pushes me up against my car, kissing me violently. This guy's maybe 5 inches taller and double my weight, so there isn't a whole lot I can do to protest. He pinned my arms down by my side, thinking he can restrain me. Super rapper. But I know this guy, he thinks he's being super romantic. So what do? Exactly what every woman wants to do in this situation. I kicked him right where it hurts as hard as I could, got in my car, drive home as fast as I could, literally a 3-minute drive, and told my dad what happened. Dad stood outside my house, knowing full well that his hole is probably going to show up any minute. So what does my dad do? He very politely explains to his hole why he is never ever going to drive down our street or speak to me ever again. While holding a crowbar, or whatever that metal thing was. TLDR ex confessed to cheating after we broke up, tried to Hollywood kiss me, kicked him in nuts. Dad threatens him. Did I do this right? Also, on phone, and it appears that formatting is not a thing when phoning. Talked me into telling my entire family that we were pregnant. Made me even call my dad, whom I hadn't talked to in a good 5 years prior, and tell him about it. Point, she had shared custody of her son, and I'd usually bring her to her house on Friday night, so she could take care of things there, and her son's father would come and pick him up. Point, that particular Friday was a few days after she made me tell my entire family and call my father as I stated above. I get home after dropping her off, and on my computer she's still signed into Facebook, and it just so happens that her messages to her father's son are still up. I didn't really think anything of it. I just assumed maybe she was telling him what time to meet her or whatnot. Well, boy was I wrong. Point, she was actually asking him to set up an appointment for an abortion with Planned Parenthood, and asked him if she'd take him. That night he got his face destroyed. There was a lot of built up tension between the two of us that mainly started on his end. He used to beat her, threatened to do so while me and her were together, threatened me as well, etc. And well, a week or so later she went through with the abortion. Point, a week after that she contacts me telling me how sorry she is, and she wished she never did it, and wanted me back. Point, no thank you. Crazy. One of my exes blew up at me, screaming and throwing things about in front of my 2-year-old daughter, who was so terrified she hid behind me while trembling. He was furious with me because I refused to put my daughter to bed earlier than usual so that we could spend some alone time together. After thoroughly terrifying the both of us, he storms out of the house and slams the door. But wait, there's more. He opens the door again to tell me, "You can tell your Air Force buddies they're a bunch of pussies. The Marines are real men." Then proceeds to slam the door even harder. He was not a Marine. Point, as soon as I was sure he was not coming back, I called my daughter's grandmother to make arrangements for her immediate escorted flight back to California. I then make arrangements for myself and notified my boss that was moving back to California. I ended up staying at the hotel of the casino where I used to work because I got a pretty good discount. He somehow found me at a bar hanging out with a few of my friends. "Are you coming home?" "No, I'm sorry, I know it won't happen again." "You're right, it won't come home." "No, is this the end?" "Yes, please." "Don't know. My daughter comes first." "You don't seem to understand that. I'm going home." I think I drank all through the night until I was sure he was at work. I needed to grab the rest of my things from his house. When I arrived I thought I saw movement in the house. I cautiously walked in the house. As I look up I see a cord attached to the ceiling fan, which is now teetering. I suddenly feel chills down my spine and then the pit of my stomach as I hear him crying and screaming, "What are you doing here?" I open the door a bit further to see he is at the top of the stairwell with the same colored cord around his neck. The end of the cord is frayed and is hanging about mid-torso. The cord is pulled taut around his neck, causing his face to turn bright red. He's screaming for me to leave. Eerily cool and blank, I watch him scream at me. It seems like it's happening in slow motion. I can't hear him, but I see him mouth the words "I love you." I suddenly snap out of it. Are you serious right now? You've got to be kidding me. Did you really just try to hang yourself with a cord from the faking ceiling fan? I'm surprised the damn thing didn't come out of the ceiling. He screams at me some more and threatens to kill himself another way. I tell him good luck with that as I remove myself from the house. I get in my car and drive about a block away before my conscience tells me I should call the cops. I beg and plead with the dispatcher to let me leave before the cops arrive. She tells me that I need to stay to make a statement. The cops arrive. He willingly come out of the house with his arms stretched out in front of him to be cuffed. He yells at me, "I hope you're happy. Look what you've done." Then proceeds to cry uncontrollably. As the cops set him in the back of the car, he tells me he loves me and that he's sorry. That was my first crazy ex, but certainly not my craziest ex. When I was in art school, I became involved with a girl who was one of the most gifted painter/printmakers I'd ever seen. Everyone knew she was going places. Teachers unabashedly praised her in critiques. She was several years older than me, but I was so smitten it didn't matter. On our first date, we smoked weed, then salvia, then drank whiskey till we blacked out. Unfortunately, it hardly stopped there. I quickly realized she had a drinking problem. Every day, she began drinking in the early afternoon. By nightfall, she was belligerent and often violent. Every night was a new horror, dragging her out of bars, breaking up a fight she'd started with a homeless person, finding her passed out on my porch in the early morning hours. Once, she even jumped out of my moving car after an argument. I couldn't handle it. I cared about her, but I couldn't spend my life as a babysitter. Not now, but especially not at 21. I broke up with her sweetly one weekend. She was upset about it, but said she understood and hoped we'd still be friends. I agreed we could. Monday rolled around, and I walked into my first class. "You didn't see the artwork on the wall, did you?" the first person to greet me asked. "No," I said. "You need to go look," said the friend. I sauntered back to the doorway and looked around. Hung on the wall opposite my classroom was a life-sized woodcut print of me, drowning. I was gasping for breath, fingers clutching nothing but water, more dead than alive. I have a deep fear of the ocean. I haven't been in a large body of water since I was 10. For a month, I was faced with the aspect of my own gruesome death. Everyone agreed it was beautifully done. And that's why you don't date people in art school, kids. I personally have only ever had one ex, and we broke up on good terms. However, I do have first-hand experience dealing with a crazy ex. My friend May had an on-off relationship with her ex, Chris, for about 3 years. When they broke up, they would alternate between who begs the other to come back or whose friends get thrown in the middle. Anyways, they finally broke up for good, and May broke down completely. She stalked him, collected his hair from around her apartment, left reckless voice messages, and more. None of it worked. Chris was simply done. It took her a while to accept this, but 4 to 5 months later she calls me up to help her move his stuff out. It had been a while since anyone heard from Chris or about him, so I happily oblige. As we are moving stuff out, I happen upon a black metal box that was tucked away in a corner. I go to open it, but May notices and yanks the box away with a manic look on her face. My curiosity is piqued. "What's in the box?" I say. Her eyes dart around as sweat begins to trickle down her brow. "What's in the box?" Her clear distress is starting to make my mind race now. Chris just up and disappeared. That never sat right with me. I never even saw him out anymore. "What's in the faking box?" May tries for the door, but I block her. "What's in the faking box, May?" She tries one more time, fails, and I take the box away. Heart pumping, I open it, and there it is, looking up at me, my faking holographic Charizard from 4th grade. I knew that Beach took it. He was a compulsive liar. Made up this whole story about having a best friend that died in combat in his arms. Would always mope around, stole money from his roommate, lied about trying to get a job, instead played video games all day. When I broke up with him, he made up this huge story about this guy from his past. Some years ago he was defending some girl. He beat him up and sent him to jail, supposedly. He was now out of jail and coming out for vengeance. He made up an anonymous blog with a really morbid username, getting into this character and saying he was going to come kill us both, using both of our full names and extensive details on our lives. During that time I was going to go to a concert by myself, and I literally thought someone would come out of nowhere and shoot me. Fearing death anywhere I went was a horrible experience. This whole time he was saying he was going to protect me, that I didn't have to worry, just feeding me lie after lie. I ended up telling him not to speak to me at all, and that I didn't want to associate with him, because I didn't want to die. His plan totally backfired on him. When I mentioned calling the police, he started panicking and said he'd resolve it with the guy's dad that he was allegedly close to. I blocked him and never heard from him again. Afterwards, I told my friends this story and they actually opened my eyes to see that everything was a lie. That's when all the puzzle pieces in the whole relationship stopped fitting, and I felt stupid for being with him. TLDR, a compulsive liar. He made up a whole other fake persona that wanted to kill us both. Lost her phone in the bar, again, because she was drunk, again. We get to my car, she's throwing a temper tantrum about it. Somehow leans down in the passenger seat so that her feet are up on the dashboard and proceeds to kick the windshield so hard that she shatters it. Get into the world's most insane argument on the way home where we both scream that we are broken up. Whilst the screaming, pull up to a red light. Then I get rear-ended by someone while sitting there. I get out of the car to inspect the damage, and the guy who rear-ended me flies in reverse for about 2 city blocks. While I'm staring and flooded with a variety of emotions, I notice my car, broken windshield and in a U-turn going past me after the offending party. I'm standing in the middle of Chicago at 4 AM wondering what the hell just happened in my life when she comes back with the car, but the front bumper is hanging off. I asked her what happened, and she can't remember / pretends she can't remember. I take her back to the apartment and tell her to get out. She refuses, insisting that she has to use the bathroom, but won't get out of the car, repeatedly trying to take the keys out of the ignition and accusing me of not letting her use the bathroom. Then she punched me in the face. My mom still tells me that she wasn't that bad and that old couples fight now. And then, oh gods, I was the crazy ex. I have BP type I, and after a bad few weeks for work I couldn't afford my meds. I had to go off them for a few weeks, and my then boyfriend decided to work mostly from home to keep an eye on me. It dipped into our savings a bit, but it was safer than letting me freak out on my own. I went into a seriously bad manic episode, tried to cut myself because it felt like electric happiness, walked out of the house at 2 AM stark naked, and sat in the middle of the road staring at the moon. Bid 2 people and tried to buy a horde of kittens. Thankfully the owner realized I was not in a good state to be buying tiny babies and declined to sell them to me. The last straw was when my ex came home to find me faking another girl in our bed. I've since realized I'm gay. I mean, it was a pretty sexless relationship and he just couldn't take it. He was a good guy and we cashed in a few favors from family members to get me into a ward for a week or so while I got some meds, and after I restabilized we mutually agreed we probably wouldn't work in the long run. Edit. I'm now a lot better because my family have set up a small account that is tied to my local pharmacy and they keep it topped up every now and again. I can get my meds and my pharmacist approved to withdraw money from the account, and thankfully I've only needed it once since then. I'm now dating a wonderful woman whom I love very much and who knows about my past and my issues. Long read. I was dating this girl for 3.5 years, basically all the way through high school, and we literally never split away from one another. I.e., we hung out with friends together, ate lunch at school together, and the typical high school sweetheart jargon. The first 2 years were smooth. However, she began to call me ugly and that no one else would love me like she did because I was ugly. At first it was playful mockery, but it turned into verbal abuse. She began to threaten me and mock my intelligence over and over, calling me stupid, and began saying really crazy shit. She would cycle through my Twitter favorites, my Facebook likes, text messages, Facebook messages, school email, and even looked at my DeviantArt messages. Mind you, this girl scored the highest possible score on the ACT test, so her insults really faking hurt and made a lasting imprint on my self-confidence and overall perception of myself. I figured, someone so intelligent must be right? Well, anyway, I decided one day to actually hang out with my football buddies alone without her. I needed some quality bromance. She throws a huge fit, blows up my phone, and drives herself over to my friend's house. She honks the horn. Mind you, it's 3 AM and my buddy's parents are sleeping. So I go out there, and she's bawling and saying how shitty I am, and how stupid and ugly, and how she will only ever love me. The now usual works. Moving forward, she begins to hit me. Just like before, it was playful. Then, it turned into violent bursts of rage, where she would strike my stomach, genitalia, upper thighs, and sternum. I would have faint bruisings, scratches, and sometimes welts from how hard she would hit me. I was a 5 minutes and 10 seconds 185 to 90 pound starting lineman at the time, so you can imagine the punches she would have to land to do that sort of damage. Now, I will never hit a woman, it's my thing, you know. She would say things like, "They'll never believe man was being abused by a woman," and would continue the usual insults of how stupid and dumb I am. Moving forward a few months again, she does something straight out of a movie. She pulls a bread knife and says, "You think I'm crazy? I'll just kill myself." I know, straight out of a movie. Complete and utter psycho, I swear to God. Finally, she moves away to college. I graduate HS with horrible grades and a 16 on my ACT, partially due to the insults that I believed, and I dumped her over text. I went through a year of low confidence and multiple partners where my excuse to break up with them was literally, "It's not you, it's me." Like, I faking meant it too. I couldn't think of myself worthy to be with anyone. However, I got a gym membership, found some confidence, and found a beautiful, caring, brilliant, and loving woman who shows me how handsome, beautiful, and smart I am. I'm at a community college for law enforcement now, where I've reached the dean's list 3 times now. I've made significant improvements to my body, my personality, and lifestyle. Sorry if I got choppy, I'm doing this by phone. H.P.S. Years later, we found out psycho turned lesbian, which is completely fine. I'm not a bigot, and moved out of state. So, I'm thinking it was some identity crisis she took out on me, or she really is just a psycho. Beach point TLDR leave. When you don't feel love, thank you for taking the time to read. We dated off and on for 2 years. He would break up with me, or I would break up with him in some stupid explosive fight he would start that was usually over nothing. Once it was over the fact that he couldn't find his keys. We would be apart for a month, and then he would come crawling back into my life begging me to take him back. It became a very abusive cycle. Finally, when he broke up with me, he pissed me off enough that I was done and severed all ties with him. A month goes by, he wants to be friends. I say no. A week goes by, he asks again. I say no. Another week goes by, and I finally go get my stuff back from him. He confesses that he was wrong, and just wants to know that I'm okay, and still wants to be friends. I say no. A month goes by. He starts calling me. At this point I have met someone else, and I'm very happy. He leaves voicemails and text messages claiming his undying love for me. I try ignoring him. I try being reasonable with him. I try being mean to him. I try blocking him on everything. FB phone ECT. Even got a restraining order. I still get emails from him. And that is how my asshole ex became my crazy obsessive ex. Edit. I forgot the most important part. I knew that he had cheated on me, but I found out much later that not only had he cheated with multiple different women, but that one of them was his sister. His sister fully admitted that they had sex on the regular when they were bored. I'm not a fan of incest. He cheated on me, but accused me of cheating on him. He was convinced that everyone hated him for no reason. He would convince me that my best friend was mad at me, or tell her that I was mad at her. He got me into the only fight I've ever had with my best friend in over 20 years. After we broke up, he would show up at my workplace when he knew I was working. He would also figure out places where I was going and show up there too. He texted me almost every day. Half the time, he was trying to get back together with me, but the other half consisted of him accusing me of ruining his life, cheating on him, etc. When I began dating someone new about a year after we broke up, that's how long it took me to recover. He texted the guy and told him I was telling everyone I was with someone else, trying to act like he was just trying to warn the guy. He didn't leave me alone, even after I quit my job. I finally haven't seen him in a few years, now that he's in the army and I've moved many states away. I have massive amount of screenshots that I'm glad to share. Here are a few. She forcefully moved in with me, then a few weeks later managed to drink a bottle of Jagger while I was at work, then proceeded to throw the case of bottles I brought home after work onto the floor, before throwing my bong off the front porch and storming off into the darkness. My co-workers who came over to enjoy said beers were a little taken aback, but I managed to salvage a few beers from the mess on the floor, and we sat on the couch to figure out what the hell to do with the beast when she returned. Didn't take too long before all hell broke loose. You see, my door was janky. She thought we had locked her out and proceeded to punch her fist through a $1000 plus stained glass window before peering through the bloodied glass and screaming, "You think you can fucking lock me out? Ha ha. You can't. I'll break more windows. I'll do it. I swear I will. Let me in." I calmly walked over to the door and cautiously opened it and immediately got punched in the face. Called her dad and told him to come pick up his daughter before I called the cops. He told me to call the cops. Edit. She had like a 5-year run on the dirty afterwards, and now she thinks she's an IG model posting only 3 types of photos: her duck face, her 3 or 4 years old son, and her partying in Vegas. I only know this from the updates my friends provide. Beach was cray, so there's no way I'd be lurking on that. Broke up 2 months ago. He made a Facebook account after the fact to message me, where I blocked him straight away. He has been messaging my friends, who he has never met, except one, and sisters and mum. The messages are all along the same lines: "Please help me get back with her. I love her so much. I've changed etc. He has offered one friend $5,000 to help him, another he has offered $10,000. These are people he has never met. Keep getting calls at work where the phone rings twice then stops, same as at home, or I will answer a call and there's just silence at the other end. I know it's him because the call comes from either private or overseas. And it's been happening for 2 months. All his emails to me go to my spam on an account where I had to get my brother to change the password for me so I wouldn't look. When I have looked, there are hundreds of emails all saying the same thing. Dozens of emails each day. Bub. Please talk to me. Bob urgent. I've broken both my wrists. Please call me. It's urgent. Or my favorite ones where he rambles on saying he's been in contact with my family and they are all really worried about me and he just wants to check that I'm okay, and they've all been talking shit about me behind my back, or that the police have told him to urgently contact me, so that's what he's trying to do. Another cool lot of emails I got in a row were: his first name has passed away, his full name has passed away. Bob, please talk to me. Sent my sister pictures of his firearms license saying there's nothing that can stop him from coming to see me. Half of his emails have said that he's coming over or that he's here already. His cheese has well and truly slid off its cracker. For a bit of background, it was a LDR where he would constantly tell me he's going to kill himself if I did anything he didn't like, which was everything, for 4 years. This is probably going to get buried, but I've always wanted to get this off my chest. I met a girl from a Cupid on Skype, and we started talking every night. She was bi. I'm a lesbian, and she wasn't sure if she liked guys or girls. She had feelings for me, this she knew, and wanted to try having a relationship. We were 2 hours away from each other. Neither of us had cars, so after Skyping for a month, her friend dropped her off at my house for a night. She knew I wasn't very experienced in bed, and that I wanted to save myself for someone special. She assured me that, even if things weren't official then, they would be eventually. I gave in. We had an incredible night, and I took the bus with her to a train the next day. I noticed she kept looking at boys the entire time, so once I dropped her off, I texted my friend saying I feel like she might still want to date a guy, which I accidentally sent to her. She got so hurt Told me I was insecure and that I had to make it up to her somehow. I told her I would do anything and apologized for not trusting her. She made me stop wearing makeup and told me to change my personality by becoming more confident, which I did. A month later, after I was having an awful day and was very upset, she told me seeing me like that was hot. I joked around and told her to make me angrier, which she did. She told me she had actually had sex with a guy the night before we went all the way and that I had been right all along. I didn't speak to her for a week, yet I was already in love with her, and being naive and just plain stupid, I gave her another chance. Anytime I was having an okay day she would try to make me upset somehow by telling me something that either put me down or made me feel sorry for her. If I was unhappy she would smile. Finally, after meeting someone new at a party, I broke up with her. She sent me a picture of her new girlfriend and another picture of her having a threesome with her and another girl. My heart had never been so broken. Fuck you, Ashley. Not my crazy ex, but my mother's. My father. She left him when I was 7 and he was abusive during the whole time of their marriage. Physically and verbally. Played lots of mind games. Withheld money while my mum took care of us. He became even more insane after we escaped while he was at work. Soon after she left him and moved us to our own place he would throw hamburgers, junky CT at our house in the middle of the night, including yelling obscenities while driving past. Slowly drive past our house multiple times a day. He even went as far as to take my brother and I in the car to stalk our mum when we visited once a fortnight. We thought it was a game, and we are happy we could take our pillows and blankets in the car. He once threw some kind of acid at my mum's car, burning the paint off. Later he also poured something in the gas tank which ruined the car. He would get his friends to follow us in their car at night when we were driving home from karate lessons, school etc. He would write horrible words in paint/chalk on our driveway. He often called pizza deliveries, ambulances, taxis to our house. So many other things. He truly was, and still is, batshit crazy. Hell, I know I'm a little late to the party, but I'll toss mine in to get lost. I dated a girl off and on for 2 years. She had a crazy ex which would always make threats at me and such, but she insisted he was nothing to worry about. He was plenty to worry about, but her main issue was that she couldn't express her feelings well. She was an alcoholic and had borderline personality disorder. It was hard to learn her, but I did over time. But the alcoholism was the worst part. Even when pregnant with our child, she drank profusely and would threaten to drink more if I did anything to upset her, knowing that it hurt me to the core, pregnant or not, to see her so drunk. Backtrack to Black Friday of 2014. We were supposed to have a date day/night when I work 6 AM to 2 PM shift, and she said she was gone shopping. Normally she texts me constantly. I liked it, but she went dark for about 3 hours, so I instantly knew something was wrong. I get a call from her saying that she got into an accident. After frantically asking where she was and if she was okay, I bolted to the dirt road in which she had gotten into an accident, and it was worse than she led me to believe. She had rolled her mom's Jeep and totaled it in the middle of the road because she was drinking and driving. She tried to throw the bottle into the wood line that she had already drank, but the unopened bottles remained in the car, and it reeked of alcohol. When I confronted her, she was pretty banged up, but was still game for the date, and I refused and insisted on going to the hospital. She tried to convince her mom it wasn't that bad, and not to call the cops. But the neighbors did, so when the police arrived, they gave her a sobriety test, slapped cuffs on her, and charged her with leaving the scene of an accident and DUI. Sadly, we had just binge-watched Cops the night before, and talked about how all those actions were idiotic. The Jeep was smashed, as if someone dropped it from a cliff. Edit. I forgot to mention that we lost said child. It was a cold night. I suppose this will get buried, but I'll tell it again anyway. Just a warning, this is long, but so faked up. Ask Reddit. Subject was, why is your ex an ex? He called me one night and told me to look up at the mountain that I could see from the 9th floor of the hospital I worked at. Told me the flashing lights I could see was him. Come to find out, he was having sex with someone up there. I know, gross right? I found out because he forgot to log out of Yahoo chat on my computer with some girl he met off the internet. And it was the best thing that's ever happened to me, because after I dumped his disgusting ass, my best friend of 16 years asked me out, and we've been together since. So, what made the ex worse than a cheater? 1. He stole about 4k from me. 2. Wouldn't work. 3. Worst of all, although I thought only people like this only existed in movies, he was actually a mother faker. As in, he fucks his mother. As in, Oedipus complex. I'm actually ashamed that I have that story to tell. TLDR, he literally faked his mother, and then another. Seriously. This is kinda long, but trust me it gets worse. I'm deadly serious too. The first day I met his mom, who is a faking lunatic by the way, she told me, people think I have sex with my sons, but I don't. I just chalked it up to her being batshit crazy, because her son, that I was dating, told me she was. But I started noticing weird shit. Like her youngest son, who was 26 at the time, slept in the bed with his mom. He sat in her lap all of the time. It was just weird. I gave them the benefit of the doubt. I thought maybe they are just close, or have a mother/son relationship that was perfectly healthy. Like I said, I worked in a hospital at the time. I'd worked with psych patients, but my patients were homicidal, schizophrenic, etc., not incestuous. I thought I'd recognize behavior that was off a little easier. Hell, even crazy patients knew better than to be brother or mother or sister uncle father fakers. Anyway, back to this mom and her 2 sons. After a couple of weeks of my dating her older son, I noticed how possessive she would get when I was around. She didn't want him leaving with me anywhere. She didn't want me hugging him or anything like that. He had an ex-wife and they had a son together. I always thought it was odd he'd never let me speak to her. Did I mention I was paying his child support? Yep, another big fat red flag. Anyway, I'm a really friendly person. I like everyone. Try to at least. I didn't understand why he didn't want me talking to her. He always said she will tell you lies about me. When I caught him cheating on me with the messages, I left work and went straight to his house to get all of my stuff back. Laptop I loaned him, stuff like that. I got in touch with his ex-wife over FB, and she said she kept trying to get in touch with me, and she wanted to tell me about the guy, his brother, and their mom. Strange relationship. So, I was even more grossed out after she confirmed what I'd suspected. A few months after we were dating I moved to be closer. He'd never move in with me, which was also weird, because he was like 36. He wanted to live with his mom. Gross again. Anyway, the same day I found out, I went and got a U-Haul and moved all of my shit back to the house I owned at the time. That was about 15 miles away. I was so desperate to move I loaded everything by myself. This included seriously heavy sofas, stove, washer, dryer, etc. And I moved it all in like 5 hours. Not too shabby for a chick, lol. Anyway, I hoped that'd be far enough for him to leave me alone. On the way out of the neighborhood he pulled a gun on me and pointed at me. I stopped and freaked out, then floored it out of there. He stalked me for a long time after that. He'd ride by my house, leave notes on my car at work. He'd flathead my tires twice as well. Camera at work, got the back of him, but I knew it was him. When I was dating my husband he was actually living 700 miles away because he was working oil. So for 2 months, before I moved to Louisiana, all he and I did was chat on the phone. This whole time the ex was still stalking me. He, the ex, would message me on FB on different accounts because I kept blocking him, telling me things about the guy I was dating. He'd tell me who he was working for, where he was, what he drove, who he'd dated. First, they didn't know each other, and I never spoke about one to the other. Second, my husband, boyfriend, didn't have FB, so I don't know how the ex knew all of this shit about him. Even when I moved to Louisiana he kept calling my phone, even though I changed the number twice. No idea how he got it. I didn't give it out to anyone, not even on FB. Moral of the story is follow your damn gut. If you think someone is crazy, or whatever, get rid of them. Seems like I got all of the crazy wrapped into one with that as whole point. TLDR. He faked his mother. I mean that in the literal sense. There have been many Point 1 street, she grabbed the steering wheel and tried to put us into oncoming traffic in a 55 miles per hour zone. Then started hitting and scratching my face because I did not want to be with her to the end. She was later admitted to a psych ward. So, she defines crazy X.2 and D, was on proper meds, which I did not know about until months into dating, but when she drank, it was a different person. She would flirt and seduce men at bars in front of me, would make up stories how I was constantly cheating on her. She found erotica stories I wrote to a previous fling before we met on my computer, but I never cheated. And scream it at the bar, would black out from 2 drinks, and seemed like someone drugged her. Medications don't mix alcohol, and then wanted me to have children by skipping her because, which she would then take 4 at a time. There was more, but she is married, and a stay-at-home mom. Third, we were more FWB than anything, but we had barely done much, just oral a few times. Since we lived about 80 miles from each other, I viewed us as friends, but she definition wanted more. She would text me when she was drinking other guys, blow them, and would text help afterwards. Said she was used and unloved, no one cared. I would try to be supportive, but gave nothing more than empathy of a fellow human. I wouldn't assume the night role. Then she would say I didn't care, no one did, and I should visit her right then. An hour would go by, she would text more upset that I hadn't dropped everything and came to her, so it was further proof no one cared. Then she would drink, blow some random dude, tell me about to provoke jealousy which it didn't, and proceed to articulate her despair and loathing towards me. I wouldn't talk to her for a few days. She would text me things like why did you leave? See, I knew you didn't care etc. I hung out her a few times to show her there are more than fuckboys out there, and she would get mad that I wouldn't perform such acts, nor would I allow her to. Over the course of 4 months I tried to be an empathetic ear, which was working till she moved 3 blocks from me. Last time we hung out, I just got back from the gym, still hyped on pre-workout and hadn't ate anything for 6 hours. I helped her her Wi-Fi and gave her local advice and info for things. She wanted me to sleep with her, but didn't have furniture or a bed. I suggested we get food and watch a movie at my place, with an underlying as friends. Within 10 minutes she is mad that I'm not trying to get in her pants and leaves. No contact for a month, till she texts me and asks why I haven't visited. I haven't spoken to you in 4 weeks. I don't know your schedule. You know I stay up late and you wake early but you could just show up if you cared. Me am not going to just come over at 1 AM unannounced. It'd be nice, like a stalker that loves. I deserve better people in my life and you clearly need to get your sheet together. Sorry for the misspelling and grammar/punctuation typing on phone. Needed to vent. Am I wrong in thinking 3 is crazy? Well, we were okay-ish, and he was more of a rebound after I broke up with my last ex and moved up to the area. We dated for 9 months. It was rocky and not the greatest relationship. We had a lot of issues like his mom played too much of a role in the relationship. He lived with his parents. His parents were considered upper class in the area, whereas I was middle class. I worked and paid for most of my own stuff. I kind of live a life where I don't care too much about money and instead look for joy, but I work a lot in order to ensure that I will be comfortable if I get injured or something. Anyway, she was convinced I was after his trust fund and I was trying to get knocked up. Not the case, because I didn't see him as a potential serious father of my children, because he hadn't experienced basic life experiences like I had, like living on my own, needing to pay for basic life expenses, etc. Anyway, I found pictures of a girl basically doing the MySpace/Facebook boob shot, angled so you see her face, but you also get cleavage, and read some of the texts. So I thought he was cheating because of his replies implying he would send her naked dick pictures. Anyway, we broke up shortly after that too because I didn't trust him as much, and his mom was annoying me with her supposed paranoia. Anyway, we broke up and so I started dating other people. He made a fake account on a dating site to try and trick me. He became hurt and I told him not to talk to me again. His response was to invite me to his college graduation party. I never responded and he searched for me at work, so I had multiple phone calls about it. Wasn't scheduled that night. Had a talk with the managers about it because they were concerned. Everyone let them know that he was looking for me. So a month later, an anonymous letter arrives at my new job and it spells my name correctly and they know the color of my cell phone. My last name is very weird, Polish, and it claimed the EMS provider was in service in the area for a long time when it had been open 3 months. So they knew it was bullshit. I get a birthday card from him that sends me into a panic attack. He didn't sign the outside, but signed the inside. He special ordered it, and the gift card point I forget the exact timeline of the next events. I think this is the correct timeline. Point X shows up to a gas leak and the cops get called because he's pacing back and forth. I didn't call. The chief called. X starts an all-out war at this point. He repeatedly posts on Craigslist that it wasn't his fault. Now, he goes and contacts my friends on Facebook. One is in the guise of trying to talk to her mom, used to work with her, and the other is my best friend who ignores him. I think he tries to contact a third who tells him to fuck off. Point next. Craigslist ads start popping up with anonymous. You said you loved me. Why does it have to be this way? Blah blah blah. One threatens the guy I'm dating, so that kind of kills the relationship there. Cops can't do anything. He then writes a letter demanding apology because the fire and police department molested him. Department lawyers get involved, and I never hear anything, except I may need to get a concealed carry and restraining order from a fire depth officer. X almost gets kicked out of the police academy over this, but they decide last minute to allow him to attend. Police tell me there was something in the past with him stalking, but they aren't too sure. Regular posts continue on Craigslist. He also adds the city I work in now too. Suddenly, all the people I talk to on Facebook, but not through text or cell, suddenly get added by him under the guise of he wants to meet people. He started a conversation with the guy I was dating. I think he must have had access to my Facebook, because I may have accidentally saved the post. My friends tell him to go shoot himself. He continues posting on Craigslist for me to contact him for about 7 more months. We only dated 9 months. Another guy I decided to take a chance with, since the last one fizzled out, because of the Craigslist threat, contacts him and threatens to get him arrested. Never mind that he is in a different state. His capt said not to worry about my ex filing a complaint, and they would contact our state highway patrol if my ex tries to do something. Finally my ex leaves it alone. Kicker. I hadn't talked to him since I told him to leave me alone. I still have some mild paranoia that he may show up as a security officer for the hospital one day. I know he was a reserve police officer, but he no longer is. I think he is working loss prevention or is a shift manager at a gas station. Thankfully. Long post. So sorry. It was a series of red flags that as a teen I didn't recognize, or at least I was too afraid to stay single. First started out with him wanting me to choose him and religion or break up. This took me by complete surprise because we started out dating 3 years beforehand, knowing I was an atheist with no desire to change. So I broke up with him. Should have stayed that way. Stupid past teenage girl me. So then after 3 days, where I felt relieved to be broken up, he started to show up outside my house crying and begging to be taken back. So stupid me did. After 4 months or so, he ended up breaking up with me again as he felt that he couldn't live without his newfound religion. At this point I realized that I was stupid to go back and double relive to be free again. However, once again he started showing up outside my window, and the first few time I would drive him back, but after a while he started showing up either high on weed, whippets, or duck or crossfaded. Thankfully I was already close to be study abroad program to just count down a few days and I could have miles between us. At this point I was in college, and he was a deadbeat that did drugs on his grandparents' couch and do nothing more but find his next high. I had a lovely year away from him where he went through several stages of stalking my Facebook, going through friends saying he was suicidal and whatnot. Then he threatened to join some armed force and how he was going to die that way. Honestly I really wish he did get into some armed force so he could have some type of purpose and to at least get off of the drugs. When I came back he seemed better and he had a girlfriend, so I thought he finally moved on. Again, stupid me. He immediately dumped his girlfriend, which I promptly started getting death wishes from her as well, and said he just wanted to be friends. I have known him and his family for over 15 years, and he and his brother have been my best friends since I was 12, and even today his brother is still my best friend and was the only non-family invited to my elopement wedding. Even though his brother and I are of opposite gender, we always saw each other as brother/sister relationship. So imagine both of our surprise when we would try to hang out with the three of us and he would become insanely jealous and leave. Once he left, he would send text messages to me about how he was going to kill himself in one way or other. Basically emotional abuse. That was the worst it was for a while, until I met my future husband. My crazy ex always had this idea, besides the fact that he dumped me twice, that we would end up together again one day and make it work. So when I started telling about this great guy I was seeing, he did the ultimate freak out. He called my work repeatedly to say I was in the hospital and couldn't go to work, smash all the windows in my car, and leave paper flowers in places that I would find them, that had very descriptive ways of how he was going to get me back or kill me if I refused. I kept everything and made police reports, and with his brother by my side and urging me to, filed a restraining order. He eventually ended up smashing a police car and attacking the policemen when I called them. When he broke his restraining order, he went to jail, and the whole worrying about him became a non-issue. I did start martial arts and self-defense to protect myself for any more future worries. Since I got married, I haven't heard or seen him since he got out of jail, and his family accepted me as their family and disowned him for the drugs, attacking me, and other various things. Where to begin? I had worked a job for 2 years 8 months making decent money, and at the 3-year mark would go up to 23/hours a 9/hour raise and go full time. We were already rocky at this point, and she told me I needed to find a new job because it made me miserable and I was in a bad mood all the time. Sure, the job sucked and was a 12-hour shift from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. I was probably just tired, not in a bad mood. Not that she took enough time away from WW to notice I was even home. Anyways, I said I'd think about it. 2 days later I quit. I went to her place and told her I had quit. She told me to come back when I get a job because she doesn't want to date a loser without a job. Then the time I found drugs hidden in her closet. Totally accidental. I was being all dumb and sentimental while she was at work and wanted to look through the box. She kept every card/note/event ticket we went together in. Pull down the box and a bag of weed falls in my face. I was livid and shocked, but kept my cool and just tried talking to her about it. The entire time she stared at the wall looking away from me with her arms crossed pussy and pouting like a 5-year-old. Claimed it wasn't hers, she didn't even know it was there. I said cool, if it isn't yours throw it away. She blew up instantly, screaming as loud as she could, fine then throw it away you faking asshole, and get the fuck out of my faking house. I said I wasn't leaving until she talked to me like an adult. She goes into her front yard and proceeds to scream the same thing as loud as humanly possible while crying. A few of her neighbors were outside doing yard work. That was an awkward walk to my car and drive out. Then the time she racked up a $350 phone bill calling other guys for over 3,000 hours every night when I was at work. I told her she was paying it. Went to her house for the money and she handed me at her phone and laughed in my face and said we're done. 6 months later calls me out of nowhere crying her ass off. Asks me to come over after work to talk. I get there, she's already bawling. Asks me to forgive her and begging me to take her back because she still loves me. Promises she wouldn't do anything like that again, blah blah blah. Retard me says okay, and 6 months later she's doing it all over again. Screwing around with other guys online all the time etc. After we break up she asks to hang out. Me being an idiot again, say okay. Tells me she's flying out in 2 days to visit her sister for a month. Then when she gets back moving with her grandma 600 miles away and asks me to move there with her. Luckily she faked a dude at a party at her sister's before all that and I never spoke to her again. Then her grandma died 2 weeks after she got back. Very small drops in the very large bucket. I dated this psycho for nearly 5 years because I'm retarded. Every week was something like this. TLDR, I'm not a smart man. My ex was pretty great generally, but sometimes she'd fly off the handles for the weirdest shit. Like, I could have slept with someone else, and she'd say that's okay, just don't do it again. But if I used the last pieces of bread to make a sandwich, she'd fly into an uncontrollable rage. Other shit, I once worked the 10 to 7 shift at a place about 25 minutes away. She came home one night at 7:45 or so. She traveled for her job. She accused me of sitting at that damn computer for hours, even though I'd just come home, got the mail, taken a sheet, turned the computer on, and had just finished dialing up to my ISP to check my email. Yes, this was almost 20 years ago. I had to go through my entire post-work routine, minute by minute, to get her to calm the fuck down. She traveled MTH, and had Friday as a home office day. By this point I was working at a different place. This was the kind of place where managers would dump a bunch of shit on you on Friday afternoon that they should have done on Tuesday. Stuff like, yeah, I know it's noon, but could you prep and ship 10 servers to site by EOB today? Stuff like that. One day, my girlfriend blew up on me, saying that she works her ass off, and that she wants to see her friends on Fridays, but she has to sit on her ass and wait for me. My boss at the time didn't really care what time I came in. Any time between 8 am and 10:30 am was okay, so long as there wasn't a meeting or something, and I worked 8 full hours. My girlfriend was accusing my lazy ass of sleeping in instead of caring about her needs. I tried explaining how my office worked, and that showing up at 8 am instead of 10:30 am on Friday only meant that I'd work 90 minutes longer instead of being able to leave at 5. And, to prove it, I actually arrived at work at 8 am 3 Fridays in a row. I still ended up working until 7 pm, though. My little sister went to college near me, and one Saturday afternoon called me and asked me to fix her computer. My ex wanted to tag along, so she did. My sister gave us a brief tour of her place. It was an unusual 6 British rail apartment. I then sat down to work on her computer. I hadn't been at it 10 minutes when my ex got cranky and asking when we'd be able to leave, which she repeated every 5 minutes for the next 45 minutes, or however long it took me to fix my sister's computer. One of my exes was a compulsive liar, but I didn't find out until about 2 months in. He told me he was admitted to law school, but turned it down to enjoy life, had a 3.94 GPA, was a semi-famous DJ, and showed me a couple mixes he said he wrote, and that his house was haunted. I really don't know why he even lied about that. It started with me finding his transcript with his cumulative GPA at a whopping 2.3. Then one of the times I came over, I asked which part of his house was haunted, and he said I don't know what you're talking about. Then I heard one of his mixes on SoundCloud under someone else's name. I had some misgivings about the relationship a month in because I jokingly told him I wanted a nose job and he cried. I went to hang out with my friends and didn't invite him. He cried. We went to hang out with his friends, and when I walked in to get a drink from the kitchen, his friends were asking the host why they had invited him. He's so annoying, etc. The host said he felt sorry for him. If I didn't answer for 20 minutes, he'd call and text repeatedly. It wasn't uncommon to see 50 any texts on my phone. For 2 months, I attempted to break up with him. He cried, threatened suicide, ran away from home multiple times. His parents called me looking for him, and when I said I want to break up, his response was, no, you don't mean that. You're just scared of a relationship. I moved to another city for school and dumped him over the phone for the 30th time. He showed up outside the dorms, asking random occupants to let him in. Security was called. I finally got out of it by saying what was probably the cruelest things I'd ever said to a person. He then called me 10 to 30 times a day, left hundreds of texts in a day, left silent voicemails. One night at 2 am, he texted me, I'm outside. I told him I would call the police and get a restraining order. After that, I got blocked calls multiple times a night from 1 am to 6 am. I changed my number 2 weeks after that. It was the craziest 4-month roller coaster of my life. It had been 4 years and he tried to follow me on Instagram. Nope. Oh boy. I actually have a horrible story here. I'm 100% the villain, but sometimes evil exposes repressed crazy point. I was dating this Asian girl at the time. She was my first girlfriend in a sense, and we were both 18ish. Neither of us really knew what we were doing, as we both were pretty juvenile/immature and had never been in a real relationship before. Being dumb juvenile kids, we bonded on some of the most simple stuff on earth. Comedy and cruelty, as I like to call it. She had a knack for racist jokes, because she grew up in the country, with really country parents. I liked the more obscure humor, dead baby jokes, Helen Keller jokes, etc. I was a drinker, she was into weed. One day, she was really pissing me off, just vying for my attention, by being annoying and harassing me. One thing I hadn't even tried before was making a racist joke towards her, but I was feeling particularly confrontational. She had been making jabs about me being white for like 15 minutes prior, and it was starting to get really old really fast. I decided I'd go for one crude joke and said something along the lines of, don't your parents have something better they could be doing, like making me some new shoes? Get it? Shitty Asian sweet shop joke. Nope fuck up x 10 million. She stopped dead in her tracks, threw a glass at me screaming, that is not okay, that is not okay. And then broke a bunch of shit in my friend's room and ran away. Given that it was obviously not the reaction I was going for, I scurried after her. Her friend intercepted me. Yeah. Leave her alone for a while. She's crushed. I know it's weird, and there's no way you could have known, especially considering she's the one always begging for those jokes, but she's adopted. Her parents? They actually sent her away, because they worked in a sweet shop. She never even got to meet them. It's a soft spot for her. Determined to right the wrong, I went to see her against their advice. She was curled up in the corner sobbing, so I went to grab the back of her hair/neck to console her. She jumped, kicked me in the ribs, and drew a blade. You don't touch me there. No one touches me there. I'm confused. I'm young and stupid, and generally clueless in this scenario. She is staring me down, hard, before she puts her little blade away. I'm not moving at this point. I'm just staring at her like, can I get a faking explanation of what just happened here? And she mumbles, when I was a kid, I was rapped, repeatedly. The uncle used to grab me by the back of the neck. It's not a good spot for me. I never told you, because it wasn't really your business and I didn't think you'd see past it. This was my first blip on the radar. Note that this is when I should have left. I should have realized it early on, but stubbornness and youthful ignorance played a large part in it. She was into the drug scene as a whole. I never recognized the magnitude of it until my birthday, 5 months into our relationship. My birthday is December 28th, and I got a call from her. I was pretty excited because 1, no one ever is around or remembers my birthday due to its timing, and 2, we had only been dating for 5 months. I picked up the phone excitedly and was like, hey babe, thanks for the but I need you to come get me. I think I overdosed on cocaine. I think I'm dying. I couldn't even speak. What could I say? I told her I'd call an ambulance, and she was like, no, I will be arrested. I had to walk 4 miles. I didn't have a car at the time, to the house, where a bunch of Dudabras and her friends were all panicking, coked up out of their minds. I had to carry her all the way back to the dorm and sit with her all night. Thankfully, it was not an overdose, just a bad reaction to cross-buzzing. She mixed drinking and cocaine, and it was making her vomit every 5 minutes for whatever reason. The next day, when she woke up, she was caught trying to steal from her friends so that she could buy more cocaine with the money she didn't have. This is when I realized time to go. After I broke up with her, she went around telling everyone on the campus I was an abusive boyfriend. I couldn't meet a girl who had even heard of her without immediately having to go on the defensive. It was the biggest mistake of my life. But on the plus side, it made me a better person. I don't even play with racist jokes. I'm much more soft-spoken. I survey the area and the person instead of jumping into a relationship because of looks. I run from drugs, etc. So it wasn't all terrible. He went through my FB messages and found a friendly catch-up convo between me and an old classmate. He then accused me of cheating and wanted to break up. The convo was from 4 years ago. We started dating 8 months ago. I found a pair of girls' shoes in his foyer that were not mine and also not there the day before. He accused me of flirting with his sister's boyfriend when we were all out getting drinks before dinner. It was my first time meeting sister's boyfriend, so I was making friendly small chat with him. He made a big scene, so we had to leave and didn't make it to dinner. He would tell me how you can see the waitress thong through her dress. When we were out at brunch. He would also tell me how hot girls were all the time and did I see her check him out? But I'm super lucky that he's with me. He said fighting was normal in relationships. That's how you know you really love each other. He told me that he got pills from the doctor cause he was getting a cold and I should take some too. The pills made me sick. In retrospect, they were antibiotics. Couldn't prove it, but I'm sure he slept with someone else, so he made me take the pills. He kept a bag of souvenirs under his bed of the things girls have left behind over the years. I had to make him throw it out. When we started dating. He told me that he got his ex-lover pregnant, but wasn't ready for marriage, so she married her boyfriend that she was actually dating. He also said that she came back to him for a one-night stand after having the kid and he got her pregnant again. Why did I stay after all these horrible things? He was a really good talker. He manipulated the crap out of me. His family was also really nice and normal and wanted so badly for us to work. I dated him for a year, broke up with him every 2 months, cried every week, and then finally realized that I deserve better. She would constantly accuse me of having affairs with random women, some of them real people we knew, and some completely imaginary. She would find evidence like hair pieces of lint on my shirt, my odometer being a few miles off what she thought it should be, the smell of another woman's perfume on me, the Old Spice I always wore, hearing a woman's voice in the background when she called me at work, and so on. She would recall things that never happened, or confuse real life with movies and books. She would discover secret messages written on things like knotholes in the fence, oil stains on the driveway, or texture in the paint on the walls. She was convinced that any women walking or driving by were my lovers, checking to see if she was home. Sometimes she became violent when I denied her accusations, smashing random things around the home, throwing things at me, bashing me with objects, biting me, scratching me, and tearing my clothes. I called the police on her several times, but only once did they keep her more than 24 hours. The officers often did not take the situation seriously. She would later calm down, then rationalize all her actions, blaming me for looking suspicious if not guilty, and had a list of things I needed to do or stop doing that would prevent her acting to my mistakes again. I would try, but it was like walking on eggshells. Occasionally, she was rational enough to see psychologists and psychiatrists, but she would get angry at them eventually and stop seeing them. Any little innocuous thing would start it all up again. It finally ended when a rampage accidentally hurt our daughter and she tried to kill herself by dehydration. No, I never actually cheated on her or anybody else. Hey all, a little update on how things have been going for me. In case any of you forgot, I was the girl, 37, who was dating the guy, 42, for 16 years. At 42 he decided he wanted to get back into college, to get into a career where he could support me and maybe raise a family. So I busted my butt and spent hundreds of dollars helping him get back into college. He got accepted to SMU and immediately moved to Dallas, while I stayed behind in Austin. He suddenly changed and wouldn't tell me his class schedule or even what classes he was taking. Wouldn't tell me what his new address was till October and wouldn't let me come visit him, and he wouldn't visit me. He would make regular trips to Austin to visit his parents, but would not inform me that he was in town till he was just leaving. My cancer came back and I did my treatments, but he wouldn't call or visit me. I ended up having to go to MD Anderson in Houston by myself for further treatment. Bald, weak, sick, I was pretty easy pickings for a rapist. When I got wrapped in April 2016, I told him about what happened, and he ghosted me the next day. Wouldn't answer my calls. I found out 2 months later through a mutual friend that he had been telling friends and family that I had accused him of rap, and I also found out that every time I went to the hospital for treatment or surgery, he was playing Battlefield on his Xbox instead of answering the doctor's phone calls. When I found out about his accusation against me, I contacted his school police and showed them my police report, and they contacted him letting him know that he needed to stop spreading the false accusation and that he was never implicated as a suspect in my rap. Fast forward to now, mutual friend says he doesn't believe the police officer and still spreads the false accusation. He claims that I had demanded too much attention from him because his priority list included his school and his family but not me. I just got a stem cell and bone marrow transplant. Had 2 tumors removed from my ovaries. My hair is finally starting to grow back, so I now have a mohawk, because otherwise I look like a chia pet. It's now been over a year since we have seen each other, and though he admits to his friends that he treated me wrong and that he was a bad guy, he still won't apologize to me. I helped him get into college and spent thousands of dollars on him, and he couldn't find time to send me a get well card throughout everything. He wouldn't even acknowledge my rap when I spoke to him in June. He judged and juried me without me knowing. I'm still really upset because I feel like I wasted half my life on a loser who wouldn't support me when I needed it most. The worst part about it is that whatever he told his college got them to go after me, saying that I accused him of rap, even though it is absolutely physically impossible since he was in Dallas and I was in Houston at the time of the rap. His birthday is October 17th and he turns 43. A couple of his friends are planning on sending him cards telling him that he was a douchebag to me, hoping that maybe those letters will remind him of just how much of an a-hole he is. I kinda want him to have this birthday be remembered for years to come. Dated for 9 months, 2 months, and she announced she was pregnant. Not what I wanted, but alright, let's do this. She ends up miscarrying after a few weeks. Sad but bullet dodged. We stay together. Couple months later she says she is pregnant, but wants to abort. I try to talk her out of it, but she decided. I offer to take her, she says no, a friendies. Another guy took her. I guess he paid, then she demanded I pay him back for it. Nope. Almost end it there, because that's faking weird, but she begs me to stay. Couple months later I break it off. Get a text a week after saying she is pregnant. I get the feeling it's either not mine or fake, so I blow it off and start ignoring her. She sends me a text saying the prenatal appointment is XX/XX/XX date. I forget about it because it's a couple months down the line and I was in the process of moving out of state. Plus she has yet to show me proofs prego. Get a random text the night she said she was having the appointment with ultrasound pictures. I look really hard and see that one says boy 27 weeks, another says girl. Obviously fake, so I call her out. She goes nuts, drives 6 hours to where I'm now living, eggs the house. She knew because it's where I grew up and we visited there once when we were together. She then breaks bottles in the driveway and keys the car, which fortunately and unfortunately wasn't mine. I call the cops. Cops show up, arrest her. I'm later told by the police a week later that according to her she made up every pregnancy to get back at me and went crazy this last time because I wasn't buying it and I wasn't allowed to leave her, and since I did she was going to ruin my life. Yay, there's a restraining order on her and she spent a couple weeks in jail. I since moved back to the small town, ran into her once, kindly reminded her the restraining order works in this state as well, and advised her to stay the fuck away from me unless she liked jail. Haven't seen her since. He threatened to kill himself if I left him. He literally sat in front of the door blocking it with a knife held to his throat, with blood dripping down his neck, telling me that if I left he'd kill himself. I believed him and didn't break up with him then. I only broke up with him when we moved to another place and I'd had enough. I took my backpack and threw a change of clothes in it and started walking out the door, and he grabbed me by the backpack and threw me down and dragged me up the steps. Violence ensues. Cops are called. I went to the hospital. I have a temporary restraining order against him, and I think that's the end of it. Nope. I'm living in this apartment with this girl, and he comes over when I'm at school and unlocks the window to my room from within. I realize he did this when one night I'm sleeping, and I'm woken up by him falling through my faking window. I have to threaten to call the cops to get him to leave. Another time he comes over to apologize, and I let him in, because I don't want to fight, and he slaps my roommates, as he's apologizing to me for cheating on me. He also got me arrested for weed that he planted in my room. He also drove from another city to my parents' house after he sent me to the hospital while he was high on bars, and yelled at my parents, and called my mom a bitch, and woke up my neighbors. He went to rehab for bars, and his mom called me asking me to say some nice encouraging things to him before he goes in. She won't take no for answer, so I say, okay, I will. Then I tell him to go fuck himself, and that I hope he ODs. This is literally just unfolding now. She has major depression and anxiety. Throughout all of our relationship she has been hurtful, cruel, and manipulative. Because she had these issues, I have her a lot of passes. She ruined my birthday, our Valentine's Day, and spent almost the entire relationship flirting with some other guy or guys. Throughout all her depressive moods and hurtfulness, I've been there for her. Recently I've been having a shit time. I'm working a job I hate, so I can keep eating food, and failing at almost everything in life. I've been pretty down. I thought I could go to her for some comfort. Nope. She broke up after a year and a half, because I wasn't fun enough anymore. Now that's all mid-level crazy, but I haven't honestly been too bothered. In fact, I've been much happier without her. However, we are both getting sent overseas in a couple of weeks. Unfortunately, I've also ran into a couple of her friends whilst on dates. She has now spent the last few weeks trying to make me out like the bad guy and her the victim, by doing increasingly shitty things, and making my bursts of anger seem like me being abusive. Today she went full crazy. For my birthday she bought me tickets to a show I was so excited for. It honestly was one of my favorite things, and getting tickets is now impossible. However, somehow the tickets ended up in her flat. She's now taking her mum out to see it instead. Neither of them like it, and she's now screenshotting my pleading and anger and sending it out to the people we are going overseas with, just to make me the bad guy. Oh lord. Started doing steroids and coke. Started beating me. Cheated on me with 7 different women over the course of our 4-year relationship. Contracted HPV, which he then gave me. He was my first and only for everything, which then turned into cancer. This is a condensed long story. I left one night after he busted my face. We had 2 cats. I had to leave them there. He texted me incessantly for days after I left. First he was going to kill me, then himself. Then he told me he set the cats on fire. I told him I needed him to leave the apartment so I could move my things out. He refused. Ended up destroying $7,000 worth of furniture and housewares. Left my couch in the front lawn of my parents' house, slashed and spray painted with ugly cunt. People ask me why I didn't get the police involved. I had 2 reasons and both of them are stupid, but I was 21 and stupid. First was that he was an Irish national here as a resident alien, and getting him deported seemed like too much. Second, and this is theoretical, I grew up in an abusive home, and was taught you don't involve the cops, because it only makes things worse. The point is, he ended up moving 1,500 miles away to his father's house, ended up cleaning up his act, had a baby with this chick, got married. Unfortunately, leopards don't change their spots. Last I heard, he got busted for drugs again, and lost his kid and his wife. Burned through all my savings, had a shopping spree with my credit card without permission, threw a handgun at me. I decided I wanted to get out of that mess, but my name was on the lease. I had a job at the time, same job I have now, but I got promoted and could have paid my half of the rent on that apartment and gotten another one far away for me. But he was like, I can't bear to not be around you. Can you just stay and we can be roommates? At some point he became aware that I had started talking to other guys. He asked me to give him some time before I started dating again, because he couldn't bear the thought of me with another man. Meanwhile he's pestering me to sleep in the same bed still. I waited for weeks before I started dating again. I didn't feel like I owed him a hey, time's up, I'm going out on a date, nor did I feel the need to ask for his permission to go on a date. So I went out on a date with a fantastic guy, who I'm still with. He's totes awesome, and when I got home, my ex flipped his shit, told me I'm a horrible person, and that I'm going to be alone forever, and kicked me out of the apartment illegally. Then his parents, wealthy yuppers, had the nerve to demand I pay not only for the lease breaking fee, but for my half of the rent, for an apartment I was being illegally kept out of, as well, while they looked for another apartment for their drug addict son. He had the gall to tell me I was being cold for acting like he's a burden. Well, yeah, when you try to guilt me into spending $400 plus a month on your stupid drugs and refuse to let me find an apartment closer to where I work. He was unemployed, so I'm not commuting literally 400 miles every week. Yeah, that's kind of being a burden, if not an outright pain in my ass. At the time I was wearing an alcohol monitor on my ankle, and she was in bed next to me drinking wine and watching a movie. The wine spilled and got on my skin, which was enough to set off the monitor. My probation officer didn't believe me, and I ended up spending 3 months in jail last fall. While I was in jail, my friend got her a job at his restaurant. There was some girl that worked there that I knew years ago, but haven't seen in years. This girl, we'll call her Ali, was friends with another girl that I used to mess around with, Rachel, but I stopped talking to Rachel when I met my ex, Jill. For some reason Ali decided to tell Jill that I was cheating on her with Rachel, which I wasn't. Jill broke up with me over the phone in jail on Halloween and went out and faked some guy she worked with that night. She also ended up hitting Ali, breaking her nose, and hitting Rachel. She got arrested for assault. I got out of jail and saw Jill that night. We ended up getting in an argument and she started hitting me. I really wanted to smack the shit out of her, but I kept my cool. Months go by, and I find out she's now banging 3 of my old friends. To make me mad, 2 of which have girlfriends. Fast forward to 2 days ago, Rachel calls me and says Jill texted her saying I sent her nudes of Rachel, which I don't even have, and saying some other bullshit. She also told the guy that Rachel was talking to that me and Rachel were still having sex, which we weren't, and now that guy won't talk to Rachel. So pretty much she's faking with her for no reason. Months later, I don't know why, but yeah, Jill is a crazy bitch. She disappeared a year prior, 10-year relationship off and on, and she calls me up wanting to start over. She's been in another state with relatives. We just talk on the phone for a while until she's got me good and mushy, and then she wants to be with me again and wants to move to my city. So she moves out here, drops her bags in my living room, says she needs to go meet a friend, and disappears again for 5 days. I found out she was with another guy, so I went through all her shit for clues. I discovered she was my crazy ex when I realized she had in fact been institutionalized as a ward of the state after going on a crime spree, and upon release had used me as a staging area for her next move. She came back 2 days later with no idea why I would be upset. Stayed for 6 weeks before she moved to yet another state to live with her mother. And yet after that we were still friends. Edit. One time she got me to drive to Phoenix to get her because she pretended to have lost her bus ticket for the last leg between states, only for me to discover it was still attached to the rest of her ticket and she just didn't like the bus or something too. She had at least 4 pregnancies that never tested positive and miscarried about 2 to 3 weeks later. 3. She pretended her new boyfriend was Jared Way from My Chemical Romance. 4. She told me she used to fuck her sister and kept a lot of sexy selfies of her around. 5. She used my phone to harass this girl whose boyfriend she slept with pretending to be me, getting me blacklisted from a ton of social events. 6. One day she called me randomly at 3 AM saying her little sister had smoked some pot and was dying and needed to go to the ER. When I said she didn't, she got very frustrated that I wasn't being more dramatic. 7. We made an amateur porn and she voluntarily shared it with her mother. 8. Finally she was engaged and cheated on her fiancé with my then boyfriend, and that ended the cycle. All in all, I think I have pretty good taste and none of my exes were that off the deep end, but my most recent ex, before meeting my husband, was a sort of wild artist type. He was 13 years my senior, and we dated for nearly 3 years before I broke up with him due to his relentless cheating. At first I let some things go because our relationship was new. Then he started having a ton of excuses for why things look bad but aren't. After that I found out he'd been cheating on me with his ex before me, who he told me had left town. And yay, I took him back after he begged many times, and he of course did it again and again until I finally cut him off. Well, flash forward about 5 or 6 years later, I've met the love of my life and moved on. Moved to another city in another state, established a new life and career, etc. I went and visited my old stomping grounds and ran into him. We had a very pleasant encounter, nothing out of the ordinary. We always did have good chemistry and could talk for hours. It was about 2 or 3 weeks after I got back home when I got a random out of the blue text from him. Couldn't even believe he still had my phone number, and he said, "You are the most vile and despicable person I have ever met. You have ruined the love of my life and destroyed everything I hold dear. If you are ever to come to town again, please avoid me. I never want to see you again." That's more or less verbatim. It was just so out of the blue and unnecessarily mean. I still question whether or not it was even him who sent it. Maybe it was some girl he was seeing who saw me with him while I was visiting. Who knows, but I thought that was pretty nuts. To think he's 13 years older than me, cheated on me relentlessly for 3 years, sees me after years of silence, and is perfectly nice to me, then sends me a text claiming I'm the worst thing since pup sandwiches? What? It's sad to think that he think that I'm the one that ruined that relationship, since he was the one cheating on her and me. It's sad to think he's even still bothered by anything that happened between us. Consider he was the one who cheated, not me. And the text was so visceral, it just felt like holy shit, has he been lying in bed tearing himself apart about this? Hating me? Was he hating me while I was visiting? Did he hate me when we were together? What the fuck does it even mean? It also felt really unfair to unload on me when I have been entirely forgiving about constant cheating. I clearly wasn't the love of his life. He wasn't mine either. It was a disappointment, and he hurt me, but fuck man, that was years ago. I'm over it, and he's 13 years older than me. He should be over it too by now. Or at least taking responsibility for ruining his relationships, and not trying to blame his relationship failures on a 22-year-old girl he cheated on. What the fuck? He rapped me, and then told me he wanted to watch Childborn. I left him, and my friend reported him for the Childborn, leaving me anonymous. I ruined his career, so it's like 24% even. Another guy, I went a few dates with him and told him I was uncomfortable with dating. He's in a wheelchair because of Duchenne's muscular dystrophy and was in denial about dying in the years to come. He didn't have many left. He was 21, and it's not known to live past 30 with this kind of dystrophy, which I understand. When I tried explaining I just wanted to be friends, he kind of freaked. I started dating this other guy and he would beg me to be in a polyamorous relationship just to have sex with me. I told him he was making me feel like a sexual object and not a person, and his dad and stepmom messaged me and tore me down in one paragraph, made me seem like this terrible person for wanting to be friends, saying I used him and she dodged a crazy bullet there. Only talked to him for maybe 2 months. The last crazy ex was actually the guy I started dating after the guy in the wheelchair. He was fine at first, but then would go off his ADHD meds and become incredibly clingy and never stop texting me, beg me not to leave, yada yada. I would get upset about something. Sometimes you just have a shitty day, and he would start blaming himself every single day and wouldn't believe me when I said it had nothing to do with him. I was exhausted one day and wanted to lay down for a nap. He was horny and wanted to have sex. I told him I don't care if he masturbates, I'm just not in the mood. He tried screwing me anyway and I yelled at him and didn't want him anywhere near me. When my dad died, I asked him not to leave school. He went to school 3 hours away because I couldn't focus taking care of him at the time. I needed time to myself, and he showed up at my house and stayed for the weekend, not letting me do a single thing. He would stand within reaching distance the entire time. He didn't let me do anything alone, and I tried breaking up with him every day and he just wouldn't let me. It took me a month to actually break up with him. I told him I couldn't talk to him, and he would text me every day asking me stupid questions, try calling me, and when it finally went through that I was done and breaking it off, he still didn't stop. Finally I had to be a dick and just tell him I didn't give a shit about anything he did or said and that I don't want anything to do with him. He became my crazy ex the day I realized that I had stopped arguing back in fights because letting him yell at me was easier and quicker than standing up for myself. I took the ring off and set it next to me on the couch while he yelled at me for something related to me having my own friends and him not always being invited to everything. Before that he yelled at me over something after I get home from a 12-hour mid-shift. I remember standing next to the bed and wanting nothing more than for him to stop yelling so I could sleep. He previously worked the same shift and he knew the exhaustion point in the beginning of the relationship. I knew he had anger issues, but I always thought I could handle him because I loved him. The most faked up moment was when he proposed in front of my best friend and his daughter, and my first thought was fuck, this is bad. There was a lot more, but I never thought I was the kind of girl that would get into an abusive relationship of any kind, and it's faked me up for a while. I lost my friends, I stopped singing in the shower or car, I changed my goals and made so many sacrifices. I made sure to do things the way he liked to avoid anger, and I even had to stop talking to an amazing friend of mine because my ex was intimidated by him and forbade me to talk to him or about him. Post breakup I found out more fun stuff as well. Another crazy ex was before that. Broke up with me 3 days before the wedding of 2 friends we both had. We agreed to attend the wedding together and announce the breakup a few days after in order to not take away from their big day. I found out later that everyone already knew at the wedding. I played the perfect girlfriend and people knew it was a lie. This is the same guy that said he couldn't love me unless he left me, broke up with me, and tried to get me back with the line, the grass is not always greener on the other side. TLDR. One abusive ex-fiancé and one worst boyfriend ever. I made the mistake of telling a viciously jealous man I'm bi, and he didn't like me having any friends. He would ask me if I had met anyone new at work or if I was making friends at school that I wanted to vying over for game night. If I did, he would ostracize them and make them feel stupid. When I would confront him about his jealousy, he would say I didn't know what it was like for him to have been cheated on by his first girlfriend when he was 16. I couldn't hold a job because I would complain about work stuff, basic stress and needing to vent to the one you love and trust, and he would tell me to quit because I was distracting him from school, and obviously he was going to be the breadwinner. He would badmouth anything my family did and only could bear to be around them for a couple of hours and then need to leave. If his family was a problem, then I needed to deal with it because they are so important to him and they just want to take care of him, and they are paying all the bills anyways since I don't have a job. He proposed to me after 8 years because of the line in a song from Frozen that said I don't see a ring. Then if I ever brought up anything about the wedding, he would throw a hissy fit about how much it costs and how I should be doing this alone. After I broke up with him, he used my friend that he didn't know well beforehand to keep tabs on me and attempted to use her to manipulate me into getting back with him. Didn't understand why I flipped. Neither did she. Go figure. Then every few months he would get a hold of me to air out some grievances, Netflix account, his Wi saves, his urge to talk to me about the girl he is with now. His mom is the only reason he didn't get all my stuff. He wanted my bedroom set for his guest room and my dining room set for his dining room. He had a fully furnished house. His mom was like, you are not leaving a 9-year-long relationship with nothing. I will talk to him. Blocked him on everything now. Our friends tell me that he got engaged a week before my birthday and is getting married on the day I picked out for our wedding. Good luck with him, Mary. You're going to need it. When he asked to walk me home, even when I told him to keep his distance. I broke up with him 2 days after his birthday, and I was feeling a bit guilty. I wasn't into him anymore, but I would never expected to have what happened next. We walked home talking about general stuff, mainly school, and then at the door I tried to say goodbye, but he asked for water, as he needed to take a long ride bus. After I went inside to bring it to him, I lived in a sort of dorm, but with outside direct exit from my room. When I came back from my small kitchen area, he was sitting on my bed claiming he wanted to kill time between the next bus stop he was gonna take. We kept talking till he finally hit the topic of why I wasn't into him anymore and how he couldn't believe it. I tried to explain, but he started to want to kiss me by force. So I asked him to leave, and he got a bit violent. It was extremely scary, no close neighbors to help, and my next door guy friend wasn't on his room. I finally was able to push him outside, both yelling and being physical. As I was fast closing the door, he yelled, "If what you wanted was to make me a piece of shit, destroy me, you succeeded. We were only together 2 weeks. I would ignore him at school, even when he tried to apologize, and shortly after he left that university and went to another. His friend says it was because me, which is super crazy. He literally ruined my life. I was starting to catch feelings for another guy, because in all honesty he wasn't being a very supporting so. He'd never let me talk. Whenever I did give my opinion, he would always find some way to berate me and tell me why I was wrong, and he was right, and he wasn't very supportive of my ambitions if they didn't benefit him in some way. There were so many reasons why I was falling out in the relationship, but that would be like 10 pages of that, so I won't write any further. He tried to break up with me first because I was emotionally cheating, but I was confused about my feelings and didn't want our 4-year relationship to end, and I begged to get back with him like a faking idiot, and we got back together. But after a while, I thought about the situation for a long time and realized it wouldn't be right to be with anybody if I'm so emotionally confused. So I tried to break up with him. He went faking nuts and went over to my intermediate family's house and started berating me in front of my mom and my sister, who were encouraging me to get back together with him. So I was basically bullied into getting back into the relationship with him. A week later he went to my workplace drunk and broke up with me in front of the line of people I was taking care of, and honestly I was just waiting for him to fuck up just so I could get out of this toxic relationship. So afterwards he pretty much tried to stalk me and contact me through email, phone, text messages, Facebook, and any other social media for about 8 months straight. He also threatened to kill himself several times, and I had to call the police on him 3 times for it. There was even a time where he followed me on my bus route to school, and I was already having to deal with the stress of getting kicked out of my mom's house for stupid money issues and her getting annoyed at my depression of the whole situation, while trying to go to school and having to end up living in a faking disgusting house with a hoarder because I didn't have a place to stay. So one day I was actually having a good day with my friends. We just came back from having an awesome time at an anime convention, and I somehow get a text from the guy, and I just faking blow up, and I told him to fuck off and leave me the fuck alone. So the next day at school, while I was trying to finish up a paper last minute for class, he comes and insults me. He tells me how I'm childish, I'm a piece of shit, whatever. I get so faking mad that I start wailing on the guy, and the campus police had to break us up. And I'm the one who ended up getting yelled at even after explaining that the faker's been non-stop stalking me. So I just dropped out of school. I tried going back 2 more times, but the depression was so overwhelming that I dropped out those 2 times too, and now I don't qualify financial aid, and I can't get any loans for school because my credit isn't good enough, and there were way too many complications with the federal loans. I tried killing myself several times because my depression just got worse and worse, and now I have medical bills I can't afford to pay off. I work a dead-end job and I barely get by each month. And everyone my age is already graduating college and getting pretty decent jobs, which lowers my self-esteem further. I honestly just want to die every day. And I hate my ex so much that I wish he were dead. I just have sadness and hatred inside of me now, and it's already been 3 years since everything happened. I know that this story may not be as intense as some others, or it may just look like I'm whining and whatnot. Maybe I am, but I consider him a crazy ex. We are both Catholic. She was fine when we broke up, but appeared to have become ultra conservative in the summer break. After we'd broken up, she told people that I'd tricked her into dating me and pretty much tricked her about everything. I'd tricked her into going out for dinner, coffee, and movies. I tricked her into changing her Facebook relationship status. And I definitely tricked her into the horrible sinning of our sex life. We are both part of the Catholic Student Union at my university, and while most people questioned the legitimacy of her tricking accusations, since we'd previously been fine together. However, some of the ultra-conservative girls in the group, the ones who plan on being nuns, took her side and assumed that I was some perverted con man or something. This started at the beginning of the school year when she didn't respond to my hello. I just assumed that she didn't hear me. Later that week there was a CSU party and I greeted her by asking how her summer had been and that stuff. She told me to go away, and that was weird. After that party, one of the CSU leaders told me that she'd told everybody about me tricking her. I hadn't seen it because she'd blocked me on Facebook. I decided to just avoid eye contact and everything when we were with the CSU. At another event apparently I'd stroked her hair in a weird manner. The nun girls took her side, the guys realized that she'd gone crazy, and the CSU leaders talked to us separately. I don't know what they told her, but to me, it was a straightforward you can't touch her hair. That was retarded, but apparently it was policy to speak to both sides. Eventually she shut the fuck up about it and doesn't make any more accusations of hair stroking, but still claims that I tricked her when anybody asks what happened. So started dating this guy I met on a Cupid. He was nice, handsome, had a great job, and was easy to talk to. We were fairly serious for a couple months, texting all the time, meeting up about 3 times a week. He suggested that we become exclusive about 1.5 months after seeing each other. Then there was a drastic change in his behavior. He stopped responding to my texts as quickly, and sometimes would take days to get back to me. I decided to dig deeper. I really liked him, but had noticed some things that he had said about exes being psycho, which is now a red flag for me. Yeah, she kicked me out because she is crazy. If a guy wants to offer up that info very willingly, it's usually because he is the problem. In my experience, he told me that he was no longer on a Cupid and that he wanted to focus on me. I created a fake account because he asked that I delete mine and found him on there by searching /s/l with a different name. Jesus, he made it so easy. So I started talking to him with fake persona and no pic, and he was more than ready to meet up. It was slightly pathetic. I asked him to meet me at a bar and he showed up. The look on his face was priceless. Well, I know it sounds crazy, but we are still friends. I broke it off with him and moved on. I know enough about how messed up he is now that I understand why he can't commit to basically anything. He is not a bad person, just shitty to women. He desperately wants to commit, but at the same time commitment terrifies him and is like a death sentence. He still calls me to this day and pisses my boyfriend off, asking to hang out. I hope he figures it out. First cracksy ex either had or was faking a multiple personality disorder. Some of his personalities killed one of his personalities right in front of me. Scary sheet. Told me he did magic and said that he snuck into my room and made me levitate. Believed he turned into a werewolf when he got too angry. But other than that, he was a real sweetheart. I hope he got help. Crazy as hashtag kinda figured he was a little off on our first date. Wanted to kiss my tattoo of my son's name. Said no, he did it anyway. Should have ran after the invasion of personal boundaries, but I was curious and had a death wish at the time. He makes me practice shooting with a bow a week or so after. Gets really impressed when I break a hunting arrow on my first shot. Yes, I hit the target. A week later takes me practice shooting with guns. I hit the targets and then he gets really scared that I actually hit the targets like 2 shots in. Packs it up and we go home. His mama loses her shit that he was even touching the guns and I'm like, what the fuck? If has unstable, why do you have them in the house? By now I'm like, yeah, I need to get out of this. He convinces me to come over one more time. We get into a fight. I take off in my car. I don't trust him to drive me anywhere now. He follows me and his like right on my ass follows me. I won't let him follow me to my house. Worked up like this, I talk him down from his rage for 2 hours in Tim Hortons parking lot. I go home, break up with him. 2 months later he shoots and dismembers his parents and tries to bury their bodies on the property. Cops catch him in the act during a wellness check. He dies in prison. Thank God. It was back in high school. I met this guy. He was the only boy who was ever nice to me at the time. I wasn't considered attractive, nor did I have many friends, so I showed immediate attention and trust to this person. He had a very unnatural obsession with sex. He always talked about it and referenced the male genitalia repeatedly, even with multiple people. It was always uncomfortable. I was sadly a people pleaser. I did sexually please this person a lot, especially when he guilt tripped me a lot. He would always say things along the line of sex is important in a relationship and we should do it every day. I'm depressed, suck my dick so I can feel better. I had a bad day, let's do something. Grabs breast without consent, unzips pants. A lot. Mind you, it was my first relationship. When we finally broke up, we eventually met up again as friends, and eventually friends with benefits. Whenever I declined, he would either pull the one last time card or forced himself on me. His touch always felt gross, slimy almost, his kisses cold and loveless. He once said he wanted to attempt suicide because I started dating someone else unless I gave him a sexual favor. To distract himself from the pain of not being his, he forced himself more so on me, even while dating someone else multiple times. At this point in time I was mentally broken, depressed and helpless. I was being mentally abused to no end. He took advantage of my kind, shy nature. He ruined multiple relationships because he didn't want to share me, that I'm his alone, because I didn't know any better. I thought that was my life from then on. I had to respond when he called. I wasn't allowed to hang up, nor deny his requests, must tell him everything I'm doing, and where at every moment, and if I don't reply he'll show up at my house with no warning. He actually broke into my house once when no one was home. Eventually I met new people over the years. We are good friends now, but at the time we were basically strangers who lived across the country, who were told what happens to me by an acquaintance. They showed concern for me and actual caring. These people ask me, why do you talk to him when he treats you like that? I actually had no real answer. I cursed my ex out that same week and haven't spoken to him in years. Last I heard of him, he's gained weight, dropped out of school and works a dead-end job. And I'm in a happier, healthier relationship. My first boyfriend was a horny fuck who only cared about sex and his business, who mentally abused, raped me, leeched the life out of me for years, was eventually cut out of my life. He also admitted of attempting to drown my dog when out of town. Completely unrelated to what was already written, but still. I was in high school. I was 16 to 17 years old. He tasted like cauliflower. I should have known it was a bad sign. He was nice to be around at first, but he was really religious, and I was never a religious person. Still, he didn't push it much on me, so I didn't mind too much until he started calling, and I would be on the phone for literally 2 or 3 hours, convincing him not to kill himself. This would go on pretty much every day for weeks. He would get depressed and sad, and then I would have these long conversations trying to give him hope to survive until the next day. It was really stressful in hindsight, but I thought I was helping. I got a ride home from his mom a couple times. She was a really tired lady, and they all lived in a really shitty part of town. She was maybe in her early 40s, and I guess the Christianity they followed didn't allow them to use birth control or something, because she had like 5 children, and that was how I learned that crazy boyfriend didn't believe in birth control methods at all. I actually asked him about this, and he said to me, with a totally straight face, yeah, but if you have sex until you're pregnant, it's not like you can get more pregnant, so it's fine. Other weird things came out later, such as his insistence that women shouldn't have jobs or go to college. I was like, oh, nope. Nope. The final straw happened one morning in study period, where we were talking on the bleachers and he just goes on and on about how sad and horrible he is, and how we should break up, because he's a gross person and whatnot. This is him, mind you, not me, and I finally say, you know what? I don't think this relationship is working out. Sorry, I'm leaving. He freaked out and cried, and didn't come to school for like 2 weeks. When he finally came back, he told me that he stayed in bed and didn't do anything but cry for that whole time. I told him that that was his decision and that he obviously needed professional help. He tried being stalky and creepy at school for a while, so after trying a bunch of ineffective tactics, I ended up basically taking everything he'd ever told me about himself and used it against him to I basically kinda broke him psychologically because he wouldn't leave me alone. I dunno. I don't like doing it, but if someone threatens me, or my friends/family, then all bets are off. He called a lot for a while, but I just didn't answer, and he couldn't get his mom to drive over from the shitty part of town, so he never came to my house to bother me. In the end, his dad apparently lost his shitty minimum wage job, so they had to move to Texas to live in a church or something. It sounded kind of cult-y, and I was glad that he was out of my life. The creepy thing was that a couple years after that, he messaged me on LinkedIn or one of those older social media companies that are defunct nowadays and tried to send me a friend request. He was like, "Oh, I'm in the military now and I'd like to pick up where we left off." I'm like, still no. I blocked him and blocked all messages from him. I know he's not nearly as crazy as some of the crazy exes in here, but he ranks high on my squigometer. I like how most of these are about ex-girlfriends. Mine pales in comparison, but about 3 years ago it had been a few months since we broke up over his constant use of pain pills, and I asked for a few things of mine that I had left there: pajama pants, a scarf of mine that I'd crocheted. I made one for him too, few other items. He threatened to smash the ceramic turtle I painted for him, so I begged him to give that back too if he didn't want it. He said he'd leave everything on my doorstep and let me know when it was there. When I went out to get it, I saw that he'd taken scissors to my scarf, just destroyed the whole damn thing. That took a week to make. Periodically he'd send me nasty texts trying to play on my insecurities. He'd call me things like fatus, hoe, beach, and some creative combinations of those and other mean things. 2 years later he called me to tell me he quit his job the same day my younger brother's friend got a job in the same bar he worked in. Another year after that, I was sitting in my car in the supermarket parking lot and someone passed into front of my car. I glanced up and we made eye contact. I timidly smiled hello and his face tightened and he looked away immediately. Literally never did a damn thing wrong to that boy who cheated on me twice, who told me I was emasculating him when I told him I wanted him to wait to finish so I could try to orgasm too, who became a cruel person when he was on pills, who told me I should stay with him to make him happy even though I was unhappy. We met when we were in high school at 16 and ended up dating for 9 years. I'm a bisexual, so this was the first guy I had dated. I always made it a point to be loyal and supportive of the person I'm with, so I stayed with him, even though he was a jerk most of the time. He also knew I liked girls a lot, as well as guys during this entire time, and still acted like I was homophobic. I know I should have left him ages before it got bad, but I felt obligated to stay because I loved him very much and I didn't want to be alone. He proposed after 9.5 years, and I said yes. Things really changed when his brother had a failed suicide. His brother survived and is doing alright. My ex was at the house with his brother and parents when my ex's brother shot himself in his head. When my ex came back he had several mental breakdowns and panic attacks over a period of a few weeks. He became very volatile. During our relationship he was always selfish, but this incident started a huge wave of emotional abuse. I don't like confrontation, and he used that to make me scared of even going outside. About 3 months later he decided to tell me I wasn't attractive anymore, wanted to have a sex change and become a woman, have a polyamorous relationship with me and a guy friend from my high school that I couldn't have sex with, and never wanted to pay bills for me after marriage since he felt I was not pulling my weight to jobs at the time. By the way, he left when I told him I didn't know how to handle this change in him/her, that I didn't trust him anymore, called him out on his abusive behavior, and that conversation happened in front of my ex's dad because I was afraid to talk to them alone at that point. After a few weeks his father took him back to their hometown to live with his family, all of whom are supportive of the sex change choice. I wish him, or probably now her, nothing but healing and happiness for him/her and family. Sometimes I still feel like I could have done more during that time besides just taking abuse. I wanted to be more of a friend at the end of it, but he was so angry at everything. I couldn't help with anything, and I did not know what to do anymore. Edit a word. After 2 weeks of dating, I received a phone call from him asking advice on if he should rent a place for himself. Was living with his father at the time. I advised him that he had to pay rent on his own place, so if he was happy to do that then go for it, because I couldn't make that choice for him. He had wanted me to tell him to do it, which I quickly found out after he started shouting that down the phone, that I was a useless cunt, and he should have asked his mother. Go ask your faking mother then, dickhead. I was then told I was fat, UK size 8, but okay, made me feel like I had to change my hair and clothes style to keep him happy whilst he was still being verbally abusive. He told me stories of his abusive ex. It was probably a load of BS. At the time I felt bad for him. Split briefly. I was stupid and took him back. He posted a note through my door late at night asking me to call him. Didn't know the number until I rang, and he asked me not to hang up. Why oh why? He would literally go from being really nice, and as soon as he didn't hear what he wanted he started being abusive, but I was scared to stand up for myself at the time, and accepted what he said. Eventually we finished, because I wasn't willing to be in another abusive relationship and thought to myself I would rather be alone than with someone like that. When he then learned I had met someone new, we are still together now, told me to ask my boyfriend about the other women. I'm glad I could tell him I didn't need to, because my partner was everything that he wasn't, and I didn't care what he had to say anymore. He's been in multiple relationships since. Some of his exes seem to become friends because they all learn he's faking crazy, haha. The only good thing we had in common was being fans of Eminem. Late to the party, and not nearly as bad as the others, but oh well. Dated this girl for a while and we were in love and talking marriage. We were both in our low mid 20s. She had a kid, want to say she was 5, when I met her, and that never bothered me, because it was a senior year mistake that she loved and treated well. I, however, was raised in a strict religious household, and had never had sex, because sex before marriage was evil, and let's be honest, I was too ignorant to think for myself at that point. Imagine my surprise when she told me she was pregnant. Ends up that the unborn baby daddy was the father of her first child. One night after drinking at the bars she ran into her ex from high school and decided it would be a wise idea to sleep with him, even though we were in a serious relationship. Of course, I end the relationship then and there. A week or two later she calls saying how much she misses me and loves me. Nope. Then she has her 5-year-old daughter call and leave me voicemails saying how much she misses me and is calling me daddy. Nope. I changed my phone number a month or two later because it just wasn't stopping. Next thing you know I'm getting calls at work and visits at work, and she's creating scenes in the lobby threatening suicide and threatening to kill our baby. Remember, I'm a good religious boy who had never had sex. If I didn't return to her, I ended up having to quit my job and move to another state to get away from her. I had my roommate in her and told her I had died in a terrible car accident. I still got emails from her for the next 10 years, started with daily emails and slowly faded from there, saying how much she missed me and wished I was still alive and in her life. She'd send photos of her family and how much they missed me and how I should be raising her newborn. I'm glad I missed out on that crazy train. My first indication that my at the time girlfriend might be a little unhinged was when she threw a full 44-ounce cup of Sprite on me upon finding out that I was going to go hunting with her dad. I had come to visit her. Her dad was going to scout a place to set up a deer stand. Would be gone an hour tops. Thought it would be a good opportunity for bonding and whatnot, but whatevs. Me being naive at the time and finally getting laid on the regular, I decided to brush it off. Married her half a year later. She was 16, I was 19. Folks, don't do this. So a condition of her parents allowing us to marry was that she had to have a birth control implant so we wouldn't have kids right off, which I thought was a great idea. 2 years later the implant was out for health reasons, and 6 months after that she had a miscarriage. The funny thing about that was we hadn't had sex in those 6 months because our relationship was falling apart. Big surprise, I know. In a hoe, I took her to the hospital when she had the miscarriage, so I know she wasn't just making it up to try to keep me around, but I also knew by default that she had cheated on me, and this would be the second time in 2 years. Alas, being the sucker I forgave her and took her back yet again, and around 11 months later we had our first child together. 18 months after that we had another. Things seemed alright during those 2 years. I worked 14 hours a day and barely saw them, and that may have contributed to my sense of well-being. Things were never normal though. She constantly belittled me and told me I would never amount to anything. She isolated me from my parents and sisters, feeding me a constant stream of lies about how they all were mistreating her. She accused me of cheating nearly every day. If she thought I got enjoyment from anything, like watching a football game or playing a video game, it would become her sole mission in life to stop me from doing it. Overall I was miserable, but coming from a broken home I was determined to make it work for the kids. My youngest son was born in 2001, and I was 4 years into this nightmare at that time. By 6 years I was a total wreck, desperate for a way out of the toxicity of this relationship. I even ran away once, after finding out she had cheated on me for the 6th time. I told her I was going to pick up a paycheck and skip town, and was staying at a friend's house, a friend I hadn't spoken to in 6 years. Thanks to her, she came to where I was, and somehow managed to convince me it was my fault that she cheated, and if I came back everything would be alright. I went back, another 2 years of misery. We were always poor, and I was always the sole breadwinner for the family, and I begged and begged her to get a job. Well, finally, I thought I had won that battle. She agreed to get a job. Her new job was about 60 miles away, and she would be working with her sister at a factory and things were going to get better. I just knew it. Can't wait for that first extra paycheck. 3 weeks go by and nothing. She gives me all sorts of excuses as to why she hasn't got paid yet, but I'm a bit skeptical after 8 solid years of lies. I call her sister and ask about the pay periods at their workplace, and am informed that my at the time wife only worked for 2 days. So then the question becomes, what has she been doing the other 19 days when she was supposed to be working the night shift at a factory? As it turned out, she was going and smoking/snorting crystal meth with a drug dealer. Guess how she was paying for the drugs? I waited up for her to get home from work and confronted her about all of it. Got a full confession from her about everything, the meth, the cheating, everything in our 8-year marriage that she had done. This was the final nail in the coffin that had once contained my hopes and dreams. I called into my work, took a personal day, something I hadn't done ever since I started working at 15, and went and filed for a divorce. Things got super crazy between filing for it and it being final. Some of the high points including her stealing a money order from my mailbox that I was sending to pay a bill, demanding the one vehicle of ours that wasn't paid off and consequently having it repoed, running from her drug dealer, trying to hide at my house, and lots of other high drama things. I kept custody of the kids for 4 years after we divorced, kept working and put myself through college while raising said kids. I'm happily married again to a not crazy wife and have 3 more kids who are all well adjusted and awesome. She'd cry 24/7 about any little thing that didn't go her way, whether it be in our control or not. Force me to let her stay at my house 4 days on end. I was a senior in HS, and she was a sophomore in college. My mom came into my room to find her literally watching me sleep one afternoon. Would surprise me by coming home every time I told her about weekend plans with my friends, and would subsequently ruin them by forcing me to stay with her. I couldn't have any female friends, and she even yelled at me for texting other girls, aka my cousin and sister. Told me she was going to kill herself multiple times, including one where I contacted her best friend and informed her of the situation, to find out that she was with her friend the whole time and her friend had no idea the shit she had been texting me. Pushed me into the street when a car was oncoming, causing the car to swerve out of the way, just barely not killing me. But here's the absolute kicker. We worked at a summer camp together. One day she saw I was texting an old friend of mine, female, who I hadn't spoken to in a while during our period off. She freaked out and started losing it on me in the staff lounge with 2 of our other coworkers there. They left and she kept going, eventually grabbing a box cutter and saying he was going to kill herself right there. The camp bell rang for lunch, and I was the only counselor in my cabin on that day, so I had to leave, and when she wasn't following me as well I ran back, and she was trying to cut herself. I tried wrestling the box cutter away, but she ended up slicing my arm pretty bad before I got a hold of it and tossed it into the woods. I start to walk to the other side of the camp, and as I get to the dining hall she runs from behind me towards the waterfront, where we both primarily work, and locks herself in the windsurf shed and refuses to come out until I go in alone and talk to her. I go over to try to get her out and can't do it, almost breaking until my wonderful boss comes over and saved me. He and another of my bosses got her out, packed her sheet, and brought her to the nearest hospital. A week later I'm sitting around the lunch table with my campers and I receive the mail for our cabin. I hand the kids their mail and my assistant camp director puts a hand on my shoulder and hands me one more, which is an envelope from the hospital from her explaining and apologizing. Me being an idiot 18-year-old, I didn't give up immediately, and although we never dated again, saw and slept with her many times over the next year, just making it worse. I have a couple more stories like that one, if anyone is interested. Also, damn, that felt good to let out. Well, I'm late to the party, and here comes a great wall of text, but it'll be worth it for those reading. The girl who cried rap. I was 17, dating a girl 1 year younger than me in high school. The short version is, we dated, her mom flipped out, she moved in with her dad flipped out, we broke up. But the levels of crazy here are like an onion, each deeper and sad than the last point. During our relationship, I discovered her mom was not actually her birth mom. Her birth mom gave up all parental rights, she was solely her dad's responsibility. Her dad marries, let's call the psycho mom Deb. Deb becomes girl's acting mother, but never legally adopts. Here's the backstory on the girl. She had never spent the night away from home / her mother, ever. Up until she was 15, she slept in the same bed as her mother every single night. Her younger brother, 13 at the time, was still sleeping in bed with his mom each night, and she would accompany him to the bathroom when we were out to eat or shopping. Her mom actually had no legal right over her, had never officially adopted her when she married her dad, so when they got divorced the mom technically had no legal power. But the dad allowed her to stay there. So the mom goes through her phone one day, finds some texts that upset her. Absolutely nothing, we were good virgin kids. The girl gets put on lockdown all summer, no phone, no freedom, verbal and emotional abuse from her mom, etc. Girl decides to move out and stay with her dad. Things get better. Girl can't stop missing her mom, so moves back home with her. That's when I bailed. When the girl returns to high school next year, she can't tell everyone the truth. My family is faking crazy, and I can't stand to be away from my abusive, controlling mom who's not even really my mom. So instead, she tells everyone that she broke up with me because I was physically and emotionally abusive, and then later started saying I had tried to rap her. This actually blew up while in college. She got confronted by her new boyfriend's friends, who liked me. She admitted to them she made everything about me up, but never admitted it to the whole community she initially told. I almost sued her for slander. I had proof she'd said the stuff, proof it wasn't true, testimonies of her admitting it was true, etc. Ended up just moving on as best as I could. I could go on and on about all the messed up stuff that the psycho mom did, including many illegal things, but I don't want to keep writing for no reason. I'll happy share more about how faked up their family is though. Late to the party, so it will probably stay buried. A few months after my ex and I broke up, I was sent home early from work due to illness. I was supposed to be getting together with a group of friends that night. My ex was also invited because we shared the group of friends. So I sent a quick email to everyone that I was sick and headed home. No get together for me. After a few hours of napping and boredom, I walked to the Borders bookstore a few blocks away. That should tell you how long ago this was, and sat down on a chair with a book I wanted to buy. I fell asleep in the bookstore and my phone going off sometime later woke me up. My ex had gone across town over to my apartment and was trying to get the maintenance guy to open my place because I wasn't opening the door for her. The maintenance guy was calling me to see if he could let her in because she wasn't listed on the emergency contact list, and was it okay to let her in. I told the guy no, do not let her in. I'll be there in 10 minutes, bought my book and walked home. When I got there she was furious that the maintenance guy wouldn't let her in, and she was desperate to make sure I was okay. When I went to open my apartment door, I noticed a footprint way up at eye level. She had been using her shoe to knock on my door because I wasn't responding to her other knocks. I was like, what the fuck is this? She said she was afraid I had overdosed on some cold meds or something because I wouldn't let her in. She didn't try calling me, she went straight to attempted B&E. I've literally written a small book about how my crazy exes became my crazy exes. If I hadn't, perhaps I would have been driven mad by now. Used to send nude pics to college professors, then was suddenly amazed at all the extra attention she was getting. Incessantly impulsive, drug abusing, violent. Said she talked to God, did weird gestures with her mouth and hands while doing so. This one was also a devout pathological liar. Last thing I knew about her was that she had exorcised a town on Facebook. I'm not kidding, it was picked by local newspapers. Had several personalities. She would speak differently when logged into a different one. I still don't know if she was trolling me or if it was a real medical issue. Pathological control freak. Was even offended when I didn't speak using the words she preferred. One day I wrote a list of all her bullshit requirements to make her realize how absurd it was. She was instead reaffirmed. Bipolar info. She was red only and blue only on the same person, on a random switch. Very unsettling. Also tried to bang lots of PPL. I knew. Charismatic psychopath. To say the least troubling thing, she kept a file on me. I can keep going with luxury and details, but it ain't worth it. Wait for the translated book, or comic or whatever I do. In spite of having dated healthy girls, I'm still the guy with the crazy exes. I guess I've been too tolerant and or stupid when making my choices. Before I go into this, please know, I was stupid and naive. 17-year-old me met this guy at a restaurant with my friends, most 20 to 25. We all chatted, and he was extremely charismatic. We were off to a movie and his shift was ending, so we invited him and I swapped numbers, and to the movies we went. A few weeks go by, and we chat here and there, then he asks me on a date. We hang out, he cooks me dinner and copious amounts of booze. He told me he was 25, and he seemed so caring and genuine. The next week he calls me up and asks to meet. Turns out he is short cash for rent and blah blah blah. He just wants to vent to me and feels like shit about it. Doesn't outright ask for money, but looking back now it was all a ploy. I offer to give it to him, but he out of pride says no, and on his way he went. Not long into the relationship, in buying all the meals we have when together, stocking his fridge, paying for booze, gas, smokes. He starts telling me the stories of grandeur, about all the things he has done, etc. About 3 weeks and he takes me to a hotel parking lot and says before we go out I have to meet someone. A van pulls up with 3 thugs, and out he goes. When he returns I, calm as duck for some reason, just say you just bought drugs, in guessing that's a ball of cum. Now I've never seen coke before, but I'm not an idiot. He goes to tell me all about his drug addictions ECT. And asks me if I'm okay with it, if I want to leave now, or am okay. By this time I had already checked his wallet to find out he is 35, and for some odd reason was like, just keep it to yourself. His vehicle was not registered, and since I was in it a lot with him, I registered it in my name. A little while later he sold it for coke money, forged my signature. I paid for a month or 2 of rent for him as well, while he was getting clean and staying healthy. A couple weeks later he threw a party at his house, tossed me a $100, and told me to go out the back door, hop in said same van, and bring back drugs. Good news for me, the guys didn't show. Few weeks later I came over to hang out, and he was sitting on his sheety couch with a homemade crack pipe, asked for a BJ, and in the middle of it, he offered the pip to me. She just kept progressing. I remember the day he freaked out cause in a coked out state he accidentally flushed a ball of coke. He then told me about his prior criminal activities and conned me into lying as a reference for a job. I helped get him this job and he proceeded to steal and lie and sling out the back door. He bounced with about 3k of fizz and a stolen vehicle out across the country. A week or so later he calls me and asks me to attend his hearing in my city and report back to him with what they say, asking them to postpone court point in front of the judge. I asked for it to be postponed due to family emergencies, not disclosing his location. Hell, I didn't even know where. The judge thanked me and proceeded to put out a warrant for his arrest. Afterwards the Crown prosecutor calls me aside, his words faking, hit me like a brick. Miss, you seem to be very bright and so far unharmed, but I ask you to get as far away from this man as humanly possible. The list of charges you see here are only the provincial. There are federal officers outside waiting to deliver him more if he was to show up. It is a long list, and one of them includes assault, and I shouldn't tell you this, but it's against a woman. You are young, and I would hate to see you wrapped up in this any further. I don't want to see you back here. I nope the fuck out to there. He was found out east and brought back to my province, spent a few years in jail, and is now who knows where. I now look back to the few months when I had mononucleosis and my doctor never thought to test for Hep C. However, I turned up positive with the antibodies a few years later, which means I had it at one point in my life and beat it, which would have conveniently been while K dated him. Ugh. He called me numerous times while he was in jail, how I was the best he ever had etc. How I should come visit, wait for him, blah blah TLDR. Coked out 35 years old, conned my 17 years old as into providing for him, gave me Hep C, fed me booze, tried to get me hooked on crack, lied and stole, conned his boss out of money, dealt drugs, skipped bail, abused women, etc. And I'm so happy for that prosecutor for telling it to me straight. She tried to stab me when I wouldn't let her kill herself. We had broken up when I was 19. We had a long history of dating and her dumping me for lots of crazy dumb reasons. I think I'm gay, I want to sleep around you, don't want to take me on vacation with you, so we are breaking up, and each time I always went okay sure we can get back together, but the last time was around when my grandmother passed and I just put my foot down. She then caught the bus to my house unannounced to ask me to come back. When I told her no again, she said okay, I understand, then proceeded to walk to my front door, pull out a sharpened pocket knife that I bought her, and attempt to slit her wrist as deep as she could in front of my front door. I then jumped up and ran to grab her wrists and get the knife out of her hands. She then immediately tried to stab me with it. Actually left a huge hole in one of my favorite shirts, but thankfully only just barely broke the skin and didn't leave any puncture wounds or anything. Now, before I tell you what happened next, I need to make absolute certain that you understand that I'm extremely against any form of violence towards women. She kept trying to swipe at me, at which point I grabbed her by both arms, moved out of my front door, and flung her out onto my lawn. I then screamed at the top of my lungs at her, I'm calling the faking cops, you psycho. What made it awkward is that we were also cowhawkers, so I had to see her 2 days later. One resignation from my job later, I didn't see her again for about 5 years. What made that situation crazy is that I'm a 6'4" man. I'm gender fluid, but male presenting / identifying, and I'm a so it's whatever, and she was a 5'3" girl. Please don't let people tell you that you can't be abused because you're large or male or whatever. Not just crazy ex, but batshit crazy ex. It started when she told me she was bulimic and kept throwing all the food away as soon as I bought it so she wouldn't be tempted. Then she went missing for several days. When she returned, she said she'd been in a fugue and found herself in a cow pasture 300 miles away. Then she met a crackhead who tickled her fancy and told me she thought we should see other people, which I thought was my perfect escape from this nutball. When I came home from a long and lusty weekend, she was throwing a party with this crack-smoking redneck and his skanky friends, so I just went down to the basement to watch TV. She burst in on me and demanded that I come upstairs and join the party, so I followed her. When she tried to introduce me to these weirdos, she noticed a bite mark on my neck and started screaming at the top of her lungs, just incoherent screaming. While Cracky and the Pipes just stood there looking like idiots, she ran into the back of the house and came back with a razor blade, screaming, "You want to see what you've done to me?" I pulled out my phone to record her behavior, so she couldn't accuse me of attacking her, while she started to slice herself up on her legs and torso, still screaming, "You're doing this to me." Even crackheads have their limits, and they noped the fuck out of there without their feet touching the ground. I grabbed my guns and personal stuff and tossed them in the trunk of my car, then went back inside to get my clothes, where I saw that she had drawn a pentagram on the floor with her own blood and was standing in the center pointing at me saying, "I curse you." I left that night. She showed up at a show several years later and told several fans we have a past, but the kicker was when she said it to my wife, who she didn't know. My wife responded, "Yeah, he told me about you. I'm a vivisectionist and I can show how to do it right." Never heard from her again. Edit some words. Don't know if anybody will read this, but here I go. Point talked this one chick from 2002. Late 2004 I met her on ICQ. She randomly messaged me. I wanted to see if she was a real person. We ended up exchanging phone numbers. She told me she used to be a phone set operator, so we continued to talk. For some reason, she would have sex with me, but never really wanted to date. She says it is because she got out of a real shitty marriage with a druggy husband that would beat her. She ended up cheating on him at the end. She then told me she has a friend that is single, and she would try to hook me up. So I went over to her friend's house, went and visited this chick. There was no talk, and she had one of her friends over. While we were all talking, she told me that the girl I've been talking to for 6 months has gotten married. I said she was bullshitting me. She told me that she has the wedding pictures. I looked and sure enough, they were her recent wedding pictures. The night continued, and out of the blue, she told me that she wasn't going to fuck me and all other shit. So I was like, I'm done here, and walked out the door. A month later, that same chick I met for the night got knocked up. So I had a nice discussion with her, and she says she told me she was getting married. Of course, I called bullshit. She begged me to keep talking to me, and that she loves my cork. She said that would be the thing she missed most about me. So I did what any guy would do, see how crazy this gets. We continued to talk. She eventually says he is cheating on her, and she wanted to meet up with me. Of course, we have sex. She wanted me to start dating her, and I did not want to be with somebody that cheated on both of her husbands after her. I met another girl and we started dating. I'm now married to her. Flash forward to a few years ago. My marriage was on the rocks a few years ago and was separated. I was browsing OkCupid, and I found my crazy ex with a profile. I decided to message her to see what kind of crazy she is right now. She is married with 3 kids, and is cheating on her 3rd husband. Only thought in my mind was that I dodged a major bullet and did the Tiger Woods fist pump. When we first started dating he told me he had severe anxiety and that he had to take medication for it, which I later discovered he didn't. A few months in, and he starts to show his true colors. He would drink himself stupid then claim he's not drunk when he can barely construct a coherent sentence. He was never physically abusive, but would call me every name in the book when he would drink, then blame it on us not talking about our problems enough. So naturally these feelings resurface when he's drunk or something. Knowing my dad is sick, he lied about his mum having heart problems, lied about his dad having cancer, and about his best friend having some other disease to get sympathy, none of which were true, which worked. Lied about his dad being his stepdad, then told my best friend his mum is actually his stepmom. Again, none of which is true. Was a master manipulator. I was not allowed to hang out with my friends or he'd guilt trip me into going to see him because we don't spend enough time together. Wouldn't admit he had an alcohol problem, even after I've confronted him about his behavior multiple times. He would lie about being drunk, but he would non-stop swear at me and get very abusive and creative with his insults. He somehow managed to convince me that no one will ever love me as much as he did, which I still believe to be honest, and regularly reminded me of all the nice things he did for me. After having had enough with his emotional abuse, I finally broke free. That's when hell broke loose. He blew up my phone with texts, stalked my FB, and kept count of my friends to see if I have new men on there, then ask me about it. He would constantly try and find out what I'm doing through any mutual friends we know. Suddenly became interested in contacting my sister, made friends with some of my friends, would regularly get wasted. After we broke up, and alternate between "I'm so sorry I made a mistake" and "fuck you. You ruined my life." Finished her degree and started a lucrative job. The beginning of the end was when we got married. The worst mistake in my life was marrying that woman. There were so many red flags I blindly and idiotically ignored, such as her grandmother being so crazy and toxic that her mother had a restraining order against her, her mother being crazy and toxic herself to the extent that my wife would barely speak to her and often talk to me about how much she hated her mom, her experience being raised as an only child making her inherent narcissism a much more severe problem, her expectations of what I should be, and constant suggestions and demands, all the while freaking out if I ever asked her to change the slightest thing about herself and her behavior, the fact that I was the only one who made any effort in the relationship to better things, and so many more. Marrying young is so often a bad idea. The flood of anecdotal replies stating how I'm wrong because they got married at 12 years old and have been happily together for 69 and 5/6 years. The beginning of what made her my crazy ex more or less started when she screamed at me for asking her if she could pay the rent, now that she made literally 10 times more than me. I was a full-time student with a part-time job. I had paid our rent and utilities for 2 years, while all she paid for was groceries, yet she would go off on a tirade about how expensive groceries actually are, and how it was equal. So when she got a well-paying job and had no other expenses, I thought it would not be out of line to ask if she could cover rent, now that she had graduated. Yeah, pretty unreasonable request by me, right? She did nothing to support me when I fell into a spiral of depression from the combined stress of work and school and having the most self-centered wife of all time. She just goes increasingly bitter and caustic towards me when I couldn't just snap out of it. Out of the blue one day she took essentially everything in the apartment and moved to another place with a bunch of guy roommates. I feel she did this because now that she had money she did not want to be weighed down with a depressed husband who was still in school with a low-paying job and who did not like going out and partying every night. She left me my clothes, one bookshelf, one packet of turkey and a half-full bottle of prune juice. That was literally all that was left in the apartment. When I came home, I soon learned that when people would ask why she moved out, she would simply state he was abusive, carefully omitting the fact that I had never ever struck her or touched her in any sort of harmful manner throughout the entire course of our relationship or verbally berated her. The only thing that could even be skewed as abuse the harsh arguments we had during the months before she moved out when things were so shitty. This abuse she was using as an excuse to ditch me and live a new party life was later learned to be the times we had yelled and cursed at each other during those arguments when things had gotten so bad in our marriage. So by her logic, she was also abusive as we both yelled and cursed at each other. Apparently we are the only couple in history to yell and curse at each other while arguing, and that right there more than warrants someone abandoning their deeply depressed and struggling spouse while taking the entirety of their possessions. Because she was a woman, people believed her without question. I was so hurt that so many people I knew would believe her when they knew me well and knew that I would never do something like that. I lost many friends. Naturally I felt a quick divorce was what she wanted. I mean, for God's sake, she had destroyed my reputation and I was now viewed as a crazy abusive spouse. Why would she want to stay married to someone like that? Especially after she had trashed me to everyone who would listen. So I started the paperwork. I was done being treated as a burden to someone who would not make a single moment of effort to better our relationship. She would give the oft-spoken reply of "I can't try until you try seriously" when I asked her to help me improve our relationship. But the silly thing was that I had always tried. That was the entire faking reason we were still together, is because any issue that came up was solved or worked on or overcome by me. She had also never apologized to me when I would bring this up and how damaging it was to our relationship. She would say my mother never apologized to me and so I have a really big problem doing it, as if that was a magical excuse that solved everything. I refused to be with a woman who would do her best to ruin my life the moment she decided she wanted to start partying. Also, she would have an excuse for leaving that painted her as the good guy instead of someone who was abandoning their severely depressed spouse in their time of need. Anyways, I let her know I was beginning the paperwork, and she freaked out saying that she couldn't believe I would do that and never wanted a divorce and loved me so much. I was shocked that she could actually say that and mean it after what she had done. She had been the most awful, unsupportive, bitter, demanding wife for over 2 years. I guess that was proof that I really was the only one ever trying in the relationship. She enjoyed being loved, being the object of my affection, and having someone take care of all the problems that came up in life, but she never made a moment of effort on her end. Part 1 of 2. Part 2 of 2. She had a distinct inability to do anything that would show me that she cared in any way. Quick small example, I had a birthday coming up and all I wanted was to have a good homemade pizza. She had made them before, and they were my favorite. So a week or so before my birthday I told her that was all I wanted for my birthday. The day of my birthday arrives, and I come home from work expecting to be greeted by the delicious aroma of fresh pizza. What I came home to was her sitting on the couch reading gossip websites in her pajamas. Maybe she had planned to make it with me. When I got home, I asked about the pizza and she very nonchalantly said, "Oh well, we have some tortillas and some leftover marinara and a bit of cheese. We could make that." Inside of me came a realization that I would suppress for another year leading up to the divorce. This woman did not give a flying fuck about me. I had asked her for only one thing for my birthday and she just straight up did not care enough at all to do it or even attempt to do it. It was not a giant request. It was a pizza. She did not care about me and never did. Many other things like that happened throughout our relationship and I would just push them under thinking that soon she would start to contribute to this relationship. She never did point, but returning to the scene of me telling her I was starting the paperwork for divorce. When I then asked her what she had expected to happen when she moved out and took everything, she seriously told me she expected that I would live in the barren apartment for a half year paying rent I could barely afford while she partied her ass off and lived it up with her roommates. During that time I was also supposed to magically cure my depression and become a perfect husband for when she moved back in. It was all about her. It always was. She was not sad to lose me, she was sad to lose the attention and affection and comfort I gave her. As a person I was nothing to her. I truly tried to make things work. Looking back I should have never once hesitated with the divorce after she moved out and gone full steam ahead. She grew up an only child and was absolutely the most selfish and self-centered person I had ever met in my entire life, while simultaneously being the least self-aware being in existence. She quite literally could not consider the needs of anyone but herself. So naturally she refused to make any changes to prevent the divorce as I was apparently the entire problem in our marriage, and she was forever innocent of any wrongdoing or fault. Never mind the fact that she was a horrible, selfish, degrading partner who never ever tried to help or support me in any way or love me for the person I was, instead of the person she expected me to be, an instant college graduate making tons of money magically within a few months of getting married who would bow to her every whim and treat her severe OCD as just a cute little quirk while berating me for my ever worsening depression. She wanted a doormat that gave her affection and care and love and wanted to provide nothing in return. After a few painfully worthless attempts at making things work, I realized I would never be happy with this woman no matter what. No amount of effort could make that marriage a happy one, because it takes two people trying to make a marriage work. At that point I turned my emotions off and continued to work on the divorce documents. I could not afford a lawyer and had to do it all myself. When she realized I was no longer going to make any effort to fix the marriage, she made one last pathetic attempt at reconciliation. She came to my parents' house, who I had to move in with due to the cost of the divorce, along with me not wanting to pay $800 a month to live in an empty echo chamber with tile flooring. She asked to talk, and without emotion I told her to say what she needed to. She began sobbing and read from a piece of paper how she finally realized how awful and selfish she had been, and how I was absolutely right about her being exactly like her mother. Tears streamed down her face as she made every promise in the world to make things better and have a happy marriage with me. She literally stated that it was all her fault. This was the only effort she ever made in the entire course of our relationship to better things. in nearly 5 years. That was the one and only time she tried point, but it was too late for that. It was centuries too late for that. Millenniums too late for it. Eons too late. We had already been separated for months. Our marriage was dead before it even began. After she was done reading her letter, she stood up and walked over to try and hug me. I stuck my hand out in a stop gesture and told her she could leave now. I had been through too many years of hell with her. I knew that she would never change. A person who cannot consider anyone but themselves will never change. The only reason she did this was because it was quite literally the last chance to do anything. I hope all the people in the friendships of mine she destroyed considered the fact that I divorced her while she begged me not to point. She then walked into the front room and began chatting with my brothers, who faking hated her like she was a lifelong friend and always would be. No, it was over. I had just gotten the last signature I needed from her to complete the divorce. She would be completely erased from my life. I walked up to her and told her, "If you could please leave, I have a date in 10 minutes. Which was not true, followed by her looking at me with shock and slowly leaving the house. For context, she had been hanging out with the guys as her new place for weeks. She was going out on dates long before. I was kind of odd that she would want to stay with an abuser and beg him not to leave her instead of beginning to divorce him right away. I had to agree to her unbelievably unreasonable split of our assets in order to get her to sign the papers. In the end, I had my laptop, my clothes, and hundreds of dollars of debt. She refused to acknowledge the laws in our state clearly stating that all assets acquired in marriage are considered the property of both parties and are to be divided as such in the case of a divorce. If I had not wanted so badly to just get the hell away from her as soon as possible, I would have hired a lawyer and received no less than $10,000 constituting my half of the assets acquired in our marriage. But I was desperate to get her out of my life. She was a molten ball of metal, burning and torching anything around her. I just wanted to be free from her insanity. Later that day, she took the effort to do anything and everything to ruin my life and the rest of my friendships in any way she could. I lost my lifelong best friend, who refused to speak to me to hear my side, and several of my really good friends in another state. Every single mutual acquaintance was lost. I soon realized that to begin a new life I had to literally treat her as a virulent, deadly plague. Every single thing she touched I cut off from myself. Any and all friends, any and all acquaintances, everything. By the end of it all, there was only my family left. They knew the truth and supported me. They had seen our marriage play out. They knew what she was. She was a faking crazy ex. I saw her several times around the city after that. She came up to me at a concert and said, "I just wanted to say hi and see how things are going," and smiled. I silently looked above her and made a shooing gesture, not saying a word. Again, she looked surprised. The woman who had gone to great lengths to try and ruin my life and cut me off from everyone I had ever been friends with while screwing me out of thousands. The woman who painted me as an abusive psycho to all that would listen. The woman who never spent a moment of effort helping to better our relationship was shocked when I did not want to speak with her. The last contact I had with her was an email written in a playful tone that she sent me, telling me that the Steam account I had set up for her was notifying her of sales, and that it was detrimental to her healing process, and that I needed to fix it. I clicked the unsubscribe from all emails button at the bottom of her forwarded email. You know, that button that nearly every single email from any company has. I then told her in 2 short sentences, "Do not contact me again. I have unsubscribed you from the emails, and no more will be sent." That was the last I ever heard from her, as I filtered her incoming emails to be marked as read and sent directly into the trash point. That was the story of my crazy ex. My crazy ex posted pictures of his penis on Craigslist that he took in my parents' bathroom when they let him stay at their house after his family kicked him out, looking to find someone to hook up with in my apartment when I was hospitalized for surgery. I found this out when I came home from the hospital, where he left open his ads and emails on my desktop computer. This was the end of the relationship, obviously, but it doesn't end there. By the way, 7 inches is a huge exaggeration, my friend. After I blocked his phone number and social media accounts, he went and got a new phone number and made fake social media accounts with photos of my friends to keep track of my life. At one point, he had called me over 100 times during a 4-hour shift at work. He also worked for my cell phone company, so, without authorization, accessed my account and started calling the numbers I was texting, threatening them for contacting his girlfriend. I was obviously very frightening by that point, so I hid a friend over one night after surgery, and he tried to break in, convinced I was sleeping with someone, which, even if I was, it was none of his business. He proceeded to pound on the door and lay on my doorstep. I called the police. He then said I was withholding his belongings inside the apartment we used to share. What were those belongings? He told the police he needed it to in the morning. A frozen pizza. I hope that night in jail was worth your $4 tombstone. He also stole my bucks, jerk. It took moving across the country to finally get him away from me for good. This only scratches the surface of his insanity. The weirdest part is his family tried to convince everyone I was the crazy one and that their son was a victim. I've never had a crazy ex, but my fiance has. This girl had a lot of issues that she didn't realize, I guess, but in a hoe. So when I first met my boyfriend, now fiance, he was dating this crazy chick already. They may have been together for a month or so. Well, we started getting to know each other as the days went by, and he started telling me all the crazy shit she does. We live in the Bible Belt and this girl was one of those crazy Bible thumping beaches, so her logic for the whole sex before marriage thing was that it's okay to take it up the ass because hey, she's still a virgin, as long as it doesn't go in the pinky. I'm by no means a Christian, but pretty sure sodomy is frowned upon. I mean Sodom and Gomorrah, come on. Not only that, but if my man was playing around with her like poking or tickling her, she would just haul off and slap the shit out of him. She'd done this very frequently, and even done it in front of his sister twice. And I'm pretty sure she had some daddy issues. She would always call him daddy, nothing wrong with that, if that's your cup of tea. But when you make the comment about how you find your boyfriend's dad attractive, that's kinda weird. She would also make him call her every night to talk to her and put her to sleep. Sometimes the calls would last up until 5 to 6 AM and we were in high school when this was going on. If he didn't call, or did call, and he wanted to go to bed, she would scream and throw tantrums and tell him he was going to hell. She would even get jealous about him spending time with his sister. Finally he had enough of her bullshit and broke up with her. He tried dating her once more because she begged him to come back, but the craziness still ensued. I may have left some stuff out, but she wasn't as bad as some of these other posts, but still off her rocker TLDR. Fianca's ex was crazy Bible thumping rich girl who was physically abusive and extremely needy and thought taking it in the ears and being a but slutched was a loophole to not losing your virginity before marriage. My crazy ex, Matt, seemed nice enough. When I first met him, he messaged me on FB and my mom started talking to him and set up a date. Then he never seemed to leave. If I wasn't at college, where he walked me from class to class, still not sure how he knew my schedule, or sleeping he was at my house. He was on his laptop most of the time. If we were watching TV in the living room with my family, he was loud. My mom would ask him to quiet down, and he'd bitch about it for days. His family was really nice, but he complained about them constantly. They weren't his real family, because he was adopted from birth. He bitched that his car, paid for by his dad, wasn't new enough. It was only a 2005 model in 2008. He didn't get a big enough allowance. His mom made homemade meals. The maids were a pain, etc. A few months after I started dating him, my mother passed away. He started bitching about my uncle, who moved in with me. Then he complained that I was on the computer all the time, but I'd spend hours waiting for him to get off his laptop. Then he started telling me how my life was going to go. We were going to move to California, where he was going to get richer than Disney with some sprite he made on the computer. It looked like Mickey Mouse in a different outfit. The dog and cat we were going to have, how I was going to stay home and take care of him. He also told me what he thought was a funny story. I had a coworker at the college, work study, who looked similar to me, same build, height, hair color, etc. He saw her walking down the hall talking to a guy and was going to beat him up until he saw that she wasn't me. Then the last straw was when he was several hours late picking me up from work, Did I mention he didn't/wouldn't work, so I called my uncle and we picked up dinner. As we were leaving he calls and starts screaming at me because I wasn't home and I didn't tell him I was going to be out. Really? I waited to dump him because his dad was taking him on a 2-week trip to the UK. I dumped him. When he got back, I wanted him to enjoy the trip. A few weeks later when classes started back up he told my boss that I was stalking him. My boss told me and laughed. Then he tried to run over my sister with his car. A year later he saw me with my new boyfriend, now husband, and tells an acquaintance of mine about how the new boyfriend stole me from him. Then a few months ago I find out that he's apparently been telling other people about how crazy I am. Ex cheated on me with their ex throughout entire relationship and was on Tinder looking for dudes too. He liked bud stuff a little too much. Miscarried his child. Took me out for drinks to celebrate. Caught him cheating. Snapchat username insert Texas cinema here didn't add up with contact info. So he throws me out, drunk and unable to drive. Week later, begs me back, tells me he loves me and wants to have babies with me. The baby card will become a prominent theme cause he knew it faked me up. We get back together, but he is so controlling I can't breathe. Leave his ass. Every few months will come back and beg me for nudes. Sech. ECT preys on the fact my mom and I don't get along 100%, and when I get kicked out briefly, he takes me in. I literally had nowhere else to go in -20 weather with no car. Pretends like he is doing me the world's biggest favor, and that I owe him. Begs me for Sech until I cave. I'm a faking moron. End things for good. 6 months later he is begging me to have his children right away. Threatens to blackmail me with my nudes if I don't send him new ones, have his baby. Tell him not interested. Tries to woo me back into relationship. His nana dies, who I visited in the hospital with him, and he wouldn't let me go with him, despite being the worst piece of shit this world has to offer. His family was wonderful. Showed up with the ex he cheated on me with instead. Sister posts picture. I finally lose my sheet. Should have long ago, and never faking considered any of this shit. First serious relationship. I was 18, he was 21, now I'm 21 and he's 24. And I sent his sisters and mothers all the blackmail texts and the ones demanding he knock me up right away. Felt like a bad person for a few days. Realized it was the best thing I've ever done. He will not be coming back this time. Sometimes you gotta fight crazy with crazy. Not my crazy ex, but my husband's. From what he says, she's been crazy for a while. She told him she was 17 when she was only 14. This chick is very tall, so he believed her, and she refused to take the morning after pill after a condom broke, and, surprise, ended up pregnant. He tried to leave her several times, but she would stalk him, and any girl he tried to talk to. Fast forward 3 years, her son is 2 at this time. Me and him reconnect. We dated in high school way before she came along and start dating. They had been broken up for over a year and I know about his son and everything is fine. As soon as she finds out we are even talking to each other, she starts sending me Facebook messages. She starts demanding to know if we are dating because he told her that we are just friends and that he doesn't like me and I'm a bitch because she is pregnant again. I already know she's lying because she's tried this before and he warned me about it. His sister, who is my best friend, lived on my block and he was visiting her. She knew where I faking lived, showed up on my block, saw his car parked on my block and assumed he was at my house and slashed his faking tires. She starts only letting him see his son at her house and tries to seduce him. She sends me Facebook messages saying that every time he is there she fucks him. When he thwarts off her advances she chased him through the house with a butcher knife and stabbed him in the back. Thankfully he was wearing a sweater and a vest and she didn't do much damage. He had to jump out of a second floor window to get away. She starts sitting outside of his sister's house and just watches. She starts showing up anywhere I would be, always shows up with another girl, so they can jump me. She threw her 2-year-old over a gate, so that he would have to let her in the locked gate. When she finds out I'm pregnant, she says she hopes the baby dies, or he gets sick and something bad happens to him. She still tries to jump me with her friends knowing I'm pregnant, and boasts on Facebook how I wouldn't come out of my house when she showed up with another girl to jump me while I'm faking pregnant. All while she's finally letting her son come over, and I treat him as my own. She left him on deck in the dead of winter, so she could go out and party. Didn't knock, or ring the doorbell or anything. I don't know what could have happened to him if my uncle didn't look out the window on the door and see him standing there. The last time she tried to jump me was after I had my son. She didn't know I had him. I had a C-section, and he had to stay in the hospital for a week due to a lung infection. His second day home, I'm rocking him to sleep and just happy to finally have my son home when she shows up at our door under the pretense of wanting to talk to her son for 5 minutes. I say out loud, oh, maybe she's here to kill me, like she said on Facebook. So my brother and sister go sit outside to see if she's going to start trouble. When it becomes clear she can't come inside, she walks down the stairs and tells my husband, "Tell your wifey, when I see her, I'm beating her ass." I'm still inside with my son and hear screaming outside. I go out on the deck and my brother and sister and husband are screaming at this girl like I've never seen before. We are a quiet family that keeps to themselves, so all the neighbors are on their porches watching. At this point she is on the corner screaming at my husband. As soon as she sees me standing on the deck, this crazy bitch starts coming back. My mom goes out to talk to her. She admits to threatening me with her snobby-ass attitude, throwing dirty looks my way the whole time. She tries to tell my mom that I was talking shit about her. My mom knows it's a lie, because at this point I never said a bad word about this girl, because I'm not that type. Though now, I don't give a fuck. I will call her every name in the book. My mom tells her I have a kid now, and I don't have time to worry about her. At this point, my neighbor comes over. This lady is crazier than her, so I'm kind of worried. She walked up to this girl and told her if she disrespects this family again, she is going to slap the fuck out of her. Crazy ex looks scared now. She leaves and gives me one last dirty look. It's been 2 years since then, and my husband goes months without seeing his son because she's still mad, even though she has moved on and had another kid with someone else. She thought I was pregnant again. I'm not, just more people starting drama, and told him let me find out she's pregnant. Who the fuck does this shit? Sorry for typos. I posted on my follower and sorry it's long, but this bitch is crazy. I did my absolute best to let her down as easy as I could. We dated for less than 2 months, so I'm thinking she can't possibly take it that hard. Point wrong. She broke down in tears, and I was unsure what to do, so I stayed for a couple of minutes while she let it out. Just as I start to awkwardly inch toward the door, she stands up, grabs the Christmas presents that my mom and aunt had given her, one of which was breakable, and throws them out the door and says leave now. So I grab the gifts off the ground and leave. Within an hour after this, she had already blocked myself and all of my family members on social media, so I'm thinking okay, but at least it's over. Nope. Another hour goes by, and she says she wants the Christmas gifts she gave me back. Just a lava lamp and a shirt. No big loss there, because I already had a faking lava lamp anyway. I agree, but tell her she's being childish. She sends me a long rant of a text telling me how much I suck, which was all BS. I was great to her while we were together. It pissed me off, so I just moved past it. Point later that day, my sister sends me a screenshot of my ex's Instagram that her friend who didn't get blocked sent her. I won't share it. She had posted a crying selfie saying how hurt she is, and blah blah blah. Really embarrassing, honestly. I can't believe she left it up for so long. So now I have to give her this lamp and shirt back. She asks if I'll meet her at this place I've never been to. Kind of sketchy, but I just want this to be over with. I show up, and of course it's some guy's place. I knock and he answers, "What's up, man?" I see her laying on the couch hiding under a blanket. Doesn't say a word to me. I hand him the sheet and never look back. Not very crazy compared to most of these other posts, but I felt it was worth sharing anyway. She liked to micromanage everyone at work, which led to her trying to micromanage me. While trying to micromanage everyone at work, as an associate, not manager, would get incredibly stressed out over things that didn't concern her and then take things out on me. She told me I was always going to come second to her friends and coworkers, coincidentally all the same people. Multiple times told me she was going to be home at whatever time because I was staying at her place just so we could fuck, and then didn't show up until hours later, leaving me with no time to sleep. Always manipulated me and lied to me multiple times. The biggest thing she lied about was taking her medicine to help with her anxiety and whatever other mental conditions she suffered from. All of that was a solid basis for a breakup, which led to her constantly asking me to hang out, fuck, etc., and then not getting the picture when I asked to be left alone, which led to arguments via text. The latest was her blowing up about me blocking her number when we ran into each other at the mall. Then asking if I wanted like a shirt and pair of underwear I left at her house back, and then texting my best friend to get in contact with me since I had blocked her number. Since our breakup, her life has pretty well fallen apart. I feel bad for her. Fortunately, I've learned, even though I don't like being an asshole to anyone, some people don't understand what I don't want to talk to you anymore means and need to be told to fuck off and then completely blocked from your life. Well, before she was my crazy ex, she was my alcoholic girlfriend, which is only so much fun for so long. I ended up breaking up with her after we got into another argument because when she gets drunk, she gets very angry. She started texting me after I left her place that she would call the cops if I didn't come back to her and tell them I assaulted her. I was like, lol, what? That's ridiculous. Then I didn't respond because, you know, she's my ex now and I'm over with it. Well, that was a big faking mistake. 2 hours later I get cops knocking on my door, and because Massachusetts has mandatory arrest laws for claims of domestic violence, I was arrested and spent the night in jail. Oh boy. Then I was charged with domestic assault and battery, misdemeanor, and then spent $5,000 on a lawyer. Was found not guilty because, you know, the text messages were still on my phone. But Jesus Christ, that was faking expensive, and I missed a couple of my engineering classes, which was annoying. The worst part though is it was on my record during my job's background check, which is annoying. I'm truly afraid my job's background check is going to find it, and I'll have to have an uncomfortable talk with ours, or, even worse, get fired. But luckily the law in Massachusetts is that you can't really mess with someone's employment unless they were convicted, and I was found not guilty, so no conviction there luckily. Still, the anxiety is there, man, and the worst part is I had broken up with her like 3 times before this, and every time I was guilt tripped into going back. Ugh, if only I had more willpower. She broke up with me, which was a relief. After all, she was manipulative, selfish, narcissistic, delusional, mostly with how talented she was, and so much more. Hell, she tried to hang herself after she got in an argument with her mom over shopping. She'd be dead if I didn't get the voicemail telling me where to find her body while I was frantically looking for her, worried out of my mind. She told so many lies. I have no idea if the stories of her old stepfather abusing her was true or not. She knew I wanted to be there for her, and she ran with it. Anyway, it must have been obvious how relieved I was, because she decided to act like the guy she left me for abused her. I'm not even 100% sure there was another guy. But, it's the only thing that hurt me, and I tried to talk to her about it. She never answered my calls. So, I confided in my friends. Then all of a sudden I was a Judas, and how dare I for making her the villain with my friends. I got texts from her mother, irate that I would slander her daughter's name. Nothing I said to my friends were lies, unless they were the ones originally told by her, that I believed at the time. I remember her making a very half-assed effort to smooth things over. But, in the end, I just faded away from her as far as I could point. I only saw her once since then, after a long while, in the grocery store. She was with the sad sap with his head down. Our eyes met. I made sure mine were seething with rage, so she knew how much my opinion of her changed since. I'm pretty sure she knows not to cross me again. For Thanksgiving, we were visiting our respective families who lived in a different state than us. She got hammered on the big day and then grilled me in front of her entire family about why I liked horror movies and scary things. I mean, who could ever like such things? Then I walked away and things cooled down until hours later when she, her sister, and I were smoking outside and she started grumbling about why she has to sit next to a meat eater and how we have nothing in common. So I walked away again, knowing she was stupid hammered. She followed me inside and started asking me if I was going to sleep with some girl who I was going to see at my 8th grade reunion the next day. This is a girl I haven't seen in 15 years and I've never been involved with, and who is married and has a family. I walked away again, this time to lay on the couch in the front room of her family's house. She followed me out, kept at it, until I said fuck it, bummed a cigarette from her sister, and left. Drove home at 3 AM, woke up my parents to let me in, and turned off my phone. The next day was a non-stop deluge of abusive text messages saying how this was all my fault, and how if I wanted to make things right, I would buy her a plane ticket to fly home. This was all after monthly fights which were usually verbally abusive at the least. The one the month before was literally 15 hours, from noon until 5 AM, and included her having read my journal, threatening to smash my iPod, and emailing a friend of mine telling her she was pathetic because a friend asked me to help her film a short. She abandoned my 2 sons only after running away with them and preventing me from contacting or seeing them. Once I had earned sole custody, she still had visitation. She visited on and off for about 3 to 4 months. Then one visit, she brought a large kitchen knife and tried to murder me because her life wasn't going so well, couldn't keep a job, her boyfriend was cheating on her with her sister, all her belongings and storage had been auctioned off, etc. So she snapped. She possibly had postpartum depression because our youngest son was only 10 months old at the time. In a hoe, she stabbed and cut me 7 times on various parts of my body, including my stomach, arm, and cranium. After getting the kitchen knife away from her, she grabbed a steak knife from my kitchen and stabbed herself in the chest 17 times, puncturing a lung and severing a nerve in her right arm. I got the steak knife away from her. She went into the boys' room, blood gushing from her chest. I was still in shock after seeing her trying to kill herself and with blood coming from my head and arms. She did not harm the boys, but woke them up and said goodbye before passing out in a pool of blood on their bedroom floor. The cops and EMT came. She lived, though, is not allowed visitation or contact with me or the boys. She did about 18 months in jail and received about 5 years probation. We have not heard from her. My oldest son, who was 5 when it happened, developed PTSD and anxiety and saw the blood coming from her body and all the blood throughout the house. He's 9 now and doing a lot better. Goes to therapy monthly. My youngest doesn't remember her. We don't bring her up. DL. Doctor, Babimama tried to kill me and herself. About 5 years ago I started dating a guy that I met in my English class. At the time I had never been noticed by anyone, and feeling wanted by someone was something new to me. He was my first boyfriend. Over the course of 10 months he would emotionally, verbally, mentally, and sexually abuse me. He would dump me once a week, only to beg for me back the next day. I believed him every single time. I was 15 when I met him, and I was completely oblivious of the abuse. I was emotionally malleable at the time and thought that's how love and relationships work. His mental health issues pressured onto me, and I became depressed myself. I learned about cutting and self-harm from him. After 10 months, something clicked in my head, and I realized what was going on. I couldn't be with him anymore. He noticed something was wrong with me, and kept berating me on the phone, until I told him what was wrong. I broke up with him on Christmas Day. He went ballistic, and told me how I ruined his family's Christmas, while screaming at me saying he would never hurt me like that. He hung up. I sat in my room shakily crying for about 30 minutes, until I heard the doorbell ring. He had forced his mother to drive him to my house. We talked on the front porch, but the conversation was very one-sided. He kept harassing me for answers, but I didn't have them for him. He tried to kiss me and grabbed my arms, but I refused and told him I'm sorry, I can't do this anymore. Please go home. He looked at me with such pure anger and stomped away. I spent the rest of Christmas crying in my room. I did not receive any texts or calls until my birthday, 5 days later. I was about to blow out my cake when he messaged me on Facebook saying happy birthday Oedipal. You have lost the greatest thing in your life, and now you're going to have to deal with the fact that I killed myself because of you. My heart collapsed, and I frantically answered telling him not to do anything to himself. I began to tear up, but my family was snapping photos, so I held it together, because my family knew nothing about what was going on. You can see in my 16th birthday photos, the red face, red eyes and the plastic smile. He messaged me, once you read this, I will already be falling to my death. Goodbye Oedipal. I didn't know what to feel. I had to plaster on a smile, while I felt absolutely destroyed on the inside. I ran to the bathroom and slid down on the wall and gazed at my reflection. My heart racing, my vision blurring, my stomach turning. I didn't know what to do. I buried my head in my legs and sobbed quietly. New message bloop, it didn't work, but I faked up my knee pretty bad. Attached were 2 pictures. One of a very small snowy hill with scuffle marks running down the side taken from below, and another of his knee bleeding from a small cut. I consoled him over the next few days as he asked for my attention, because he felt alone, and he thought his family abandoned him. I made sure he was okay, and wouldn't do anything again. A few days in, he thinks that, because I was talking to him again, that it meant I wanted him back. I kept telling him no, but that I did still care for him. He took that and mentally mixed a cocktail in his head, and proceeded to text me that he was now in his barn, with one hand holding gasoline, and the other a lighter. If you don't get back together with me, I will light myself on fire. I had no options. I told him I would. The immediate text after was okay, thanks beautiful, I love you, good night. I died a little on the inside. The next day he talked to me like everything was daisies and roses, telling me he loved me, and shit like that. I felt so incredibly sick. I told him that I couldn't be with him. He understood and said he'd leave me alone. I thought that was it, but the day before we went back to school, he messaged me saying he understood why I broke up with him, and that it will be okay, and it will work out just fine. I questioned him, and he told me that he knew it was my family forcing me to break up with him, but they had no idea any of this was going on. I kept telling him that, but he insisted that it was okay. Then he threatened to call the cops on my family because he thought they were beating me. They were not. I finally broke. I had made a promise to him in the beginning that I would never tell him that I hated him, but at that faking point, I was fuming. I told him I hated him. He immediately apologized and shut up for the night. The next day was back to school. I rode the same bus as him, but I sat in the front to avoid any contact. Once at school, I rushed to my locker, his was right next to mine, and tried to get my things in order, but in the corner of my eye I could see a skinny and gloomy blonde creature wadding to me. He grabbed my arm and turned me forcefully towards him. His eyes were swollen and his face tomato red. He said nothing until he pulled out a giant stocking from his backpack and handed it to me. Open it. It was my Christmas gift. He gawked at me while I slowly removed each item. They were all dollar store trinkets, cheap shit and nothing I ever mentioned liking. I didn't say anything as I pulled each and every gift out. I stared at the empty stocking as he sternly said in my ear, Merry Christmas. I need to talk to you. I couldn't because of my classes, and told him I would at lunch. We walked to English class, but he sat in the front, while I sat at the back. As class went on, he texted me about needing to talk, and I kept refusing, until he texted me read my wrists, beach. He flipped his arms out and down to reveal "Fuck love" and "I hate you" carved into both of his arms. I began to cry, but the teacher took notice, pulled me in the back to ask if I was okay. The bell went off, and he ran off. I had to excuse myself while I tried to race after him. I lost him. I met up with my friend for lunch and she walked around with me, knowing something was wrong, but I didn't tell her. As we walked, I got a call from Devin. He huffing and puffing out that he was going to jump off someplace in town and kill himself because of me. I don't know what came over me, but all I said was "fuck you" and hung up. No return calls. I had another class at the end of the day that we shared, but he did not arrive. I began to realize how I faked up and began texting frantically, but to no avail. He was not on the bus home and did not answer. I messaged his sister about what he said and what happened, and you know what she faking says. Yeah, Devin called his mom right after class and told her that he was feeling suicidal. He's fine but he's being put into a mental facility. I just about lost my shit. 1 month goes by and I actually managed to become happy again. Until I got a new text. Devin sent me a huge essay about his time in the mental house, how he thought about me a lot, that he missed me, wrote poems about me, and how much he loves me. I did not have the energy to deal with him again, so I kept my replies short. He quickly became infuriated and asked me several questions, which I had no answers to. He became ugly with his words and chose to threaten me with nude photos he forced me to take when we were dating. He said if I didn't answer his questions, he would post them on Facebook. I called 911 on my cell phone. I blubbered to the detective about what was going on, but I was unable to check my texts while on the call and I missed when he texted you took too long beach. I sobbed and could barely tell the detective that he posted them. I looked online and he posted them with the caption this is what you deserve you disgusting hoe. I died a little more on the inside. I luckily knew his login and removed the photos from his wall. The detective said cops were on the way to remove any photos from his property and ended the call. The photos were up for several minutes, but I was so overwhelmed how people reacted. Everyone who saw the post immediately posted comments and posts and messaged him threatening him or telling him how disgusting he was. And I received countless messages of people consoling me and telling me they're there to talk. It could have been so much worse, but I was so thankful that people were so kind and considerate. I didn't know if I would have been able to live past that day had not so many friends, and even some folks I didn't know, lend out their hands. I had no choice but to go to school the next day. I eventually found out some guys saved the photos. I knew there wasn't much I could do, as they say, once it's on the internet. The cops did not charge him. They informally told him that he was no longer allowed in the town we go to school in. The bloody cunt can't quit. He has texted me several times over the course of around 5 years telling me about his girlfriends, and most recently tried adding me on my Facebook. Nope. Over the years, I have been able to recover, and my depression has gotten a lot easier to handle, especially with the supportive love and care from my current boyfriend. TLDR dated abusive classmate, eventually broke it off on Christmas. He attempts to commit suicide multiple times and force the blame on me, tells me he's going to kill himself, actually calls mummy, and goes to mental facility, later posts nudes of 15-year-old me on Facebook, call cops on him, no longer allowed near me, and continues to try and be part of my life. Finally a question I can get in on point. About 5 years ago I'd been dating this girl for just over a month. Things were turning a bit south. I was losing interest, and she was sensing it. That night she cashed at my place. I woke up around 4 AM and noticed by the light of my computer screen she had bloodlines on her wrists. Was spooning with her. This quickly woke me up, and as I was reaching my hand up in surprise I brushed her skirt up and noticed she had red lines there as well. I woke her up. Honestly didn't really know what to say. It was a really surreal experience. Turns out she had grabbed my box cutter and very shallowly cut her wrists while I slept. She also cut my name over and over again, short name, in a ring around her upper thighs. I talked to her. She cried a lot. I honestly don't remember much of the conversation. I had work in a few hours. New job, couldn't skip it. A friend of mine was sleeping on my couch, so I asked him to keep an eye on her when I had to go. This may sound shallow or the wrong way to handle the situation, but really, I just didn't know what to do. I didn't want to kick her out for fear of her hurting herself. I didn't want her to be around my house by herself, so my friend was nice enough to hang out. Apparently she just kept herself in the bathroom for a few hours with the water running. My friend would check on her every now and then to make sure she was alright. That night we talked. We broke up, and I thought it was the end. Fast forward about 2 weeks and someone had keyed my car bumper to bumper, carved and zoned it out into my hood. I obviously had my suspicions on who it was, but didn't follow through with any action. But a week after that I get a call from a blocked number. Lo and behold, it's her. She yells at me a bit. Tells me how she can't listen to Johnny Cash because of me. I have a deep voice, and other such things. I asked if she keyed my car, she admits to it. Yells at me some more. Then tells me that if I want I can key her car also to make it even. I informed her we're not in middle school and get backs isn't a thing. She then offered to pay me for the damages. I said no, didn't any more contact with her, and to please stop calling me point, and that was it. Never heard from her again. Was a crazy experience. My sister used to date a guy who said he was ex-army. He had PTSD and flashbacks. Eventually my sister moved in with him, and he got her pregnant. Whilst she was pregnant he started getting really controlling. Started with simple but weird stuff. She wasn't allowed baths in case she boiled the baby or tea because apparently unhealthy. Tensions rose and she moved back in with my dad and the rest of the family. At one point he was driving me home from something, and he started talking to me about his service in the army. He told me that he'd seen a child running toward his squad, and that he'd realized it had a bomb on it. The story concluded with him having to shoot the kid in the face. The only red flag we had from the beginning was that he had a kid from before his relationship with my sister and his mom had custody, but he couldn't be alone with the child. So anyway, the tensions rose, they broke up, and he stayed in their rental. She's at our house and she's kept in touch with his mom. After around a month of separation his mother told my sister that he'd lied about everything. He'd been in the army, but hadn't left the country. He was using fake names, and was literally insane. The story about him killing a kid wasn't true, and he told me it a couple of weeks after I'd been hospitalized for fragile mental state. He fabricated his whole relationship, and then during her miscarriage, he built up arrears on a house she didn't live in, locked himself in, and 2 years later, even though he's moved on, he still hasn't paid it off. Last we heard he was in London under a different alias. She started off crazy, so it's kind of my fault for not seeing that sooner. We met through a mutual friend and hit it off pretty well. One day she seemed very upset, claiming her boyfriend just broke up with her. Naturally, being a friend, I tried to calm her down and cheer her up. Crazy indicator number 1. She created a new Facebook account under a false name so she could harass her ex. As our friendship built, she started dropping hints that she liked me. I was at a bad place self-esteem wise, so I started to return her feelings. Eventually I asked her on a date, and she said yes. Crazy indicator number 2. As soon as we decided to go steady, her entire demeanor changed. She was angsty, depressed, always threatening suicide and self-harm. She would never let me go to sleep, or she'd threaten me with, "If you go to sleep before I do, I'll kill myself." Her parents didn't like the idea of us being together. Looking back, maybe they were trying to warn me. Crazy indicator number 3. Went to go play airsoft with some pals, and didn't check my social media or texts. When I did check, she had posted all over that I was in the hospital having a major operation of some sort done. One day I get a call. She had found out that my mom's side of the family is Hispanic. She broke up with me. Crazy indicator number 4. Does not like to mingle with other ethnicities. There was also a bunch of stuff where she kept accusing her ex of getting her friend pregnant. Lies, all of it, and she tried to pit me against a mutual friend almost constantly. I was kinda glad she broke up with me by the end of it all. I couldn't handle the lack of sleep or the constant threats for suicide. But wait, there's more. About 2 days after she broke up with me, she messaged me on Facebook asking me to kill her. She had made it up in her mind that I was some sort of special assassin undercover for whatever reason. I told her that I wasn't an assassin and contacted her family telling them to send her for help. She got mad and blocked me. About a month later I got a message from someone asking about her. I told them she wasn't worth the trouble and that she needs serious mental help. It was her on a fake account under a false name. She wanted to get back with me and threatened to kill herself if I didn't get back with her. 6 months later she turned up again, trying to make me jealous of her new boyfriend. Poor guy got dumped shortly after I shot down that plan. It's been almost 3 years and she still turns up every 6 months or so with a new scheme to win me back. It's kinda pathetic, really. This is my thread. I don't think I've dated a sane woman yet. I'll do pretty much anything for a great story. First one, threw my laptop out of her window onto a car, then claimed it was my fault when the driver of the car, it was a martyr of course, wanted to sue someone. I was on the street, and she was trying to hit me with it. Met her on Tinder. Second one, called the police on me for terrorism, because I was writing an Algerian that was math, with Greek letters and poor handwriting. She is voting for Trump. Third one, came to my work, after we broke up, waited outside after buzzing the doorbell for 2 hours. 2 hours of a doorbell buzzing doesn't become background noise. I went out the back. Fourth one, she faked a rap story, which rightfully got me into a frenzied state. I went after the guy, got him arrested. She confessed to making it all up, that he was her side piece. Classic Dwight Schrute / and E. Bernard moment after their duel. Fifth one, accused me of rap, though we had been on one date and I never even kissed her. That was a fun one. Don't think she counts as an ex, but fits in with a question. Sixth one, decided it was a good idea to organize homeless people in my college apartment to try to start an illegal drug delivery service. I'm not sure where she thought the profit would be. The go-getter attitude just didn't match up with the terrible business model. Seventh one, we broke up. She got married 4 weeks later. The guy asked if she tried to me this fast with me, or if she was just really into him. He was a solid 2.5 in the darkest of nights. There are plenty of others, but these are the highlights. My friends usually come up with a funnier list, but these are the ones that made me reconsider my dating strategy. I met a girl that was a bartender at the local place that I hung out at all the time. I pursued her over the course of several months and we started dating. 3 months in, she got kicked out of her apartment. She gave me some sob story about her roommate being a cunt, and I believed it. At the time I had just moved into an awesome and cheap place with a lawyer friend of mine that took up the second and third floor of a large house. Lawyer friend occupied the main floor and I occupied the top floor. We had our own bathrooms, but shared a kitchen. After girl got booted from her place, I reluctantly allowed her to stay at my place. She was a manager at a Starbucks, and I assumed she would eventually get her own spot. Over the span of 10 months I realized she was a raging alcoholic. She repeatedly peed the bed when drunk. I realized she was taking my Nalgene bottle and filling it with vodka and orange juice and taking it to work with her every morning. She rode her bike to work and while smashed, crashed the bike and slammed her face into the pavement, destroying her teeth. All these things were played off, and I didn't really realize that she was batshit. After she got fired from Starbucks for drinking on the job, I confronted her and flat out told her she needed to get her shit together. We got into an argument and I kicked her out. She didn't pay rent and gave her an undetermined time to get out. The night I kicked her out, she proceeded to go out to the bar with my roommate, lawyer guy. They got hammered, and I could hear them having loud sex on the floor below our bed. The next day I took all of her stuff and put it in the parking lot behind our house and told her she needed to move. I was mad at lawyer guy too, even more so, but I had just moved into this awesome place and didn't want to move out. That night she got raging drunk and came into our place flailing a knife at me and screaming. She shredded her clothes with her own knife and tried to stab me. I ended up spraying her with pepper spray. She retreated to lawyer guy and he grabbed a pistol and came upstairs brandishing it, and I maced him. I ended up barricading the door and moving out the next day. She called the cops, but they dismissed the case because she offered to give the officers blue jobs if they arrested me. Over a period of years she told everyone in my small town that I had beat her and raped her. Some of them believed her, and I was banned from some of my normal haunts. Years later, after everything had passed, I had a new apartment. The driveway to the apartment was very narrow with a high wall on one side. After a dinner with my folks I came back to find her stealing my bike and sitting on the wall with a bottle of vodka. She then asked me if she could sleep/stay at my place. I have no idea what ended up happening to that girl, but I'm glad I haven't heard from her 6 years. Edit. TLDR. X was a closet drunk, pulled a knife, I maced her. Edit. Context. I have anxiety, she has family issues, and has a complete lack of respect for anything and anyone, as well as not having a regard for her own personal safety. She would force me to call her every day from the moment I got home to the moment I fell asleep. The call would be active on my iPad on the bedside table while I lay in bed. Otherwise she would guilt trip me into calling her. She also prevented me from talking to my friends as she didn't want to talk to them or be in the same call as them. When after we had broken up for the second time, we dated for 6 months. Then I dumped her, then took her back half a month later, then dated for another 6 months. Before I dumped her again. I had dumped her due to her being so clingy it felt like I was being suffocated. She began to spread rumors around our school, stating that she never gave consent when we had our intimate moments. We never had sex, when in truth I specifically asked for consent. She had managed to convince everyone, save from a few close friends who know me well. She tried her hardest to get me demoted. I have a leadership role in my school, or expelled from school. It all ended when I told her and made her sign a contract during a counselor's meeting, which she had requested, hoping that the counselor would defend her, stating that she will not attempt to contact me or my family, to which she retaliated by starting to date one of our friends. I say date because she barely looks at him and devotes her entire life to schoolwork. Edit. I forgot to mention the part where she literally had her other friends, her current boyfriend, another male friend, a few of her other friends, torment me relentlessly inside and outside of school for months afterwards, claiming that I had raped her and abused her, calling up my boss, the principal, my close friends, my family, and telling them what I had done to her. Which by the way drove me into depression, and I started actually believing that I had, even though I knew what had actually happened. I was later told by a friend of ours, an ex of mine whom I'm on good terms with, that she still loved me and wanted me back. It was a whole shit show that has stolen many nights' sleep from me and had sent me to a very dark place, which I'm happy to say I was pulled out of by my incredible friends with their amazing support. The joke's on her though. Thanks to her I put more effort into my schoolwork, and I have received an offer of place at my university of choice. ELDRX has issues, tried to get me fired from work, expelled from school, and in trouble with the police for allegedly rapping, never had sex, and abusing her repeatedly during the course of the relationship. None of her claims are true. Girlfriend of 3 weeks cheated on me, then asked for forgiveness. Stupid young me says yes. 1 hour later she phones to break up with me. I'm kinda happy that she did, as I feel I dodged a bullet. Here's how the conversation went. Hey hun, I think we should end it. What I did to you was not okay. Point me. Okay. That makes sense. I get her. What do you mean okay? You're supposed to love me forever and always be by my side. Me, not sure why that is, but good luck finding someone who you can be happy with. Hang up. Phone immediately rings her. You did not just hang up on me. How dare you treat your girlfriend that way? Me, confused. You just broke up with me. We aren't going out anymore. Pointer. Clearly irate, but you're supposed to pine after me. I hung up. She then stalked me for a few months afterwards. She would randomly turn up and bump into me to places I was going to. About a year later, I'm at uni and have a girlfriend. She has a boyfriend, and I'm back home for a week with my girlfriend. We bump into the crazy ex and her boyfriend. I start talking with him. He seems nice, smart, biochemist, and an all-round match for her. I was happy she'd found someone. Anyway, my then girlfriend and I start wandering off, and she asks me who the girl was and how I knew her, because she got the "this girl wants to kill me" vibe from her. I explained the backstory and my girlfriend was suddenly aware why she got those vibes. I think the crazy ex ended up cheating again on her lovely boyfriend, who left her, and now she's been single for a few years, announcing occasionally to Facebook that men suck because they don't like her. My boyfriend's ex-girlfriend has made me the target of her rage, so I've felt like she pretty much constitutes as my crazy ex. A little bit of backstory. I met crazy female and current boyfriend when they had been broken up for at least 3 months. They were trying to stay friends because they shared the same social circles. She was also dating other guys when I met her. We're all in college. When crazy female and I were still friends in the same social group, she would constantly check his Snapchat top 3 when it was still visible to the public and confront any females she knew about how it made her uncomfortable. forbade him from seeing his other male friends after the breakup, using me at least once to deduct their location, and proceeded to demand that he pick her up and take her to his home, to yell at him, slapped him during a dance performance in front of the crowd, claiming it was an accident. When it became apparent to her we were dating, she had one of her male friends drive her to his home, enter his house, and proceed to scratch at his door to demand entry at 3 a.m. Proceeds to camp overnight near his home, which he shares with his family, all the while blowing up my phone and his phone until the morning, at which point she borrowed her family car to threaten to hit my car until we both came outside to talk to her, slaps me across the face the moment we exit the house, and tries to fight me on the street while my boyfriend holds her back. When my boyfriend and I went Facebook official, we're young hip children. She went through everyone who liked the status and individually berated them for taking their side. Tries to fight me / or my boyfriend every time we are at a bar, club, etc. It's been 2 years since we started dating, and she still tries to do this. I would kind of understand all of her actions if she was still single, but she's happily been in a relationship for the past year or so I'm really unsure why she's made it her mission in life to be as much of a pain as possible. Had to create an account to say this. Warning. Typical high school drama. I'm a senior in high school now. My first and crazy ex and I dated for about 6 months. From the end of 8th grade and the beginning of freshman year she started off all nice until she began stealing my clothing so she could sniff them when I was gone. She stole socks and shirts mostly. As that wasn't enough, she would spam me on several messaging apps and constantly call me, typically 10 to 15 times a day, until I picked up. 4 months of this, then she literally went hysterical. Began spreading rumors about me and blackmailing me with things I told her and I wanted kept private. This period we broke up, got back together, maybe 10 times. She typically said she'd take her own life if I left her, so me being scared at the time, came back to her. All the rumors and blackmail was used so I would give her my undivided attention. Freshman year rolls around, we finally break up. I stopped giving her attention for a week. She comes up to my friends and I and begins to cuss me out on the top of her lungs. She loses her voice, then begins to cough. She finally gives up and leaves. Doesn't end there. She starts getting her friends to threaten me, which in the end they turn up being my friends. More rumors, more blackmailing. Eventually she gets expelled for bad grades. There's a reason I don't date anymore. TLDR. Crazy ex stole and smelled my clothes. Began calling me 15 times a day. Went hysterical. Spread rumors and blackmailed me for attention. Said she'd kill herself if I left. Breaks up with me by cursing me out in a group until she chokes herself. Gets expelled. Dated a girl for about 3 months. There were signs. L word was said within the 3rd hour of having met her. Impulsive. Liked to make big sweeping gestures. Constantly bought gifts for random people. I mean, not like normal gifts. I mean like, randomly giving people store-bought jars of jam or pickle relish. She started a conversation about religion. I didn't want to talk about it. She pushed the issue repeatedly. I asked her to drop it. She wheedled me for a few days about it, and eventually I opened up against my better judgment. The wheedling resulted in a conversation about determinism vs free will, anthropocentrism, and ethical nihilism. I said my piece. She tried to convince me that gods do exist, and she knows it. I told her she was welcome to believe that, and I wasn't going to tell her that I know that they don't. I told her that I just lacked the capacity to see professions of religious knowledge as anything more than honest self-delusion at best, and malevolent charlatanry at worst. She locked herself into a bathroom with a knife and threatened to kill herself to prove that there's such a thing as free will, and unless I admitted that I did actually believe in gods, she would go through with it. It was about this point that I walked out the front door, blocked all contact from her, and never looked back. Crazy is one thing. Religious crazy is a whole nother thing. Also, she was Wiccan. Raised by Pentecostal parents. Edit. Not 100% sure what happened to her, but she didn't actually kill herself. I know that much. I called her mom and told her that she needed to talk her daughter down. Not my problem. Friend A is dating a girl X. Friend B is dating girl Y, who is also the sister of friend A, and Y equals brother/sister. Girls X and Y introduce me to girl Z, who is adoptive cousin to a/Y. We start dating. One day, I can't get a hold of my friends and drop by my now girlfriend's Z house. Both of my friends' cars are there. Not strange because everything above. Friends, A and B are there, hanging out with Y and Z. A/Y/Z are family. B is dating Y. But friend A is acting weird and leaves soon. I get a weird feeling. This is confirmed when girl Y pulls me aside and tells me that friend A has been messing around with Z behind my back. A and Z are adoptive cousins. I flip out and blame friend A. This is the first time I've ever understood the expression to see red. I was furious. The next day, A and Z show up at my work too and threaten me not to tell girl X, friend A's girlfriend. I couldn't do anything to friend A because work, but man, I wanted to beat the out of him. They leave, and I immediately tell girl X. Honestly, I hadn't even thought about it until they gave me the idea. Anyways, fuck them. A day or two later, girl Z pulls up to my house and throws a bottle of Mickey's malt liquor through my windshield. I'm pissed, but I'll let it go. Good riddance. After a few months of not seeing or talking to former friend, I start getting gossip from other people. Turns out girl Z catches Mono. Yay, serves her right, and dodged a bullet there. Then friend B catches Mono, but wait, he wasn't with girl Z. Nope. Turns out girl Z has also been messing with girl Y, her other cousin, and friend A's sister. Lol. Now, due to mutually being screwed, friend B gets friend A to apologize to me, and after a while we start hanging out again. All is good until Halloween. Me and friends A and B go to a haunted house in our town. Turns out girl Z is an actor there. We find her inside wearing stage makeup, standing on a blacked out box with a noose around her neck. As we stop in front of her, her eyes are wide and her jaw is hanging wide. She doesn't know what to do. Friend B calmly reaches up, gives a noose 2 small tugs, and says, "Not tight enough," then walks away. She just stared as we walked off laughing. We hung out a while, finished a 6-pack, then left. By this time, the house was closing up, and the actors were mostly gone. When I got back to my car, there was a fire extinguisher smashed through my windshield. Never saw that B, plus CH again. TLDR, X cheats on me with my good friend, who are her male and female, sibling, cousins. Threatens me, then vandalized my car. Later gives Mono to everyone. Never thought I'd have one of these, but I do. So I met this girl, let's call her Jane, through a mutual friend. She seemed really chill. Liked the same music as I do, same books, same TV shows. We really hit it off when we first met and kept talking for a few weeks after. One day, she asked to come hang out at my apartment. I said sure, come on over. I'm not busy today. Her reply was, well, before that, I'm still a virgin because I haven't found a dick good enough for me yet. I was thinking, okay, well, that's normal, I guess. Seems like she feels pretty strong about it, but I had no intentions of trying to get in her pants on the first day. Just not my style. Anyway, she comes over and we hang out, listen to some music, watch some TV, had a couple beers, make out a little. Normal stuff. She goes home and we keep talking a little more through the weeks. We end up going on a date and everything's good. Seems normal, right? Well, here's where she takes a faking turn. We are officially an item after a couple dates. This is about 3 months down the line. She's only come over a handful of times, and each time I respected her boundaries and never pushed anything on her. After we start dating, she ends up staying at my apartment almost every night. This is when she decides to tell me that she fully believes that she's a witch. I'm serious. She was full on into it. She wanted to read my tarot. She read books about witchcraft, went to witchcraft stores, apparently had cult meetings. I dunno. Weird shit witches do. A month and a half into this relationship, she tells me she loves me. This is a huge red flag for me, as I personally believe that you can't fully love someone in such a short span of time. I discussed this with her on the spot, and she flies off the handle a little bit. How can you say you don't love me? We've been together for a while, Jane. We've been together for about a month. We were talking and going on dates for about 3 months before that. I just don't feel that way yet, and I'm not saying you shouldn't. Just, for me, I'm not at that level. Well, if you don't love me, why would you put off having sex with me? Because you don't want that. You said you wanted someone worth your time, and in all the times you've been here, you've never made it apparent you want to have sex. You've never made a clear move to me. Ugh. Fine, whatever. She goes home and simmers down. Cool, right? Nope. This bitch finds my mom on Facebook and goes batshit crazy, saying I raped her, she was pregnant with my child, saying I didn't support her ambitions, her witching, and won't be supporting her with child support. My mom is a level-headed woman, so she immediately calls me and asks what's going on. So I explain who she is, and that due to this, I will be ending things with her. I also made sure to reiterate this girl is a virgin, according to her, and that I've never been in anything less but basketball shorts and a t-shirt around her, let alone naked. This all happened super late on a Tuesday night, so I went to bed and woke up to go to my office the next morning. I worked an early shift at the time, 5 AM to 1:30 PM, in an office that I wasn't allowed to have my cell phone out because we handled sensitive information. Jane knew this. Jane decided to blow my phone up with texts and calls, ranging from I'm going into the hospital because I attempted to kill myself. Didn't really believe her. I can't believe you rapped me. This bitch actually made herself believe I rapped her. Why won't you answer me? This was about 50 different times, with 20 different iterations of it. So, I go on break and see about 80 messages and 25 missed calls and voicemails. Working through them, I finally snapped and just texted back and basically texted back with Jesus Christ, Jane, you know I'm at work and I can't reply. I should have done this last night, but we're done. Please stay out of my life. I go back to work and just turn my phone off. I get home and turn my phone on to more messages of how she's going to the hospital and such. Repeating the same thing basically. Then, her grandmother, who I've never met, calls me. She leaves a message basically saying to rethink what I did. I had no plans to do so. My phone was silent for 3 days and I de-stressed. Then I get a call from a faking psych ward with her on the other end, and I just hung up. Was not dealing with it. She gets out about a week later and berates my mother and my family. She then starts asking my mom to tell me to give her stuff back. My mom finally blocks her on Facebook. She moves to my roommate, who I have no faking idea how she knew his last name, because I never told her. He blocks her. So she runs out of options and contacts me directly asking for her stuff she left at my apartment. I tell her she can find her sheet on my porch in a box. I do not desire to see her. She threatens the cops on me, and I tell her good luck. I've done literally nothing wrong. Your property is on my porch. Please stop contacting me. She never picked her sheet up. It sat on my porch for 6 months before I decided to throw it out. So, a few months ago, I was re-evaluating my life a little bit and realized I maybe ended that a little bad on my part. I could have been a little nicer, right? So I text her just basically saying I'm sorry, I ended things in a bad way. I'm not trying to get back into your life. I just want you to know I felt a little bad about the way I ended things. I have no desire for a relationship. Keep this in mind, dear reader. Just wanted to apologize. So, she replies and we have civil conversation for a little bit. She asks how I am, the usual. We have conversations here and there throughout the weeks. Then she flies off the handle again, going, I can't believe you're abandoning me again. I'm sitting at my phone waiting for you to text me like some faking high school girl waiting on her crush. I'm not doing this anymore. You're not sorry. You just wanted to feel better about yourself. So I said I told you I have no desire to pursue a relationship with you, and I work overnight schedule now. If you choose to not accept my apology, that's on you. Thankfully, that's the last I ever heard from her. And what I know, I still don't have a rap baby. TLDR, beaches be crazy. She wasn't my ex, but about 3 years ago in year 12 I was part of this friend group. There were 2 guys, me being one of them, and 2 girls. For confidentiality, let's call them by fake names such as Mary, Sally, Bob and me. I'll just refer to myself as me. Mary was dating Bob and was best friends with me and Sally. Mary was without a doubt the nicest. Most calming person you'll ever meet. We absolutely loved Mary as she was just such a great person. We didn't especially like Bob though, as Mary would often come to school claiming in the most honest seeming manner that Bob was abusing her. Around the end of the year Bob's mental health started to deteriorate, so Sally and me decided to investigate. To cut the story short, we found out that Mary was an absolute monster. She had been seriously physically and mentally abusing Bob and manipulating us into falsely believing that Bob was the abuser. But we continued to investigate even further. We discovered that she had manipulated her ex-boyfriend into committing a fortunately unsuccessful suicide. She was viciously abusive to her meek roommate, and at one point she tried to kill her. All in all, we stayed right the fuck away from Mary. The most scary thing though is that me and Sally never saw beyond her friendly selfless facade. She was always so nice and sincere to us. As such, we find it really hard to believe even now be the way. If you've played Ace Attorney 3, you'll be freaked out to know Mary's real last name was Hawthorne. I realize now that my story isn't nearly as crazy as many of the others on here, but some venting could do me some good. Be ready for a long as post point. This was about 5 years ago, and my first relationship. He was 17 going on 18, and I was 15 going on 16. That's right. See, it was an online relationship, pretty legit for what it was, and I was so adult so I could handle being in one. It started with us talking back and forth on a thread in some MLP message board. Yes, our relationship kicked off due to both of us being brunners at the time. I was planning on taking this with me to the grave. Oops. And we took it to DMs, if you catch my meaning. It was gross, and it makes me cringe every time I think about it. Beyond that, the relationship was a lesson in don't date adults if you're a child. Calling myself his emotional punching bag may be a bit harsh, but it was close. If we weren't hem-rapping, he was doing nothing but talking about how terrible his life was. It became clear to me after a few months that I had become this guy's only outlet for the god-awful things that happened to him on a constant basis, not to mention his unofficial psychiatrist dealing with the clinical depression that he very clearly had. It was pretty miserable, but I remember being overwrought by these feelings of he needs me. If I break up with him, who knows what he'll do. This should have been a huge red flag, but I was young and in love for the first time. After a disastrous fight between the two of us, it actually was related to a bout of cough rapping that turned into an emotional boxing match, but that is a story for no time. Never. The details are actually going to the grave with me and one friend who helped me through all of this. I decided that I needed a break from him, and actually the internet at large. Our relationship had become infamous on this board we met in, and I was sick of the drama. I stowed my laptop away in my closet, sure to not touch it for a week. I was dead serious. Then, about 4 days into my hiatus, I got a message from a mutual friend of ours who was also in this group over Sparks Live Point. I needed to get online right now. No one had heard from my boyfriend in a couple days. There were grumblings that he wasn't okay and handling our fight just as well as everyone expected. Before we hooked up, he was a well-known drama queen within the group. Then, I got a message from the aforementioned guy who was helping me through this relationship. Same thing. My boyfriend was not in a sound state of mind. The 5 or so hours of my life after that point are a complete blur, and sadly I deleted essentially every message he had sent me after we broke up. But suffice it to say that I had to help keep this man from the brink of suicide. I never learned, nor do I care to know, how serious he was being. But I treated it like what it was, literally the most serious situation that I'd ever been in. When I was absolutely certain that he was okay, I stowed away my laptop again and was sure of what I needed to do. When we were back on speaking terms, I went to school the next day. This will probably get buried since I'm late to the conversation, but I grew up in a very broken and dysfunctional family unit in which my mother and father both put me in the middle of their issues with each other and expected me to be able to comprehend, understand, and give advice to both of them while they were both contemplating divorce and living in separate houses. While I was only 14 years old and dealing with severe depression and a faked up handful of other problems that I developed later on in life, now that I'm older myself due to them dumping their problems on me. Because of what they put me through, I was never able to develop intimate feelings towards anyone else or ever be able to trust/get close to someone because of my crippling fear of getting close to anyone, because I always thought they would hurt me or betray me. It's ruined a lot of relationships with people who wanted to get close to me and establish a relationship because I was so bent and broken that I could never trust them or push them away because I thought they would be scared of the person I became. After years of rejecting people, I finally let someone in because she always came back when I tried to push her away and wasn't scared or judgmental when I told her who I was as a person or the horrible things I did, and I eventually was finally able to love someone again. And then, like everyone else in my life, she ripped my heart out and completely broke me. I've accepted the fact that I'll always be the only one who will ever care about me. I was 24, met a pretty girl who looked my age. Turns out she was 32. She was forthcoming about that. That's not the point of the story point anyway. I figured what the hell. She was cool, attractive, smart, seemed stable. 8 years isn't that bad, right? So we dated for a couple months. She was a total nympho, flat out said that even if I didn't have time to come over and hang out, just stop by on my way home from work and fuck her cool. 2 months in, where is this relationship going? I mean, fair enough, don't want to be wasting time, but it was more of the we should start thinking about marriage tone point. We talked it out, and I told her, hey, I'm 24, I have a shitty job, and haven't really been able to live and branch out yet. I'm not ready for marriage, maybe I'm not the right guy for you. We talked it out. She said she had the opposite problem, that she had already seen and done everything, and just wanted to settle down. We agreed to ride it out and just see how things went. Everything seemed cool. A week later, it happens again, but on the phone. Never good. I finally told her we should probably end it for the reasons stated above. Not that I wasn't having a good time, and that I wasn't emotionally attached to her, but I was clearly holding her back. So we broke up. Then she starts accusing me of stealing, egging her house, cheating on her, this, that, and the other thing. Absolutely came unglued. I never did any of those things. I'm not that type of person. I had been single for 3 years before meeting her, worked too much, and I remained single for another 2 years. After we broke up. It's like she suddenly thought I was a different person. We met in high school. She was my high school crush and apparently I was too. Fast forward to a couple of years, and we met back up after finding each other on Facebook. She had a kid and I wasn't bothered by that. Fast forward to a couple of months, and we had our own place. She would try to leave the kid with me on Saturdays, so she could go out with her friends. She would disappear for days, and come back like nothing happened. At one point when dropping her off at her friend's apartment, I asked the friend's boyfriend if they were indeed going to drop her off, because I couldn't pick her up due to the fact that I had to wake up early for work. He said no, and I told her I couldn't pick her up, so she had to either find a ride or come home with me. She got in the car mad and proceeded to try to punch me in the face. Her friend grabbed her by the hair and pulled her out of the car to try to set her straight. I got out to calm her down, and as I was talking to her friend, she drove off with my car. On a separate incident, she shit all over herself while passed out drunk in my closet at a family gathering I threw at our apartment. I had laid her down on the bed. As soon as I saw she passed out, I kept checking on her every 30 minutes to make sure she was okay. After about an hour I went back to check on her, and she was laying in the closet with sheet creeping out her pants. My buddy's wife helped me take her to the bathroom, take her clothes off, and throw her in the bathtub. The thing that broke it all was her punching me in front of her kid. I went on full on rage mode and choked her up against the wall. I turned around to see her kid looking at us. I stopped, grabbed my stuff, and took off. I forgot my cell phone, so I went back to the apartment and found it in pieces. She threatened to call the cops on me, but I reminded her that her name wasn't on the lease and she needed to GTFO the next day. After that, the rest of the 6 months left on the lease went by like a breeze, just me at my place alone, with endless spark sessions, with no one to fuck with me. She was a crazy, shitty ex-girlfriend. After reading these comments, mine feels a little less significant, but still faked me up. It was a few years back that we were dating, and she was odd to begin with, but I like weird. She said she loved me with a few days of going out, which was odd, and I didn't want her to feel bad, so I said it back. In fact, even before we started dating, she hinted at us getting married. I was 16 at the time, like Jesus. Anyway, after that, I hadn't been talking to her long when we dated, and she asked me what her favorite color was, and it went out of my mind, so I said I don't know. Big mistake. She was super moody with me, and then when she said she was sorry, she wanted me to be angry with her? I don't have a clue why. I didn't, obviously. This isn't even the worst. At that time, I recently figured out my sister was depressed and self-harmed a lot, and I blamed myself because I should have noticed. Then, my little brother shortly followed, and it destroyed me when I saw him slip a screwdriver into his pocket because I knew what it had be used for. I told my mum. He didn't go to school that day. I then told my girlfriend, who was supportive I will admit, and she helped me. Fast forward a few days, and she decides it is her turn to self-harm. This crushed me, and I was left clueless. She had no reason to. Perfect family life, great grades, looked great and had everything going for her. So I asked why, and turns out it was because she wanted me to focus a bit more on her. She didn't say it directly, but everything pointed to that. We dated a few more weeks and she broke it off. She, again, hinted at us getting married a few more times. TLDR Fisco X wanted us to get married, even though I was 16, self-harmed for no reason, and wanted me to be angry at her when she did something wrong. Also, loved arguments. This was in high school. Remember that point told me she had multiple personalities, which I was very kind and understanding about, until she told me that her other personality was a wolf. I would be at her place and she would transform and straight up act like she didn't know me for hours at a time. She had about 6 other friends who were wolves as well. Fast forward a year and most of her wolf pack has moved on, and she doesn't transform hardly at all. We are watching an episode of Incestuous and the main bad dude has a separate personality. She breaks down and confesses that she was only faking it and wanted me so I didn't think she was crazy. Fast forward again. We begin to approach sexual activity. After 2 years she tells me she will only give me head if I wear a condom. I tell her that the standard condoms are lubed and will taste awful. She goes to town for all of 5 seconds and straight up pukes. Future sexual endeavors involve her calling me daddy and wanting me to hit/choke with belts. It all ended when we had a conversation about traveling the world, and she said she wanted to live in Italy and own a library there. I said didn't know if I'd want to live there. That's when it happened. She broke up with me. I stayed on that awful relationship for 3 years, and she used to verbally and physically attack me regularly. I was just as crazy as she was. Late to the party, and definitely not as crazy as some people here, but I think it's a good read anyway. We are both she's and poly, always had insecurity issues, and had a terrible childhood. We had an apartment together, and the first night, after we move in, she lets me know she slept with my boyfriend. It's a complicated relationship. She had a boyfriend too, but if she wanted to sleep with him, it should have been with the consent of all parties involved, not just her and him. Her boyfriend didn't know at all. So I give her a pass on it, because we are locked into a year's lease together, even though it hurt my feelings pretty bad. Then my brother and his friend move in. She starts walking around topless all the time. I have to explain to her that she is not to sleep with either of these young boys and to put her damn shirt back on. Who would have thought you'd have to tell someone that? Then my stuff starts going missing. Sentimental things that don't matter to anyone but me. A necklace, a bracelet a friend made, a favorite shirt, a box given by my grandmother, etc. Then my money starts going missing. I was a server, so I had cash laying around sometime. At first it's not noticeable. It's dollars here and there. Maybe I spent it on booze. Maybe I spent it on gas. Maybe I didn't make as much as I thought last night. Then I give her the money for rent and electric. I'm the only one with a job here, stupidly paying for everything, and tell her to go pay the rent before it's late. When I get back home, the rent is not paid, and she and her boyfriend have a whole host of new sex toys. I lose my shit. The rent gets paid by her somehow. Then I get back from a trip to Oregon where we watched her little sister graduate and meet her father, who she didn't want to reveal our relationship to. Whatever. All the money in my bank account is gone. I, sweet summer child that I was, think identity theft. I work twice as hard to make sure we still have a place to live, food to eat, and money to spend on what we want. One day she writes emo song lyrics on our walls. I wash them off. One day she breaks glass and sweeps it into my brother's bed. We wonder how that could possibly happen. One day, I ironed my work uniform the night before, because I work early in the morning, and I wake up to find eggs fried to my work uniform. I somehow managed to find a way to get to work on time with an egg-free uniform. I come home, and she angrily demands to know why there are raw eggs in our bed. I lose my sheet again. Time passes with only your regularly scheduled crazy, nothing like above. Then I get a call from my brother, who is over at her boyfriend's place. I go over to see for myself what he's talking about. I go into their room, and lo and behold, there is all my stuff. My favorite shirt, my jewelry, my sentimental things given to me by family, my clothes, things with my name on them, all displayed on nightstands on both sides of the bed, hanging up in front of the closet, not inside, prominently featured all over the mirrored dresser facing their bed. All of my things are loaded up a pillowcase full of everything that was mine. A whole pillowcase full of knickknacks, not counting the clothes I piled into my car. My brother carried them to a safe spot for me, since my home obviously wasn't safe. My brother, his friend, and I all gathered up all of our things at our apartment, found new places to live, and noped the fuck out of there, leaving her there alone to pay the entirety of the rent for the rest of the lease. We did it so fast she came home to an apartment with no people and no stuff besides her own. She still tried to contact me for years. Not my ex, but still the best crazy ex story I have. Here it goes. Best friend, let's call her M, of my ex. Let's call her A. M was dating a guy, let's call him T, and they were both okay with seeing other people, because they were both self-proclaimed nymphomaniacs. Even so, neither of them saw other people for about a year, until M found out T was trying to hook up on Tinder. She dumped him, cause sleeping with other women was okay, but not looking for women to sleep with on Tinder. Anyways, the good part is coming. A few weeks later I get a call from A. She's panicking. M called her to tell her she stole her dad's car in the middle of the night while high on whatever drug it was and was going to break into T's house. They had a like 4-digit code on the lock and she knew the code to kill him in his sleep. Now A is crying on the phone with me and doesn't know what to do. T lives a few blocks away from my house, so she wants me to go take a look. I'm like, nope, I don't want part in that story. I tell her to call the police, and I hide my head inside my butt instead of calling them myself. A doesn't want her friend to be in trouble, so she tries calling her back. Turns out M was on the way to T's front door when she literally shat herself. No kidding. I don't know what cocktail of drugs she had been doing that night to end up sheeting herself while walking to T's front door, but anyways. Now with her pants full of sheets she just turned away and returned her dad's car as sneakily as she could. Keep in mind the sheety pants were sitting on the driver's seat, and went to sleep hoping this story would never come out. Ops. I know this is lost now in a 6,000 comment thread. I wouldn't post it otherwise. My ex was verbally, emotionally, and physically abusive. Nothing too out of the ordinary there. The thing that made me leave him though, or maybe it was the last straw, was that he folded a 200-year-old business and sold the assets. The business had 200 years of history, 200 years of other people's work. He had only been accumulating shares for about 6 years because the then managing director had a serious health problem and he trusted my ex to run the company and take over when he could no longer run the place. The minute my ex had 51% of shares in the business he made the workers redundant and started the process of selling the machinery and other assets. The old managing director died knowing that my ex was folding his life's work. Not only his life's work, but also the life's work of many other people before him. My ex now has a lovely house overlooking a lake in a small and expensive village. The last time I checked he had a vintage sports car and a Range Rover to fit with his rural idle lifestyle and status. I would like to think that he struggles to look himself in the eye when he shaves in the morning, but he is definitely narcissist and possibly a sociopath, and because of this I'm sure he thinks what he did is okay. I couldn't have lived with myself if I had stayed with him. I made a good decision. I'm happier now than I ever was with him. I'm ashamed that I was fooled by him though. I'm ashamed I was sucked in and suckered for so long. We live and we learn. Honestly, she wasn't, but graced the borderline. Showing up in my classes at school, waiting by my car after a closing shift for weeks on end, or throwing rocks at my bedroom window in the middle of the night from the alley outside my apartment. I actually believe saying she was crazy would be an insult to people who are actually crazy. To me it's a lot worse when admitting someone you knew and loved was, or is, completely conscious of everything they said and did. We had our issues, and among them there were outlying problems that were never cleared up. For instance, her relationship with her immediate family was abysmal, and seeing it firsthand was heartbreaking. We had a slew of mental lapses on how to date each other and give one another space when each of us needed it, and problems were never talked about up front when we needed it the most. When they were brought up, our relationship got explosively bad. Then to top it all off, I lied about being engaged in the hopes that she would move on learning about it, even if I was only dating someone instead. In a sense, that worked out for the both of us by forcing each other to move on, but things should never have to get to that point, you know? You lose more than a boyfriend or girlfriend. It's someone you ostensibly took the time and effort to get to know, with a deep friendship on the chopping block. To this day, I stand by creating that white lie rather than preemptively having a restraining order put on her when she was barely of drinking age, let alone still living with her parents and making ends meet by working at Chuck E. Cheese. No offense, a job is a job. However, I don't think having a court order was something I ever sought after, although it was very tempting at times, largely in part to fact that I knew who she was before everything turned sour. Do I wish things would have been different? Hell yeah. People grow. They have a chance to mature, and circumstances change. But the word crazy should be reserved for exes that cook your cat or slash your tires, I think. And I'm glad I had the patience to refrain. There were many obvious warning signs, but I never really picked up on any of them until the very end. It began with something relatively tame. She'd blame me for wanting to have other friends because I was never content with just her. She'd send me these angry texts basically every day until it drove me and my moderate depression into regular suicidal ideation and self-harm. She spent most of our relationship coming up with ways to make sure I wasn't going to be as connected with my friends, like having me agree to living in the same residence hall. This was in college, far away from all my friends, so basically she'd get to have me all to herself. After the maybe third or fourth suicide attempt, I decided to break up with her, and after enough of the "I hope you know how lonely you're going to leave me" text messages, I blocked her. And yet, for the next few months, she'd keep slipping erotica under my door. Eventually, she figured out I blocked her phone number, so she got a bunch of fake phone numbers and was texting me pretending to be some people I had Facebook mutual friends with, claiming that they wanted me to talk to her so she could basically guilt trip me into cutting myself again. I figured I didn't really want to deal with that, but she was persistent. After she walked across campus to my dorm room and spent 20 minutes trying to break it open while I sat inside freaking the hell out, I decided it was probably a good idea to get campus legal affairs involved. She was a meme for a while among my friend group until she thankfully stopped being relevant and we could all move on. Hopefully she has too and is finally seeking the help she was so reluctant to get. If any of my friends are reading Reddit and find this familiar, well, backstory. Got into an LDR with what I assumed was a nice girl. Friends assumed I knew what she was like. They didn't know I didn't know what she was like until the end when everything fell apart. Stories from friends and her ex. He became my gaming buddy, PCMRFTW, and myself. Drove her ex to a secluded industrial area, took his phone away from him, proceeded to assault him with her car keys, cried, begged him to take her back, etc. He managed to nope the fuck out of there and get someone to pick him up. Mind you, he's not a big guy physically, he still trusted her at that point. He was young first relationship, and it happened like 8 to 10 years ago. Previous ex's mum threatened to send the cops after her because she was actively stalking his house. I told her we're done with, and it was all good until a mutual friend showed up at a gathering I'd called amongst friends on Twitter. Really? Fuck you, Ian. And she was with him. Asked him why she was with him. He said, oh, well, she wanted to follow. I don't know. Dude knew full well we had broken up. I guess he wanted to see the world burn. I spent the next 5 hours in a circle jerk with her. She even brought chat printouts along. Forgot to mention, she brought along another guy friend of hers who had no idea what was going on, and he looked pissed off. To be their point, 2 other guy friends of hers coincidentally were at another cafe we moved to. First one was open air, and it rained, so we had to move. They said they were there coincidentally. I think not. So much for support from her friends, because I knew these dudes were trying to get into her pants for. She went to all our mutual friends and people I didn't know mutual friends did, told them stories on how I was a sex maniac, etc. Mutual friends didn't believe it. Those I didn't know, they didn't know who I was in the first place, and were doing the "why the fuck is she telling us this?" 5. She decided to confront another friend at the same time, broke down, cried, friend didn't give 2 fucks. 6. Broke down in public in the middle of a very busy mall. I wasn't working at that point and had just returned from being overseas. I blew about $300 that night to make her happy. I went home hungry. Outcome of all that? She hates me, still hates me, tried to get me kicked out of an event where I was volunteering as a photographer on the basis she had issues with me. She was in the committee, but it wasn't her that was dealing with the work I was doing. Also tried telling mutual friends that I wasn't welcome to movie outings they hosted, since she would be there. I also learned who my friends were, because I lost a few after that night. Some weren't too happy, because I had relied on friends for support. What would you do if you had found out just right before she assaulted a previous ex? Note, Ike, there's a FB group amongst people back where she comes from, and they alert everyone else when she comes home. Basically everyone pretends to be busy as fuck and not have time to go out with her. I haven't been able to verify this, since I'm not part of that circle of people, nor do I come from said state. Note #2. There were ways in which it could been handled better by me, but hindsight is 20/20. I was a crazy ex. Thankfully, I learned the error of my ways. Counseling and karma taught me valuable lessons. After reaching rock bottom, losing respect from friends and family, being labeled as mentally unstable, some friends/relatives distancing themselves from me, and such. Also seriously contemplating suicide, I decided to talk to someone professionally. I was in counseling for a while. While still in therapy, I started talking to someone. This is where karma came into play. He went from zero to stalker in like 2 months. I started noticing a couple things I used to do to my ex. I caught him lying numerous times and then always having an excuse as to why. He always had to stay in contact. If I didn't answer, he'd call, email, and him dozens of times. He would get mad if I didn't reply fast enough. During this time, I was 6 months into therapy. I was more stable and such than I had been in a long time. I thought I could help him, based on advice my counselor had given me. Briefly, it worked. However, it got worse. What caused me to end it was he pretended to be someone else. He contacted me with a new email address, picture and such, and wanted to hook up. It was his way of testing me. I was like, nope, I can't do this. I was feeling more healthy than I had in a long time. Trying to help someone who wasn't ready to be helped would just cause problems. We stopped seeing each other. However, for 6 more months, he kept trying to contact me and the like. After all was said and done, I realized all the shit I put my ex through. I saw things in a new perspective. Last year, after several years of no contact, I contacted him and apologized. He didn't reply, but I really didn't expect he would. An apology felt warranted, though. I wanted him to know how sorry I am, and that I understood he had to deal with a lot of unstableness. I'm not sure if I can officially call this an ex, but all the elements are practically there, so fuck it. Warning, this story is long as fuck, as you can see, but this all leads up to just yesterday where I finally put it to end, and when I saw the title posting, it was too perfect to contain myself. A female friend of mine, and I had a drunken one night stand. She kept pushing for a relationship from there on out, and I kindly reminded her again and again I wasn't interested. Then something really faked up happened, and my best friend slash roommate blew his brains out over a game of Russian roulette. I had nowhere to stay, so this girl offers her place. I'm drinking a lot, and faked up in the head. She kept trying to sleep with me, and in my fecal state of mind mixed with chronic alcohol use those first few weeks I rolled with it, but I told her I wasn't interested in a relationship, especially not now. She said she understood, but still kept trying anyways. She also blamed my friend's death on her friend, who was his ex-girlfriend. She brought it up every time we talked. She perceived her as a threat, because we were close, and lived together once, though we never slept together. I eventually left the state, to live with another friend for a while to get away, and figure out what to do next. She called me constantly and always bitched about people to the point it was draining. She even went on birth control without any input from me, then would insisted she drive the 5 hours out of state to come see me when she had a weekend off, which she did twice. Then she got blood clots in her leg due to a genetic disorder and blamed me for it because apparently the estrogen in birth control and sitting for long periods of time, like on a out of state car ride, can trigger it to occur sooner. She had me convinced after hearing it every day her friend was the devil who drove my friend to suicide, and then took anything I said in regards to it and put fuel on the flames to piss me off more at her. Eventually I had to have a long talk and tell her I didn't want to be with her and we should just be friends. When I came back to my home state, she went back to her friend and threw me under the bus for everything and told her I blamed her for my friend's death along with a lot of other personal details because she didn't get the relationship she wanted. I didn't know this at the time, so I still saw her once in a blue moon. Once when I did, she tried to sleep with me, and I said I had to be leaving soon. She faked an episode and told me to call an ambulance, which seemed obvious fake, but wasn't going to chance that it might be real. She insisted I ride in the ambulance with her to the hospital at 2 AM. I said I'd follow behind in my own car. Of course, she was fine and there was nothing at all wrong with her. She'd insinuate it was my fault for her condition and said she wanted to kill herself over it, trying to seg the faked up suicide guilt scenario back at me to get attention. Down the line I found out she took pictures of me while I was sleeping, insinuated she would drive past my house when I was home, would Facebook stalk me and comment pictures of me from years ago, and she used the "I think I'm pregnant" card about half a dozen times, even after I didn't sleep her for months. When I started talking to my friend again several months later, the girl who she deemed a threat and blamed her for just about everything wrong in her life, she said I was obsessed with her. Then she started drinking to the point of oblivion and called me up in the middle of the afternoon trash demanding I'd have to bring her booze and cigarettes, implying she might drive herself while drunk as fuck if I didn't do it for her. Eventually I snapped and told her off. She denied remembering doing any of the things I just mentioned. Then she started yelling F-bombs so loud the neighbors came over and told her if she didn't keep it down they were calling the cops. I had enough and I left and didn't answer her calls or text. Eventually she pleaded that we could be adults about it. We needed to talk about it sober. I agreed weeks later because I was moving that week and she also deleted her FB account, so I saw no harm since I could easily cut communication with her afterwards if it got out of hand. When I did, she denied remembering anything yet again, even the things she said sober in text messages while she was at work days prior. She said she was in AA and going to see a therapist, but I think she said these things so I'd feel bad for her yet again and fall for the pity play yet again. Then she tried to make me go camping with her spare the moment and kept talking about cuddling me under the stars and how she'd suck me off if I'd just say yes. I rolled my eyes and told her I had to work early the next day. She started irritated and demanding to know what time I worked and said that's not a good reason. I shrugged and left. That happened pretty recently. Oh, And while I was writing this very story, she just texted me telling me she threw up her breakfast and she thinks she's pregnant again. Last time we slept together was 4 months ago and I wore a condom. I'm pretty sure I won't be responding this time or probably any other time. This'll probably get buried, but the relationship started with lies. We worked together. He led me to believe he had a car and was just a normal guy who wanted a change of scenery. So he moved out of his mom's house and to another state. Suddenly he sold his car and it was my job to get him rides, or we'd walk and he'd call me every name in the book because of it. That was only the beginning of his abusive ways. Verbal/emotional. I was fat, lazy, stupid and worthless. I was so lucky to have him when he could be faking any of our coworkers. Physical. I fell asleep during a movie he liked. That earned a slap. Talked to a guy friend. Punch to the face. Think a wrestler did a cool move. Beat the shit out of me, etc. Soon everything about me was wrong. My hair is naturally grey, and I finally decided to grow it out. Nope. I was slammed into a chair and forced to have my hair dyed by him. He later went to my karate master with dye on his hands and arms, telling him I'd beaten him in a fit of rage. He'd wanted me to quit because he didn't want me to be stronger than him. It later came out he had been in rehab and his mom kicked him out. Things got even worse. I had to give him shifts at work because it wasn't fair. I got more hours, and during the day, I'd been there for 5 years to his 2 months. I wasn't allowed to see my friends because I might cheat, yet he groped my best friend. I became a shell of myself and everyone could tell. Then, after he spent a night insulting my choices in life, he came to my home and told me we were over. The day after he broke up with me, I found out he faked a married coworker hours before ending it and wanted to be her side bitch. They were shameless, faking in the parking lot of our job, telling everyone what I was like in the bedroom and just rubbing my face in it. To add insult to injury, a few days later I found out he'd stolen my debit card, caused about $500 in overdraft fees, then stole my mail telling me my account was closed thanks to him. I'd love to say that was the end of any interaction with him, that I learned my lesson and cut all ties with him, but a few days later he was pounding on my door, demanding his things back. When met with my confused face, he told me he's decided my video game systems and laptop, saved for months to get them, were now his, since we were breaking up, had to call the cops to get his psychotic ass off my lawn. The next month he just needed me in his life again, because married skank dropped him, and because I was going to a concert he wanted to go to. Even showed up at my friend's house demanding I be left there, and he take my spot. My friend tried to run him over. He felt I wasn't a person, but a piece of property, and he got off controlling me, laughing as he told me, while popping my pain meds like candy. He made rules for me, even though we weren't dating. I had to sleep over once a week. He had to approve of anyone I hung out with. Never followed that rule. I couldn't date, etc. Then I met my current boyfriend who told him fuck off. So X followed me into a restaurant and told me my relationship was getting in the way. I had to pick my boyfriend or him. I grabbed my stuff, said my boyfriend, and walked out. He responded by harassing me at our job, stealing from me, and telling me my boyfriend, 5 years strong, will get tired of me soon, and he'll make sure I'm alone. So I haven't really spoken to him in almost 5 years, and moved out of that town 3.5 years ago. He's tried to initiate contact, asking about me, and messaged me, though the last time he messaged me, 3 years ago, he told me I've hogged our dog for long enough, and to tell him where I lived, so he can get her. My dog was 6 months old at the time. TLDR, my ex was a deranged, abusive psychotic cunt. We met first week of uni and hooked up. We lived 2 doors away from each other in Rees, and ended up making a relationship out of it. I know. Not long after we became official, she cheated on me with some random guy she saw on a Facebook group. This was just strange, as she had been pestering me to become more committed right before this happened. Anyways, after a short breakup and her coming to my room many times crying that she needed me, we got back together. Things were okay but we just couldn't connect, and whenever the relationship became strained she would talk about how she was going to hurt herself if I left. Things came to a head one night when I refused to come over to her house. This is about a year after the start, and she sent me photos of herself cutting herself and a bottle of pills. I couldn't get a hold of her housemates and she wouldn't answer the phone, so I called the police, who ended up breaking down her door. She refused to open it and sending her to the PICH ward. From this she left me alone for a while, but soon was back to calling me, showing up at my house, and doing whatever else she could to get my attention, including manipulating me by using personal details to hurt me as best she could. Oh, and she used to constantly pretend she was pregnant and talk about forgetting to take her pill right after sex, which was a tad unnerving. Eventually she started seeing another guy, although I didn't realize this until after we had slept together several times into their relationship. The poor guy is still stuck with her despite knowing she cheated on both of us through the beginning of their relationship. I'm with someone else now, and it was only after talking about old relationships with my new girlfriend that I realized how much my ex had faked me up. Just glad it's over now. TLDR, I dated a crazy girl through the first 2 years of uni, had to call the cops on her. She stayed obsessed, even while dating her new boyfriend. The woman I dated before my second wife is by far the craziest. We started dating just after the new year, met on OkCupid, first mistake, shortly after the new year. Wasn't my normal type, but I decided I was going to go on substance rather than straight up looks. After the start of the third month things just seemed to be off, so I cut ties, nicely I might add. During our brief time I had mentioned to her how I would love to go to New Orleans. My birthday was coming up the following month and she informed how she had purchased non-refundable flights for the two of us to go to NALA as a birthday surprise. Me being the nice guy I am, agrees we could go, and so I got us a non-refundable hotel room right in the heart of the French Quarter. After telling her this, she responds, "Oh well, I guess I have to book the flights then. What the fuck? Are you kidding me?" So we go. We don't sleep together. Thankfully our room had 2 double beds. She shit and pissed herself the first night. That set the tone for the remainder of the trip. Upon returning home, once again I attempted to sever all ties. To say I had enough of her crazy was an understatement. She then calls me up crying in the middle of the night, telling me she is at the hospital because she is bleeding profusely from a place she shouldn't, because she has an eye inserted and doesn't get them. Once again, me being the nice person I go to hospital to see how she is, and she immediately starts questioning me as to why I wasn't home, who I was with, and that I better not be with anyone else. I told her this was too much, wished her luck, and bounced. Seems like the crazy finally ran its course right. Wrong. She waits another 2 weeks. We are now in June. She tries telling me that she is pregnant. I hadn't slept with this chick since the end of February, which meant she would have known and done a lot of detrimental things to the fetus while in NALA. She then told me that the bleeding episode that she had was a miscarriage, but she was still pregnant because it was twins. The possibility is highly unlikely of occurring. Coupled with the fact that she had an ID the entire time we were together, the chances of one pregnancy were infinitesimally small. Twins would be winning the lottery of existence. After that I changed numbers, moved, and anything else I could to distance myself from her. Found out after I got together with my wife that my crazy ex did in fact lie about it all and was currently putting some other poor sap through the ringer. Good luck and Godspeed to him. I dated this guy when I was 16 to 17 and he was 15 to 16 for about 2 months, and then we broke up. I can't remember why. It may have been something to do with parent pressure or just him being an asshole. I'm not sure. Come about a year later I'm dating someone else. The new boyfriend likes to fish and I would often go with him to the local lake and stay overnight in his tent with him. One night in particular, we are there with his best friend and some other fishermen. A group of my friends come by, say hi and wander off. Next thing we know, the sky is filled with the sound of the police plane. Then at 3 AM I have to go to the main gates to confirm to the police I'm absolutely fine. I had no idea why. It wasn't till the next day that I found out that my ex, later confirmed by several people, had called the police, told them I was depressed, suicidal, had a gun, and had gone up the lake to kill myself. They had sent police officers, the police plane, and police dogs out to look for me. Only my mum knew. My dad, they're divorced, had only that week had a heart operation, so the last thing they wanted was to cause him more stress by telling him. When I got back to college after the break this happened on, I found out several people had been disturbed by the police dogs ECT, wondering what had happened, and were amazed that someone could be such a dick. When I clued them in the next time I saw him was about 2 weeks later, and I punched him in the mouth and verbally ripped him a new one in front of all mine and his friends. I'd never been a violent person, ever, till then, but I was just so angry at what he'd done. We've barely spoken since, but I'm pleased to say he's grown up a hell of a lot, and is no longer a colossal dick. We had been together for a while, but as time went by we just kinda slipped away from each other. We both knew it was over, but for primal reasons we continued with the sexual part occasionally. Then I met this other girl on vacation, who lived in another town. When the vacation was over, me and this new girl decided to meet. This meant that I had to drive to another city and spend a weekend with her. My old girlfriend, essentially my ex, got really furious. I found it unfair because we both were very aware that our relationship was over and had no future point, so I went to meet this girl. Except for some intimate touching, kissing ECT. Nothing happened. After that weekend I never talked to this new girl again because we basically were too different. So after a while my ex had calmed down, and we continued our friends with benefits relationship. What I didn't know, and what she didn't tell me, was that as a revenge, she stopped using prevention from the day I told her I had met a girl I wanted to visit. She got pregnant. We were like 17 years old. We then had to tell her mother, but she hid under a blanket instead, and I had to tell her mother that her daughter was pregnant. Then this girl called my parents and told them she was pregnant, probably because she felt things were falling apart. Awkward conversation between me and my parents afterwards. Eventually we agreed on abortion. Today she has 3 kids with someone else. She begged to have sex on her little sister's bed. She said I was stalking her, even though I moved to the opposite side of the country. She asked guys to spank her in front of me. She did heroin and coke. She was having Molly withdrawals. She scratched herself to the point of leaving a nasty scar. Because I don't like to talk about my feelings, and when I did talk about them, she broke up with me. She came to my house the next day crying and asking me and God why I hate her even though I didn't. She made me lose a friend I had for years. She didn't want me to have female friends because I might become attracted to them. She is bi and has many friends of both genders who has seen her naked, and she has made out with a felt up when we were supposed to have a really romantic night that we had been planning for a week or so. That was long for us. She decided to skip out and sleep naked at a guy friend's house. She guilted me into having sex with her multiple times. She said she didn't want me to have friends. My first time having sex ever was with her, and she knew I didn't want it. She said I love you, and meant it a week after we started dating. Flirted with other people, wanted me to hit her, like women abuse hit her. Wanted me to take complete control of her life, and when I tried she said I was being controlling. She threatened to relapse and go do heroin just to make me upset. Went to hung out with her ex-boyfriend for a few minutes who rapped her and chipped her 2 front teeth by smashing her face off a bar. Posted pictures of herself with Macu that made it look like she was beaten on social media. Tried to get me to do drugs with her. Used me for sex and attention. Broke up with me when my mom was wrapped and I was almost homeless and I possibly had Lyme disease. She picked at my insecurities multiple times knowing that would really fuck with me. Told her friends things about me I don't want people to know. Got upset when I mentioned to my buddy she was upset that day. Said I was sexually harassing her. After we broke up, again I had moved to the other side of the country and had blocked her on all social media. She got upset when I tried to get her to do work for school because if she didn't do the work she would fail. She didn't like how I got upset when she cancelled plans 3 times a week every week. Didn't want me to play video games so she could talk to me. I once asked her to pay for dinner because I couldn't even afford food in the house, and she got upset and said I was using her. Told me to cut myself. Got me to cut relations with my brother. He was abusive and a hoe, and I should've done it anyways. Made many people hate me by saying I was emotionally abusive and that I was harassing her. She didn't like how I didn't want her doing drugs. She didn't like how I would stop her from scratching herself to the point where she bled. She didn't like me being a pity party, even though she always told me to tell people sad stories of my life when I needed a break because I was going through rough times and I wanted alone time. She cried all day. She did things to make me jealous and or upset, even though she knew I had trust issues from previous relationships. And finally, she didn't like how I got upset when she lied to me. There are more, but these are the ones I could think of off the top of my head. I looked at his phone for the first and only time in our 5-year relationship, during which we lived together for 4 of those 5 years. Turns out he had been hooking up with strangers online for all 5 years of our relationship. I'm not talking just a few. The messages between him and others numbered in the hundreds. He must have hooked up with someone else while still dating me at least 40 to 50 times, all with different people. This included both women and men. After I saw this on his phone, I searched his computer/desk drawers in a maddening rage of betrayal. There was no end to the perversion. He belonged to so many hookup sites that I never managed to finish reading all of his exchanges on such sites. Anytime I went out of town for a weekend, or even a day, this had been happening. This includes the time I spent sending my youngest brother off to Afghanistan. He told me I couldn't reach him because the military base was blocking our calls for some reason. Turns out his phone was off so his hookup wouldn't know he had a girlfriend. There was even a girl he hooked up with who he messaged saying he would leave me for her and move to Texas with her. We were in Pennsylvania. After we broke up, he tried to lie about it, so I read a bunch of the messages to his face. He broke down and wrote a confession letter which I received several days later. This letter included confessions of sleeping with people I worked with, sleeping with one of my close friends, and buying prostitutes with our rent money. It was and still is the swiftest change in feelings I've ever had for a person. Love turned to hate pretty fast. This is also why I now have a relationship policy that phones and computers are not secret and are available for use by either party at any time. Okay, I want to make it clear that I know I wasn't innocent in what made my ex crazy. I'd known him for a couple of years through our mutual friends, but never actually spoke to him until one of our friends had a baby. One drunken night a couple of weeks later, I had sex with him. It turned out that he really liked me and thought I was some sort of goddess, so being a 21-year-old I took full advantage of that, even though I wasn't interested in having a relationship. I strung him along for a few months before I would commit to anything, and he was super excited about it finally being official. I didn't really value it as much as he did, which was made clear by the fact that I started sleeping with someone else, knowing that there was no way he'd find out. I tried to forget about it, but I ended up feeling too guilty and confessed that I cheated. He lost his faking mind. He broke up with me and immediately called one of our mutual friends and started yelling at her, accusing her of knowing everything about it and calling her names. He said awful things about me too. A couple of nights later he took LSD and showed up at my house to get his stuff, which I had already packed up. He tried to stay in the house and pull me into my bedroom, but I insisted that he go home. Apparently he had been dropped off and didn't have a ride. I didn't have a choice but to drive him to his apartment, and when I told him to get out he started crying. A week later he showed up at my house again and begged me to take him back. Since I was young and dumb, I agreed to give him another chance, even though I was the one who cheated. He became very possessive and jealous. One morning he woke me up and started screaming about me for not deleting the guy I'd cheated on him with from my Facebook. He kept saying he tried to ruin us and you almost let him. Clearly no grasp on reality, since the other guy didn't give a shit. At one point during that time, he said that he wanted to get me pregnant on purpose to solidify our relationship. What the fuck? I got sick of it and dumped him for real. It just made things worse. One night I had friends over, and one of them told me she saw him driving his car up and down my street. She went outside to tell him to leave, and he kept asking if he could come inside to talk to me. Later, I went outside to find a box of macaroni and cheese on my car, on which he had written "I love you." Finals week rolls around, and I'm busy trying to study, pack, and prepare for graduation. He starts texting me saying that he's going to commit suicide. That's not a claim I take lightly, so I called the police. They found him at a party and he admitted that he'd only sent the messages to scare me and get me to come see him. As the police were telling me this, my phone was blowing up with text messages in the vein of "you faking bitch, you called the cops on me." They went back and told him to knock it off. I finally graduated and moved 2 hours away. A few nights go by and I wake up to a slew of text messages. He'd searched my dead grandmother's name on some website that tells you if the government owes you money, and he wanted to make sure I knew about it. I immediately called my dad, who was equally as sick of the bullshit, and we agreed that I needed to change my number. TLDR, my ex was crazy.